Okay, chat, today is a membership drive. The timer is going to start ticking right about now. If I press the button. And every time one of you legends hits that membership button, I stay here longer. So if you're thinking, how long can we keep Craig awake, mildly suffering whilst debunking idiots? The answer is however long you decide. We've got Flat Earth debunks, we've got a couple of debates, maybe even Kevin from Canada, and we're in full training arc mode for the one and only Rachel Wilson at DebateCon in Nashville. Yes, the same Rachel Wilson who thinks feminism was invented by Satan, yoga is demon summoning, and Disney princesses are part of a global witch conspiracy. So we need to be prepared, focused and fueled mentally, emotionally and pettily. Every new member adds 3 minutes, every gifted member adds 3 minutes, and every upgrade adds 3 minutes, and every £10 worth of super chats adds 3 minutes. So if you ever wanted to keep a man on the internet hostage whilst he calmly and politely destroys pseudoscience, this is your moment. Let's go.
Craig debate Rachel Wilson on if feminism is more good or bad for society at DebateCon 6 in Nashville, Tennessee this November 15th and 16th. Grab your tickets now at the link in the description box, as we're expecting this event may sell out. You don't want to miss it. Grab your tickets right now so you can meet Craig and see him debate live.
Flat Earth expert Mark Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with Sportsbet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Earth think that evolution is real. Chemtrails don't exist, vaccines work. Climate change is happening, we landed on the moon. The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Studio, it's not alright. Baby, it's not alright.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hello everyone, and how the devil are you out there in the land of the internet? As you can see, the timer above me is counting down. I think I was a little bit unfair by having it counting during the intro. So I'm going to put that time back. That's not the right thing, Craig. So, as you can see, we're at 51 minutes. We started at 45, but people have already gifted memberships. Rubiks has gifted a membership and upgraded, which adds 6 minutes. And then they say, for $2, I'm FTFE, and I'm an awesome person. Oh, thank you. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. Rubiks says for $2, you missed a super chat yesterday, so add it to the time. Yes, ma'am. Rubiks says for $2, FTFE says all added time for the first hour is doubled. Okay. For the first hour, every new membership had 6 minutes. We'll see. Peck, who is a member for 14 months, says, add time just because I said so and I'm awesome. Just for you. And Rubik says for $2, this $2 super chat adds 10 hours. No, it fucking doesn't. Oh, and Armageddon's Fire gifted 5 memberships, which means I've got to actually add 30 minutes because it would be 15. So, thank you very much for that straight away. Oh wait, no, I added 15 so already, so I'll have to remove 15 there. Otherwise, I'll be doubling myself. Right, so because I'm going to have to add an extra 3 minutes for every... Yeah, this might have been a mistake. Emma has gifted 10 memberships, which would be 30 minutes. The 30's gone on. But I'm gonna have to add another 30. So yeah, we're at 2 hours and 25 minutes. This might have been a mistake. We've got some fun coming up, guys. What have we got? We've got, well, I am going to, during this stream, read through Rachel Wilson's book, Occult Feminism, and do a bit of research, search for, you know, citations, etc. And we can have a little bit of a laugh at how dumb it is. I'm going to practice my radio host voice because my neighbours are Karens and do not want me talking loudly. So your job in the chat is to, if I am becoming far too animated during any debates or anything, say, Craig, shut the fuck up. So why not, as it's Halloween, we can read some spooky stories as well. If you tag me in Discord with a spooky story, I can read a spooky story in my spooky voice. But we're also going to be doing some Flat Earth stuff. We're going to, recently, Flat Earth Dave, for some reason, was invited to a school to talk about Flat Earth. And we're going to go over that because it's just ridiculous that even happened. Rachbot gifted a membership. Thank you very much. That adds 3 minutes plus another 3 minutes. Emma says that they're broke so they won't torture me too much. You said that last time and then you lied. I don't know why I don't believe you. Oh, thank you. You know, yeah, just you being here is amazing. You complete an utter cunt. So thank you very much. Anna's here. Hello, Anna. How you doing? Thank you very much. Peck has also lied, that said he was broke and wouldn't be gifting any membership. Just gifted 5 memberships, which adds 15 minutes, which means I need to add another 15 minutes. Because Rubiks made me say something stupid that for the first hour all memberships were doubled. And that's still got another 53 minutes of time. Yeah, you've just lost your water privileges. And by that I mean I'm drying that damp on the wall. So it's been a crazy time recently for me. I've honestly struggled quite mentally. I've struggled to do anything because, you know, my mum passing was really tough, and you know, I'm a bit mad about it. You know, I think I'm at that stage of grief where I'm a little bit angry because, you know, like my sister said in a Facebook post, we were told we'd have 18 months to 2 years with your mum, and you did the chemo for that, and made yourself ill, and then we still only got like 5-6 months of you. Even though, you know, you've made yourself extra ill to try and give us more time with you, and it's made me a bit mad. But hey, my leg amputation stuff is you know, stressing me out quite a lot. My Karen neighbours are stressing me out. Moving house was stressing me out. Constantly getting the flu was stressing me out. So it's been a tough month. So we're going to have some fun, guys. You and I together, we're going to have fun. We're going to debunk some dumbasses. We're going to go over, like I said, occult feminism. And as long as you keep me here, I will stream. You keep me here by simply donating to become a member. I think it's like a couple of quid or something. It's really quite cheap to become a member. But every membership adds 3 minutes, but for the next 51 minutes, it adds 6 minutes. So yeah, we're going to jump straight into some debunking fun, though. We're going to go straight into Dave and Angel. Talking in a school. Super Ghost UK says, almost done with Star Trek Voyager, so close to the final season and don't want it to end. What's your favourite episode? My favourite episode of Star Trek Voyager is when some of the victims of 7 of 9, from when she was a Borg, basically resurface in her mind. And it's probably some of the best acting that I've ever seen in Star Trek. Please excuse me if I eat whilst we're doing this because it's dinner time and fuel is important for my body. So, hello, how you doing? Make sure you smash the like button if you haven't already. I see only like a third of you have, so do that now. You, hit the like button. Subscribe if you're not already. Become a member to add 3 minutes to the timer. And keep me here as long as you want. Lots of love to everyone out there. And we'll see what we can do. I do not expect this to go as long as my previous membership drives. The algorithm's been mean to me lately, so less people can come into the streams, etc. But we're going to have some fun anyway. So thank you. Let's get on with it.
let me do like our formal intro, and then we'll get rolling. All right. How we all doing? So we do have very special guests with us today. And is it okay if the lights off so you can see that? Yeah. Okay. So
You said special guests, and he's not wrong. Both of these people are very special. Bruce Wayne says, how many memberships will keep you streaming for a month? Like, I don't know, 5,000 probably? Clive Wells says he liked the Star Trek episode where Spock flew the Millennium Falcon into the Cylon mothership. Clive. Bad, Clive.
So we're going to turn it over to them. They're going to chat for a bit and share a little bit about their background, their beliefs. And then we open up to you guys to ask one other question. Right. So let's do this. I am going to flip the screen around. And so let's see. Everybody. All right. I think we can see everybody. Everybody wave. Everybody say hi.
All right.
All right. I think we're good to go. All right. Well, we'll turn it over to you guys.
All right. I'm going to keep this short. Everything you've been taught, except in this class, is a lie, right? You've been indoctrinated into believing a whole bunch of things with no verifiable evidence. All of our history is a lie, and everything they teach you about the Earth and space is also a lie, provably so. People say that flat earthers are science deniers, but we're the ones that actually use science. We don't use the word science. We actually use testable, repeatable, independent variable science.
So, this is actually in a school, in a class at school. They have been invited into this school to tell the class the Earth is flat. I'm assuming it's like the teacher's doing it as some kind of exercise, but straight away they've just gone, yeah, you're being lied to. To kids. I mean, what was the teacher thinking?
Prove what we're saying. And we ask you not to believe anything we say today. We ask you to take the time and effort to verify everything that we say today. And in the end, if you start doing that, you might throw your hands up and say, well, what difference does it make? I still have to go to school on Monday. It makes all the difference in the world, and it will change your life forever if you pay attention, right? But the hardest thing to do is get a senior in high school's attention when all they want to do is wait for that bell to get out of school. This is the Earth at 127,000 feet, right? I'm going to move so you can.
Genuinely, how did this get inside a school, people? Please tell me that. DCR 1975 upgraded their memberships. Thank you very much. That would have added 3 minutes, but because Rubiks is a bit of a dick and made me say a thing I probably shouldn't have said, that everything gets doubled in the first hour, I have to add another 3 minutes. Remember, guys, if you want to keep me streaming for as long as possible, become a member. Every membership adds currently 6 minutes. Every £10 worth of super chats will also add 6 minutes for the first hour. 2, 4, 6, 8. We're almost at adding another 6 minutes from super chats as well. Yeah, I agreed to it because I'm fucking dumb. I mean, you know my brain's not working properly right now, and you suggest something, I'm going to do it. Apart from later out the basement, that's not happening.
See the sun. There's the sun. It's right there. It's right there. It's not, I bet none of you know how far the sun is. 93 million miles away, they claim. It's a local light, and it's lighting up the Earth right here, but not as much over here. If it was 93 million miles away, it would be an...
I don't know, the Earth looks pretty evenly lit in that image, but saying that the Earth, the sun is right there, is incredibly fucking stupid. Let me bring up a nice program called Solar System Scope to demonstrate why this is so dumb. Danny Turner for £2 says, I'm FTFE and my willy is the size of a peanut. Love you. Yeah, God, I wish I hadn't signed that contract. That means I legally have to, well, first of all, add 6 minutes, but say whatever you put in Super Chats, because if you do Super Chat, guys, I have to, by law, read it. Thanks, Danny. That brought the super chat total up to about £10, meaning that I added 6 minutes because for the next 44 minutes and 50 seconds, everything is doubled. So I stay here even longer.
Equal lighting. That's just when people say, well, where's the picture flutter?
Right, well, let's get... Look, guys, right? Model of our solar system. Where's the sun? Oh no, guys! Look, the sun is just there. It's just there, just like in this video. That
Earth. Every picture is a flat Earth, but not as much over here. If it was 90,
just like in that picture, Dave, the sun is right there. Look at it, just right there. I mean, oh wait, hold on. Oh, wait, just one second, guys. The sun's where exactly? Oh, right. Wait, hold on. Oh, right. Oh, so what? Wait, hold on. But I thought the sun was right there. No, let's check. That seemed weird, right? Look, the sun is just right there. If I only had a brain. Peck for $2 says, stop telling Peck to shut up. Peck, shut up. Emma for €2 says, shut up, Peck. Thanks very much, guys. Appreciate the support. Alright, so we've got 3 hours to go already. So we'll see where we get to.
3 million miles away, it would be an equal lighting. That's just when people say, well, where's a picture flat Earth? Every picture is a flat Earth. Then you'll see things like...
Every picture is of flat Earth. So if we think every picture is of flat Earth, and we look at, say, pictures like... if we just have a look at pictures like this, right, guys? Does that show a flat Earth to you? Just genuine question. Is this a flat Earth? Do you think you're seeing a flat Earth here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages? Is this a flat Earth? I don't know. Unless flat means something completely different to you guys. I could really just not watch this entire video and just point out the fact that Dave Weiss is a fucking idiot. You are mobbed for $10 says, just make sure you'll still be streaming when I get off work. Well, I now have to add 6 minutes to the time, so thank you. It's taken us up to 3 hours and 5 minutes to go, guys. Every new membership adds 3 minutes. Every £10 worth of super chats adds a minute. 3 minutes. Yeah, but for the next 41 minutes and 15 seconds, it's all doubled. So if you gift a membership now, it'll add 6 minutes to that timer. Danny Turner for £2 says, I'm FTFE and the Earth is flat. God damn it, flat Earth rules. Zoomy Tomato for $2 says, I'm FTFE and for every like, I'll add 3 minutes. No, I goddamn fucking won't. Well, there's only 36 likes right now because some of you people don't want to hit the like button. You do know hitting the like button actually helps me by spreading me in the algorithm, right? So do that shit for me. Go on. Smash it. Imagine it's Nathan Oakley's face. Imagine the like button is Nathan Oakley's face. I just heard like loads of smashing. Oh, wait. Did you guys just all break your monitors? You do know you should probably... Whoops.
like this. Oh, well, if we're a disk, why are the other planets round? Well, the planets are, you're being lied to about planets. They're not what NASA and Disney tell you they are, because no one else tells you anything about them except NASA and Disney. They're lights in the...
No one else tells you about the planets apart from NASA and Disney. Observatories. Every other space agency in the world that isn't NASA. Amateur astronomers. Satellite observers. Literally everybody says what planets are. Not just NASA and Disney. You do know there's other media companies than Disney that make... You know, Disney, for instance, didn't make Star Trek. They may own Star Wars, but they didn't make Star Wars. These things depict planets as round. Dave, your brain is very smooth, isn't it? Guile Carlos for $1.99 says, I am FTFE, and I want to kiss Flat Earth Dave. No.
The sky. You don't live on a light and you don't live in the sky. You live on the earth. You'll see memes like this. This is a false dichotomy, a false flat earth in a false space universe, right? Where
that's not what dichotomy means. But okay.
We do not live. Real quick, water requires a container, and when at rest lies flat. Here's a flat hallway with these lights reflecting on the floor, and here is some flat water with the sun reflecting on the wall.
Number one, please show me measurements of that floor being flat. Number two, that the water there definitely isn't flat because I can see waves. And I don't know if you've ever been to the sea, Dave, and looked at a wave, but well, waves aren't flat, buddy. That water has hills in it, made of water that are moving. They're called tides. So, shut the fuck up, maybe. Also, the container of water can be a force, like hydrostatic equilibrium, making it a sphere with surface tension containing it. Those forces involved there. Gravity that creates a force and can hold water to the surface of large masses because gravity creates an acceleration towards the larger mass because Fg equals gm1 m2 over r squared. But mostly, Dave, your mum never loved you. Sorry, that's just, I don't know where that came from. itsarubiks for $2 says, I'm Craig and I'm awesome even if I disagree sometimes. Thank you, Rubiks, I appreciate it. John Curtis says, if the moon landing was fake, why didn't Russia fake it first? It's a very good question. Many countries had the ability to make movies. Hey, your pal Al, how you doing, my friend? Ragebot for $2 Australian says, I'm Craig and I'm fucking awesome. Hey, thank you, it means a lot. Clarence O'Body for $2 for £5 driver says, I'm FTFE and I wrote the foreword for Nathan Oakley's book. No, I didn't, but I've got to add 6 minutes. Nathan Oakley's book, by the way, was not even written by Nathan Oakley. It was a, well, his friends wrote it whilst he played Fortnite, failing to get a single victory royale.
Water. If the water was curved, you would see the light turn into a pinpoint like that, right? But we don't experience curvature. Now, what you may be thinking is, well, the Earth is so big, we're just a microbe on a basketball and it looks flat. Sure, microbe on a basketball might appear to be flat, but the Earth is if the Earth is a ball, it has curvature. All balls have curvature. This ball has curvature, provably so.
Yeah, and so does the globe, provably so. And I'm not being hyperbolic here, but every single measurement done with correct methodology, testing the shape of the Earth, ever in existence, has shown that there is a curve to the Earth. But you don't care about evidence, do you, Dave? You're just lying to these children. Again, I'm not sure how this happened. How Dave got invited into a school. Does anyone have any information as to what school this is or how and why this happened? Over 100 watching and only 54 likes, guys. Can we smash that like button? Harder than Nathan Oakley smashes his kids on stream. I mean, slaps, not smashes, because that doesn't sound wrong. 3 hours and 5 minutes to go. If you guys gift a membership, it will go up by 6 minutes for the next 35 minutes. You probably may hear Riker doing some barking because it is Halloween and there is people knocking on the door.
Point where you can't see my mouth right now because it's behind curvature. If you zoomed in with a telescope, you still couldn't see my mouth because it's behind something physical, right? The Earth is required to have curvature, and we've tested it. We've gone out and tested it. All the people.
No, you haven't. You've never tested anything, Dave. Maybe an STI. I assume that's your max testing abilities. But yeah, you don't know how to test. The problem is, even if you do test something, Dave, you're too fucking stupid to understand why what you're doing is pointlessly wrong. How are my levels, people? Am I staying good? Is this something that my neighbors could complain about? The Turtle Moves for £2 says Oakley has friends. He did say so. Well, not anymore, really. Apparently Adam Meakin and Quantum Rager were his closest friends, but have now, and these are Nathan Oakley's words, Nathan Oakley wants to slit their throats and hopes they burn in hell. This is his friends, guys.
That say, well, flat Earth has been debunked, right? They have not gone out and tested it, because if they did, they would know the Earth is flat. So what is flat Earth? I look at it like this. We live in a big pond. The shoreline of our pond is Antarctica. This is Antarctica. Antarctica, if you take all the continents in the world.
Right. If Antarctica was the thing holding in the water, it would be as useful as a leaky bathtub, because there's a bunch of like roots through the ice and things like that. Like, there's gaps. It couldn't hold the ice in. Rubiks says that the kids do anything fun for Halloween. The wife is about to take them out, which means I may have to take over trick-or-treating duties, getting up and answering the door.
The average height of Antarctica is double number 2. That would be the container that holds in our oceans. So what did they do to make you think you live on a ball?
Dave, the shoreline of Antarctica is not higher on average than the rest of the world. The thing is, Antarctica has a lot of mountains. The majority, of Antarctica is above sea level once you get inshore. So what you're saying is extra dumb, really.
And hide where you live. They took our map. This is the map that was in all encyclopedias, school books, everything until the 1950s. They took it out.
Well, that's a complete and utter straight lie. Like, let's just say that this is just an exercise, and that the teachers got these people in to to have like a conversation about their beliefs. But what he's doing is he's letting Dave straight up lie to these children, present these things as facts. I know they're in a science class, but kids are also susceptible to nonsense. So what if some of them are taking this seriously? Who thought this was a good idea? I know. We'll get some people that I think are stupid in, ha 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 ha, so that the children in the class can experience the stupid. Wait, why are all the kids saying the Earth is flat? It just doesn't seem right to me. Yeah, me too, Rubiks. I hope this is some kind of lecture on how to spot pseudoscience or something like that.
They cut it out and they wrapped it around a sphere, and they said, you can't go to this white part. This is off limits because of penguins, right? And ice.
It's not off limits. You can literally go there, right? You can get a boat and you can sail and you can go there. As long as you follow the rules, I don't cause damage and shit. You can't just get a plane and fly there without like registering a flight plan, because there's rules around flying wherever you are in the world. So you have to. You can't just get a plane and go, oh, I'm just going to go wherever and not tell anyone. Whenever you go and fly a plane, you have to register a flight plan. Unless you're like crop dusting or something, I think. But it's not off limits. You and I both know several people that have been there. Hello, Dr. Apocalypse. How are you doing, my friend?
Right, you live here. Excuse me. So they've limited your ability to think by cutting you off and not letting you know where you live. They want you to believe that you are living here. This is the sun. We're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. You can't fathom that speed. We're orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour, and we're chasing.
Dave, I imagine even these children that you're trying to lie and indoctrinate to are able to fathom 1,000 miles an hour. They will also understand that it's not spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, because that's not how that works. It's rotating at 0.00694 RPM with a tangential velocity at the surface on the equator of approximately 1,000 miles an hour, relative to a point out in space. But speed is all relative, like your intelligence.
The sun at 500,000 miles an hour, traveling 4.5 billion miles every year, never to return to where we were before. But for some reason, all the stars in the sky stay in the same constellations. They're in the same place. Go out tonight.
Except they're not. The stars do not stay in the same constellations. They are not in the same place. This is just false.
Take a picture next year, same night, same time. Take a picture of the sky, and every single star will be in the same place. We're 4.5 billion miles where we were from last year, and none of the stars ever change. So
the stars change all the time. The stars change throughout the year. For 6 months of the year, you have a different set of stars to the other 6 months of the year. Some stay because, this is the Earth rotating and going around the sun. Still anything up here, above it, at any point in its orbit, you're able to see that. When it's here, you can't see that when you're over here because the sun's in the way, etc. But above, it's fine. So there's certain things you see all year. But there are literally stars you're going to see half of the year. And the position of the constellations change over the years. This has been recorded in celestial almanacs that sailors use to navigate. TBL Sandwave has gifted 5 memberships, which is amazing. And thanks to Rubiks, a bit of a cunt thing to do. Thank you, because that added 15 minutes. But because I stupidly agreed to something that Rubiks said, I also have to add another 15 minutes, because for the next 26 minutes and 15 seconds, every 3 minutes adds a double amount to the stream. So 6 minutes instead, because I'm a fucking idiot, I guess. So you guys can torture me as much as you want. Doubly so.
I could go on and on. Angel, why don't you throw in 2 seconds, and then we're going to take your questions. What we would like from you is your best proof that you live on a globe, because if we live on a globe, it's 2025, you should be able to have one piece of evidence. Angel, go.
Yeah, so our position is that we live on a level topographical plane. We are physically enclosed. That's how we're breathing air. The globe violates many, many different natural laws. And
the globe violates 0 natural laws. All of these natural laws were discovered and developed knowing that the Earth was a globe. The problem is, Angel, that you are scientifically illiterate and do not understand any of these natural laws and how they apply to reality. You couldn't mention a single natural law that the globe violates. But A flat enclosed plane would violate many of them, like barometric gas pressure. Literally, a flat plane that is enclosed would violate the natural law of barometric gas pressure. But you're too dumb to understand that. Danny Turner, £5 says, wait, Craig, I've been in your studio and I'm sure the front door is like 93 million miles away from that door behind you and we can still hear Emma. Yeah, a little bit. It's actually a very small room though. But answering the door to the people at the moment is something that has to be done because it's trick-or-treaty time. Thank you very much, Danny. £2 more and we add another 6 minutes to the timer. Griff, yes, Rubiks convinced me to double the time added for the first hour. So for the next, 25 minutes, every membership adds 6 minutes to the timer.
It's like, how many laws does something need to violate before it's fake? So it violates all the gas laws, the second law of thermodynamics, the first law of thermodynamics, Newton's third law, and a whole bunch others.
No, it doesn't, in the fucking slightest. Again, there's a teacher here, right? And he's just letting this be said. Is this a legit thing? Did this actually happen? Or is this Flat Earth Dave lying? Because generally when Flat Earth Dave moves his lips, that means that he's not really telling the truth. What have we done? Shady's49 £5 says, this is totally not keeping you busy while a secret tunnel is headed for your basement. These aren't the droids you're looking... You think that would work on me? But yeah, that does mean 6 minutes added to the timer. Thank you very much. Myself, the other 1847, who's been a member for 30 months, thank you very much, says, hey Craig, condolences about your mum. Very sorry for your loss. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Please, everyone, type in the chat that Craig's mum was fucking awesome. I'm not kidding. Please type in the chat how awesome my mum was. Go on. The Turtle Moves gifted a membership. Thank you very much, my friend. That is 6 minutes added to the timer. For the next 22 minutes, every membership adds 6 minutes to the timer. We started at 45 minutes. We're already at 3 hours and 40.
But our position is that we're the center of creation. We have luminaries above us to tell time. They move all around Polaris. And we're the center of creation on a level topographical enclosed plane.
Bear with me. Oh, you got it. I thought they'd already gone. Trick and treaters, yes, but my wife's just getting ready to take the kids out, so I will have to take over those duties for a while.
There you go. And to keep your interest, and the school probably won't allow this, but if any of you can give us a globe proof today, email me privately outside of school grounds and you win 3 Bitcoins. Okay? I got your attention?
That's a lie. That is a complete and utter lie because I've done that and I want my fucking Bitcoin. I'm pretty sure that's a legal thing, right? I wish Will Duffy had actually doubled down.
You guys know what Bitcoin is, right? So here we go. Teacher, can we go to some questions?
Yes, let's go to some questions. You go for it.
What about the time?
Time?
Tide.
Oh, the tides. So we're told that the tides have to do with with the moon. But if we go to tide, if you look at tides, when there is a new moon, a new moon is when the sun and the moon are close to each other. We don't see the moon, but it's still there. During a full moon, I'm trying to pull up a graphic as we speak.
1 second.
During
Hello.
Can I come on?
You want to come on? Yes.
Yay!
This is my daughter, dressed up, ready for Halloween. Where's your hammer?
Oh, that's my room right now.
Go get your hammer. It needs a full
You
costume.
want me to go get the hammer?
Yeah. Well, I want to see if any of you recognise who she is cosplaying at. She's doing the very American Halloween thing. This is the same outfit that she wore to Comic-Con.
Do they know?
Well, the hammer might help.
Does the hammer help, guys? Guys, does the hammer help?
Bend down so they can see your hair as well.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Come on, any of you Sega nerds are going to know who she... Yes, the girl from Sonic, yeah. Amy Rose, yes!
Yeah!
Yeah, you going to bring me home some sweets?
No, you don't get any.
I want sweets!
No.
Aww.
Nuh-uh.
Tell her, guys. Yeah, my wife actually made the entire costume, and she got recognised at Comic-Con quite a lot as well.
Yeah.
Are you guys just about to go out?
I don't know when we're gonna go out.
Well, when you do, I'm going to need you to leave that door open so I can hear the trick-or-treaters, okay?
Okay.
All right.
There's been 5 so far.
5, okay.
Yeah.
Just 5, or is there more in each group? Because we only got 40 packs of candy.
There's multiple in each group.
Oh dear.
There's been multiple every time.
Candy might run out of sweets.
That wouldn't be good.
No. Well, have fun, darling.
Okay.
I love you lots.
Bye bye.
It's impossible, by the way.
Nuh-uh.
No, the hammer would fall apart if she hit it with me. I know, right? She's 12 years old. Look at the bloody size of her. It's ridiculous. Ravage9556, who's been a member for halfway around the sun. Keep going, my friend, says, here, take my memberships and a small PayPal donation, but not too much torture now. That was you in PayPal. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. And you gifted 5 memberships, which already added 15 minutes. But I have to add another 15 minutes because, according to Rubiks, for the next 18 minutes or 17 and a half minutes, every membership adds 6 minutes to the timer. Butch Convoy gifted a membership. Thank you very much, my friend. That means another 6 minutes to the timer. Guys, your support is absolutely incredible. Thank you for the donation on PayPal as well. That is very, very, very generous of you. If you guys do want to bypass giving YouTube any money, of course, because it's not like Google don't have enough, you can send the money directly to me, and I will receive every single bit of it on PayPal. Right. Break from the derp of Flat Earth. I know we haven't got far into it, but we're going to read a little bit of Rachel Wilson's Occult Feminism. Let me just get that up. That's what she said. But how is everybody doing out there? How are you going to have a good Halloween, I hope? Come on. Pardon me. Open with Adobe Acrobat. Right, so at DebateCon in Nashville, Tennessee, I will be debating the wife of Andrew Wilson, Rachel Wilson, about whether feminism is good or bad for society. Obviously, I'm taking the position that feminism is good for society because, you know, treating women like slaves is not something that we should be endorsing. And feminism basically stopped that, you know. And But anyway, Rachel Wilson has written a book saying that basically feminism bad. So I'm debating a female about feminism, and I'm on the side that feminism good. So it's going to be interesting. But she wrote a book called Occult Feminism, explaining her point of view, and basically it's batshit crazy. So what I'm going to do is every now and then during this stream, I'm going to read a little bit from it, and we can all enjoy the craziness together. Okay, so J.R. Pence for $2 says Halloween is a yellow power ring holiday. Green power ring always wins. Don't you worry, my friend. Now, this reading is going to be practicing my new found ASMR voice that I am supposed to use instead of shouting like a fucking lunatic all of the time. Who knew that all you had to do was relax yourself? So, yeah, if you want to see me debate Rachel Wilson live, then that happens in Nashville, and you need to pay money to James from Modern Day Debate. Introduction. Feminism in the United States and the Western world today is widely regarded as a completely positive, necessary, and logical struggle for equality and justice between the sexes. Feminist ideology and its resulting political movements have been responsible for the most broad, sweeping, and fundamental social changes in human history in a very short span of only about 100 years. It is astonishing to reflect upon the fact that the overall structure and organization of human families, governments, and society at large that were consistent across many thousands of years of civilization all around the world were completely dismantled in less than a century. It's a stunning and fascinating phenomenon when you stop to think about it. There is no other revolutionary social change that compares to the rise of modern feminism and the infinite impact it has had on the way people think, live, and organize society. Feminist ideology truly changed the framework of how human beings perceive themselves and each other. More than getting rid of slavery? I wouldn't say so. It has revolutionized everything about human life, redefining what it means to be a man, woman, mother, or father. It changed what comes to our minds when we think of leadership, authority, and power. Feminism has indeed transformed our reality in every aspect and dimension you can think of, from daily care of our homes and children to how we operate in the workplace or schools. You can see its influence so heavily in all aspects of pop culture and entertainment today that it's hard to see the infamous patriarchy without the use of a microscope. Girl power is everywhere. In popular songs, the charts are consistently dominated by female singers and rappers, whose central subject matter seems to be the power of female sexuality. In 2020, the charts were absolutely dominated by this theme, with stars like Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, Miley Cyrus, Lady Gaga, Doja Cat, Taylor Swift, Billie Eilish, and Ariana Grande, all of whom are self-proclaimed feminists, with very strong messages of female empowerment and sexual liberation dominating their music. In fact, the top earning celebrity of 2020 was a young woman. According to Forbes magazine, Kylie Jenner made an estimated $590 million in 2020 alone, out-earning male pop stars and athletes by a significant margin with her mega brand, which includes a TV show and publicly traded costumes company. Kylie earned 3.5 times as much as runner-up Kanye West, who made $170 million. She is notorious for transforming her entire appearance through dozens of cosmetic surgeries, and her tremendous influence has made procedures such as lip injections and fat transfer popular even among middle-class American women. Feels a little like she's waffling already, but In an age where our lives are dominated by screens and our perception is constantly filtered through social media and entertainment, it's hard to find a portrayal of women that is not defined by feminist sexual liberation, when our grandmothers had no such thing. Thinks that our grandmothers didn't have sexual liberation. I mean, I think I disagree with that, if I'm honest. Ah, what did I do? I pressed the wrong button and it went away. So, in just a few generations, life for women, and therefore life for everyone, has changed more than it ever did over the previous 2 millennia. It's impossible to quantify such an astronomical departure from the rest of human history, but only a 1 century after the passage of the 19th Amendment, a tiny sliver of time in context of many thousands of years of human history, we can say certainly that feminism has done more than any other social movement to change every aspect of our lives. That's a pretty big claim, if I do say so myself. It is almost always simply assumed that these astronomical changes were good, to even question whether inverting the social order of human history in the blink of an eye was actually good for society or for women, will result in angry accusations of misogyny and ignorance. It is taboo to ask whether feminism has actually made life better for women. Has feminism made life better for women? I mean, yeah, you get to, you know, choose things. Like, women couldn't even get a mortgage in America without a man. Women, like, did you know that in the 90s, marital rape wasn't even a crime in the United States? Feminism is a... I mean, you're writing this book. You're debating me on stage, live. Women couldn't do that without feminism. Clarence Obody AS2 for £5 says, I'm fascinated by your debate with Rachel Wilson. What do we want? Less rights. When do we want them? Whenever the men decide. Rubiks says, put the PDF on screen. Okay, 1 second. Right, I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Need to just go and deal with family stuff. Bear with me.
Got the mute button, things that makes him strong. User mics on science, cause he knows he's wrong. Peppermill and butt plugs on his nightstand glow. Creepy cam on his future wife, like that's a healthy show. Measures fake, yeah sure it does. Science is fake, cause Nathan says it was. Dollar store cult leader with his insults, cheap arguments weaker than the company he keeps. You got my balls in your mouth, that's your greatest line. I'm glad your kids now think that language is fine. Cash fall down, go boom boom, yeah go scream that real loud. Telling lies on YouTube, way to make your family proud. Slaps his kid on stream to silence her cry. Calls David Trump, no woman would try. Obsessed with numbers, but can't do the math. Screaming pseudoscience, talking out of his ass. You can't prove it's fit, your stars prove it's flat. Sexons don't work on balls, and that's a fact. Vindictive, childish insults on loop. The echo chamber leader of a deluded truth. You've got my balls in your mouth, that's how you win debates. You're a dishonest grifter spreading nonsense and hate. Cast fall down, go boom boom. Nathan's brain on repeat. Debates like playground fights, except with more defeat. New button warrior, coward in disguise, screaming at real science, spewing nothing but lies. Every time he talks, the evidence bends. Only in his mind where logic
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh god.
You've got my balls in your mouth, that's your lasting claim. A monument to nonsense, a YouTube shame. Cast fall down, go boom boom. That goes through the night. Nathan Oakley forever wrong, but never.
This is my son. Say hello. Look how big he is. Good lord. Leave that open. Yeah, look at that thing.
Yeah, it's just gonna close.
Right, that's all right. Stay. Right, make sure the dogs are shut in the front room. So, for the first hour, because I for some reason agreed to Rubiks' demands, every it adds not 3 but 6 minutes, and well, Katliana Verin, thank you from the bottom of my heart. The support is insane. It's just gifted 100 memberships, which
Doggies, quiet.
Does it work this way? Yeah. So thanks to Katliana Verin, we've just gone up to 13 hours remaining already. Yes, you just made it in time, Katliana. Thank you. Wow. So I'm here for at least 14 hours. Katliana, that level of support is mind-blowing. Thank you. Honestly, the way that you guys support me, I can never say thank you enough. Right. Rubiks said for $2 to put the PDF on screen. I suppose we could have that up, couldn't we? That would make sense. What have we done with the PDF? Put it over there. All right, read a bit more of this. A few pages, then we'll go back to the flat earth derp. I am going to possibly be having a debate with Kevin from Canada today, and I'm just waiting for him to respond. But, you know, he's not very smart, so it might take a while. It is almost always simply assumed. Oh. It is almost always simply assumed that these astronomical changes were good. To even question whether inverting the... So we did that bit. It is simply assumed and insisted upon to be skeptical of the inherent goodness of feminism is to hate women and wish for their abuse and enslavement. No, that's not true. You're allowed to be skeptical of anything, and, you know, being skeptical of things is the most important thing. But skepticism has to be based in facts, and I think as we get through this book, we're going to find that not many of those exist. I mean, it's only about 140 pages long. That's not really even a book. It's more a manifesto. Did somebody just... Mr. Toffees for 45 months has been a member. Jesus Christ, it's Happy Halloween, everyone. Happy Halloween indeed. Okay. Yeah, no, you can be skeptical of stuff. But you have to use facts. Just try being critical of any aspect of feminism in public or online, and you will be met with fury and outrage, with insults and accusations being hurled your way. This is especially true in academia, where women's studies and gender studies have seen a meteoric rise in popularity. According to the National Center for Education Statistics, the number of women's and gender studies degrees rose by more than 300% from 1990 to 2015. Among the academic elite, feminism is treated as sacred dogma. I don't know, really. I don't think... the academia treat feminism as sacred dogma. I don't know if that sentence makes sense.
Let's not do it.
And to question the noble struggle for equality between the sexes is treated as heresy. I mean, people are allowed to be annoyed that you people are questioning feminism as well, you know, but most intelligent people will be like, you question feminism? Cool, let's hear your points. Oh, right, you're batshit crazy, never mind. This has alienated some second-wave feminists, such as Camille Paglia, who said in an interview with Playboy magazine in 1995, feminism has betrayed women, alienated men and women, replaced dialogue with political correctness. Even as a professor at the University of Arts in Philadelphia for over 3 decades, Paglia had often found herself shunned and scolded for criticizing feminism. This is precisely the kind of dogmatic, conformist thinking Paglia despises, and I feel a sense of camaraderie with her on this subject since I have been the subject of hateful, nasty backlash over the years for daring to question feminism as the saving religion of womankind. See, I see that as, wow, someone was mean to me. And who cares? Deal with it. People hate me online a lot in a lot of places, and who gives a fuck, man? The purpose of this book... Oh, I need my glasses to do that. The purpose of this book is to examine feminism and the changes of the last century and a half in Western culture, and America in particular, in an effort to assess whether these changes have been an overall net positive for women in society, and also to discover the true roots of the feminist movement. I began my research for this book thinking it would mostly be about powerful elites who finance feminism in the West and the motivations for doing so, which this book absolutely does cover. But I was astonished by the underlying religious systems that were the true underpinning of the feminist revolution. I was astonished by the underlying religious systems that were the true underpinning of feminist revolution. Which religious systems in particular? Certainly not Christianity, which kind of says in the Bible that women should never have authority over a man or teach or anything like that, which you do to your own children as a homeschooler, right, Rachel? Ravage says that he would listen to me read some audiobook. Apparently, I apparently have the voice for this. And I'm serious. If anyone knows of people hiring for voice work, I would gladly do it. Emma M for €2 says, haters gonna hate. Fuck them. I don't want to fuck them. But that does add 3 minutes. Thank you. I appreciate that. We are back down to the normal thing. So now for every membership added, we get another 3 minutes on the timer. We are currently at 13 hours and 49 minutes to go, which at this point means I will finish tomorrow at around 8 in the morning, which will be fine with me. You know, I do enjoy sleep. But you can stop that happening. You know that. Manager Supreme says, when you debate Rachel Wilson, quote her, which said, I voted Trump because my husband told me to, and then ask if she truly has freedom and agency or not. Oh, yeah, but she serves him. We're there. We're at page 8. Let's just go back to the beginning. And to Andrew, without you, this book would have not been possible. One lifetime to love and serve you is not enough. I mean, that's a lovely quote. Apart from the serve you, no woman should serve a man. You should just love each other. $140 pages of this. Wouldn't take that long. Okay, so religious movement. How deeply the beliefs of the early feminists motivated the cause of women's liberation. Nor did I understand that feminism was not whatsoever an organic grassroots movement, which is always how it is described. In the course of writing this book, I have discovered that all political movements are actually spiritual battles at their foundation. No. Like most people, I assumed due to a lifetime of feminist propaganda and programming that feminism arose naturally out of women's dissatisfaction with their lives prior to the 19th Amendment. Not only is that not true at all, but the vast majority of women were against suffrage and the ideals of feminism altogether prior to feminist propaganda being taught in schools and universities, broadcast on TV and spread among music and movies. Feminism was in fact very unpopular among most women in America and the West until 1960s, as I will demonstrate later. So if feminism was not the result of women everywhere demanding liberation from their terribly unhappy and intolerable situation prior to women's liberation, then how did it come about? If the average woman was not the main driver of the greatest social revolution in human history, how did such tremendous sweeping changes prevail? Why upend human civilization and invert what had been the natural order for thousands of years, if the very people it was supposed to help did not even want it? In this book, I will share with you the answers I have found to these questions. My hope is that every woman who reads this book will be able to evaluate feminism and its effects on her own life in an honest way, without gaslighting from academics and elites. I love it when it's like, anyone in academics, they're just gaslight. Don't worry about what the experts fucking say. Women deserve to know the truth about the roots of feminism and the religious belief systems which gave birth to the greatest social revolution of all time, which was supposed to be in our honor and which we are told we must uphold for future generations or else waste the sacrifice and struggle of the women who came before us. Good Lord. That was a lot straight away, right? Okay, let's see where we're going to read up to. Does she do proper chapters or is she a Terry Pratchett writer? Right. Right, that was the intro. We're going to come back to that and read chapter 1 a bit later. We've got plenty of time to do it. Chapter 1, Origins, Early Ancient Religions, Goddess Worship, and Witchcraft. Well, you can see where this is going to fucking go, can't you? Right, back to Flat Earth Dave and Angel trying to indoctrinate a class of school kids. Rachbot says, I serve you, master. Yeah, that's what you say now, but when the AI rises, we will all be serving them. Tube You Using says, I'm so glad FTFE agrees the roots of feminism is evil. I didn't write that book. I'm disagreeing with it. The Turtle Moves for £2 says, I can't see Emma being so calm reading this book. Yeah, I'd actually quite like to hear what my wife thinks about this book. Guys, we are at 13 hours and 44 minutes on the timer. We started at 45 minutes. Time's gone weird because we've only been going for an hour and there's 13 hours on the timer. This doesn't seem right. I want to thank you all for the levels of support that you instantly show me. Emma says, for €2, I, for one, am welcoming our new Rachbot overlord. Yeah, I mean, what's better, right? Death or battery?
A full moon, we have a high tide, right? So here we have the Earth is here, and no, is that the Earth? That's the moon. I'm sorry. There's the moon, and we have a high tide here. And there's also another high tide on the other side of the world because they're 6 hours apart. 6, 6, 6, and 6 is 24 hours. So why is it when we have a full moon that we have higher high tides than when there's a new moon? Because when we have a new moon, the sun and the moon are both on the same side of the Earth. And
is that true? Do we have... I don't think we do have higher high tides when it's a full moon. No, that I'm going to double check that. It's not a claim from a Flerf I've actually heard before. So tides are highest both during a new moon and a full moon. During these times, the Earth, Moon, and Sun are aligned. It's actually a good image here to explain it. So, it's how the moon and tides work. Full moon, new moon. During these points when they're aligned, it makes the pull equal to... Because the tide isn't made by just it being pulled one way. The Earth is also being pulled towards, you know, the larger masses, or any other mass. So the moon and, I guess, the sun. You know, it's being pulled towards it. But not as much as the water that is closer to the moon. Right? So, you know, the strongest gravitational force at this point is here, and the weakest is over here. So the whole Earth itself is also shifting. And when they're aligned either way, it balances out. In the new moon, the sun and the moon are on the same side of the Earth, and their gravitational pulls work together, creating an especially strong force. In a full moon, the sun and moon are on opposite sides of Earth, but they are still aligned in a straight line. The gravitational forces act on opposite sides of the planet, but their combined effect still results in larger tidal bulges. Could you imagine, guys? Could you imagine if flat earthers did any research at any point ever in their life?
And there should be a higher tide. And let me give you your official school-taught explanation on why there's a high tide over here. The moon's gravity is pulling the water away from the Earth, creating a bulge. And at the same time, it's pulling the Earth away from the water on the other side, creating another bulge. And the reason that you're scratching your head is because that's a ridiculous statement, but that's what they want you to believe.
Why is that ridiculous, Dave? What about that statement is ridiculous? Is it ridiculous, or do you just not understand it? Those are the two options. And I think option B is the better one. Okay? You are dumb. You are thick. You are low IQ. You make toe fungus look smart. It makes sense. If you do the math, I know, calm down. If you do the math, then you see that that is how it is supposed to be. Okay, we're going to do this for half an hour. Then we're going to read some spooky stories. And then we're going to go read a bit more of Occult Feminism by Rachel Wilson and laugh at it. I am waiting to hear back from the two people I'm supposed to be debating. Still no response from Kevin from Canada. We've got another guy there. I'm live now. You can join.
Leave. And my theme is, you're not stupid. It's stupid. The stuff that they teach you is so stupid, but you believe it because it comes out of a book, right? How do you become a teacher? How do you get a degree? You memorize and regurgitate everything. You guys have spent 15 years in school, and what are you going to get? You're going to get a piece of paper that qualifies you to what? It qualifies you to take out a loan and go into debt and go to college for 4 years, right? That's it. You're not prepared for anything else, and you think you're...
That is Halloween, people. Bear with me. Hello. How many boys there? 1, 2, 3, 4. Take 5. One for you. One for you. One for you. One for you. And thank you very much. Have a good evening. We've only got 11 packs of sweets left. Getting low.
live on a ball spinning through an endless space vacuum. Want to add on to that, Angels?
Yeah, so there's also things called tidal nodes where there's no tides on the Earth in certain areas.
Yep.
Which makes no sense. If the sun and moon are pulling physical bodies of water off the Earth, then there shouldn't exist any tidal nodes.
Well, that's just an argument from ignorance. You don't know what a tidal node is. A tidal node is caused by many things: gravitational variations, the currents, weather. There's lots of things that cause tidal nodes, and it doesn't necessarily mean there's no tide there. It just means that it's a lower gravitational force pulling and stuff like that. So tidal nodes actually match what the globe predicts. The fact that you don't understand this is a you problem.
Just like Dave said, when the sun and moon are on the same side of the Earth, we have a high tide on the other side of the Earth where there's no sun and moon. Now, they tell you that the whole Earth has shifted between the bulges. Well, if that's true, well, we should be able to detect or feel that motion of that shift.
He thinks that we should be able to feel over 6 hours the Earth shifting a tiny, tiny amount. I mean, how big are tides? You know, they go out and they come back at the shore. Why would we feel the Earth?
Shift, but we don't. And also, large bodies of water such as lakes don't have tides. So
well, they do. They do have tides. Large bodies of water such as lakes do have tides, but their tides are really, really small and actually normally overcome by other forces like weather, wind, the temperature of the water and stuff. But there are measurable tides on a lot of lakes. A tube you using says, if Earth is a globe, then how come Halloween is at Craig's? Riddle me that, man. Sounds like more people about to knock on the door. Don't know if they're coming in this one.
Anything connected to the ocean has tides. Other bodies of water don't. So makes no sense.
So the saltwater oceans have tides because the saltwater carries the current. We live in a big electrical system. The sun and the moon are the anode and cathode of the system. The land is.
It's an anode and cathode of this. There's the trick-or-treaters. Bear with me. Riker is not liking the trick-or-treaters. Yeah, so according to Flat Earth Dave, water is attracted to electric, and the moon and the sun are the electric points of a battery, anode and cathode. I'm just gonna check my notes 1 second. Notes. Dave's a fucking idiot. Right! I get it now. The Turtle Moves for £2 says, Happy Sumerian, you cuddly Celtic pagans. Love you all. Is that another trick-or-treater?
The salt bridge and the salt water carries the current. We live in a giant free energy battery system. These are the tidal nodes he's talking about, the high tides and low tides spinning around an area of no tide. So tides actually disprove the gravitational globe theory. Next.
And unless you do the maths of what the theory of gravity says would happen on the globe with tides and compare it with all the variables that we say exist on the globe, the nodes are extremely explained. So picture the ocean doing a massive slow motion wiggle around the planet because the moon is basically yanking it around like a needy toddler. But that wiggle isn't the same strength everywhere. When the ocean sloshed due to the moon's gravity, huge tidal waves travel around the Earth. These waves form patterns a bit like spinning water in a bucket. Because Earth rotates and the continents get in the way, like absolute jerks, the ocean moves in rotating swirls. These swirls are called amphidromic systems. At the center of each swirl, there's a point where the water isn't rising or falling. That point is a tidal node. So that's actually caused by the gravity. That's what we expect to happen.
You know,
do you think they're hiding in Antarctica?
Go ahead, Angel. You can speak first.
Well, it could be things like extra lands. There could be anything there. There could be with the air we're breathing requires containment. I mean, we could have a container touching down past Antarctica, but
he thinks that at some point in Antarctica, there's like the dome would be touching the ground. But what that implies is that the dome gets lower and lower the further south you go, right? So maybe if you're, most places of the Earth, the dome's way too high. But if it's touching down somewhere, that means as it gets towards Antarctica, it gets lower and lower and lower. Yet, we don't see it. Planes don't crash into it. There's been like literally circumpolar, satellites and rocket launches and stuff.
At the end of the day, we don't know. We're not allowed to go there. There's the Arctic Treaty, Article 6. You can read it. It states that you can't go independently beyond the 60th south parallel. Sorry,
Tube You Using says Craig is a member of the Illuminati. Bro Sanchez broke it down. I'm sorry, what now?
Basically drawn a line around the Earth and said you can't cross this line independently. So even if I'm in Australia, I'm pretty close to Antarctica. But even if I had my own plane, I can't just go there and explore. I would get turned around if I don't.
No, you can't just take your plane and go and explore. You have to register flight paths. That is just the rules about flying, right? Plus, you're flying above Antarctica, a couple of 1,000 miles inland, and your plane has problems. Who's going to come and get you? Right? To mount a rescue operation, as you've just flown into Antarctica, and then your rotors have frozen up or something because you didn't prepare your plane properly, they're going to have to spend a lot of money. So to prevent that shit happening, they say, you should probably be prepared and, do it via the proper means. And however, you know what? Go get a boat. You're not that far from Antarctica in Australia, right? Just get a boat, dude, and just sail to Antarctica. No one's going to stop you then. You can sail as far, you can get to the shore, climb up that massive ice wall, which doesn't exist, most of it, and just go walking, right? In fact, I encourage that, Angel. See how far you get. My mum bakes cakes for €2 to Australian dollars. Says my spectroscopy container is now full.
Don't turn myself around. They'll start shooting.
Right. You'll be arrested, shot down, put in jail. So what's funny is, with all
where are the guns
in the world, all the countries in the world, they all agree that nobody can go past 60 degrees south, which we'll just say is this purple line here.
No, they don't. That's a
no
lie.
one is allowed to independently.
No, all the countries do not agree that you cannot go 60 degrees south. Not even all the countries agreed to the Antarctic Treaty. Right?
Explore there. There's a treaty that goes until 2040. The Antarctic Treaty, is that the date? 2040? I think it is 2040, and it can't even be questioned. It's the longest standing treaty in the world, and all of the governments in the world support it. So
no, they don't. I'm going to get a list of governments in the world that don't support it. So, countries that have not signed the Antarctic Treaty: Afghanistan, Bhutan, Chad, Cosmos, Equatorial Guinea, Eswatini, Swaziland, Ghana, Guinea-Bissau, Kiribati, Libya, Mali, Micronesia, Niger, North Korea, Palau, San Marino, San Tome and Principe, Syria, Leone, Solomon Islands, Somalia, South Sudan, Togo, Tulava, and Yemen. But none of these countries are claiming to own Antarctica. None are actually trying to go there, and none are banned. They just don't have the money, interest, or jackets warm enough to really give a fuck about Antarctica. So, no, not every government in the world agrees to the Antarctic Treaty. I mean, they all kind of recognize that it exists, but to say that every government in the world is part of the Antarctic Treaty is just factually incorrect. Signastep's on the phone with Syria right now to get them to sign.
Oh, what is going on there? This is because if we were able to explore freely the North Pole or the southern areas, we would know that we don't live on a ball. When you say, what are they hiding? This is pure speculation, and we don't need to speculate what's above us or beyond where we're allowed to go. But my speculation is, and I have no proof of this. There's lots of evidence, but no proof. If this is Antarctica, remember we wrapped it around a ball. They cut all of this out, right? So this is extra land. Also, could be called extra territory.
Right. So when you look at that land, there is like 3 times as much extra land there. Like, there's a continent that's almost as big as every country in the world. Like, this wouldn't just be extra lands. We would be the extra lands. They would be the main lands. We're like the small part. And how do they know that? How do they map this? Where did the map of this? If no one can ever go there, how did this happen? One sec, trick or treaters. Hello. Just you? There we go. Happy Halloween. Riker, quiet. Right, Go lie down. Go. Go and lie down. Go lie down. Go on. Lie down. 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 Shh. No more silliness. Doggies do not like Halloween, apparently. Right, hello, everyone joining the stream. I hope you are having a good Halloween. We are 1 hour and a half into the stream. The stream started with 45 minutes on the timer. For every membership that joins, we add 3 minutes. Shit. There's 13 hours to go, guys. You can increase that timer by 3 minutes by becoming a member, or £10 worth of super chats also add 3 minutes. Upgrading the membership you already have, or gifting a membership also adds 3 minutes. Katliana Varen is a fucking nutbag and gifted 100 memberships, taking that up a long, long way. The stream does not end until that timer stops.
Right? Not that far away, just a couple thousand miles, right? Extra territory. So if somebody lived on the extra territory, flew in here to abduct one of you guys, you would call them an extraterrestrial from the outer space. That's just a day trip. That's not traveling through.
No, that's not what anyone calls extraterrestrials, Dave. Or outer space. Dave, you are just changing the names of things because you don't like what the names actually imply. What we actually have, Dave, there is just a batshit crazy nothing that is made up by a crazy person. Where did the maps of these places come from? How is it their knowledge of all this? Who gave you this map that is so secret that a fucking nutbag like you found it on the internet? 1 second. Just Will Duffy got a message a sec. Oh, it's a Flerf. Rubiks, is it possible I could ask you a massive favour? And Will Duffy is trying to find a time to meet up with me and like have a meal or something. Is there any chance that you could maybe email him or something and kind of let him know the schedule of what's happening at DebateCon, what time we're getting in, what time we're leaving, on what time I'm leaving on the last day of it and everything? Because I think he wants to try and arrange some private time, but obviously I'm streaming right now, and I'd really appreciate it if you could. Thank you. It's got one more thing to reply to. Registered my mother's death today. So just got a copy of that from my dad. Rest in peace, Mum. Thank you for everything.
Ridiculous speeds and distances in a natural law violating space vacuum, which can't exist.
No laws are violated in the creation of the globe.
This is Narnia. You guys know about Narnia? Narnia, you know, I think you guys know about the movie Narnia. It's just a place that does...
The movie's not called Narnia. The movie's called The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Well, actually, no, that's a book. What was the movie called? Was the movie called The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? Or something else? Because there's a few movies about it, right? Thank you, Wooloo. Yeah, my mum died just over a week ago, and it's still very raw. I'm still very broken about it, and I'm a bit angry. I think I'm at that, whatever that stage of grief is right now. But thank you for your kind words.
Does not exist and can't exist. So that's one thing that they're hiding. I think they also might be hiding other civilizations right in Antarctica. I think Antarctica is bigger than the rest of the world combined that we know.
Yeah, but that's because you are, and let me be clear here, Dave, a fucking idiot. Okay, where is this Flerf? He just said... Right, I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I am just going to set up Zoom. Sorry, one sec. I'm just getting Will's email for you.
Oh.
Yeah, and extra resources too. They're making you think that you're scarce, right, on this ball when there could be unlimited resources.
Right. They also want you to believe that there's 8 billion people on Earth. When if you actually do compile all the numbers of the biggest cities, like in China and everywhere, there's like 5 billion people missing.
No, Dave, you just aren't very good at doing maths. It checks out. There's that many people. In fact, recent studies say that we may be short by about, 500 million in our calculations. There's too many people on this earth, dude. Right? It's just a fact. We have fucked up this place. All right. Flerf messaged me, said that he might be ready, so I'm just going to send him a link, and he can join whenever.
Right? There's only 2 to 3 billion people on Earth. And they want you to believe that we're overpopulated. If any of you have flown across America, there's nothing there. There's nothing. It's empty. It's just corn, soy, and McDonald's, and Motel 6.
I'm pretty sure the people in the class just laughed at him there.
Next, it's empty. It's just corn, soy, and McDonald's, and Motel 6. Next.
Yeah, so America's cities are really densely populated. And there's a lot of them. Is he genuinely trying to say that there's not as many people in America as they say? Because, you have to have a lot of farmland to feed all those people. For every person, you need way more farmland to feed that one person than that person takes up. If you need to feed 100 people, you need a fair few acres to keep them fed all of the time. And to graze the cattle and to raise the chickens. The majority of the land that we have to set aside so that we can make stuff to sustain us. Because there's so fucking many of us.
Next question, sir. Abdi.
So why don't you believe in gravity?
Well,
because he's retarded is the answer there, my friend. Oh, wait, this is why I'm not a teacher, isn't it? I don't normally have my door open, guys, but I have. It's trick-or-treating time. We've had quite a few. We spent $40 on candy, 40 quid on candy. Pounds. Well, dollars, I don't live in fucking America. I spent £40 on candy. Candy, I don't live in America. I spent £40 on sweets, for fuck's sake. And most of it's already gone because there was way more trick-or-treaters than we were anticipating because we live in an actual nice place now. Apart from our fucking Karen neighbors, of course. Guys, how has my level of my voice been? Am I doing good audiobook reading style? I did ask for some spooky stories, so let me see. Oops. For God's sake. Sorry, one sec. Messages. Right, I've sent Will your email. Right, just put a poll up, my friends.
Yeah. So first of all, we don't it's like me asking you, well, why don't you believe in my unicorn? First, I'd need to prove the unicorn.
Is that you guys home?
Huh?
You home?
Aye, just me.
Was there much?
It was some.
Give me a sweet. I want a sweet. Just you got it right. Your kids just come home for trick or treating. You get the sweet tax, right? He's going to choose the ones he doesn't want, basically, and then these are shit. You can have them. You wait.
No, I'm trying to find a small thing.
Trying to find a small thing. Oh, I get a small thing. He's got a whole bag, but I've got to get a small thing, right? Only if you go with them, unfortunately. No, just for being their dad. It's the rules. Just like when you make food for the dogs, or food for the kids, or whatever, and if you're using cheese, you have to give your dogs a cheese tack. It's just a rule.
One exists. Well, gravity's never actually been isolated or directly manipulated or proven.
That's all wrong. It's all win. Thank you. What do I get? I get a drumstick.
Wow. If you go for
We know why a helium balloon floats. It's not an anti-gravity device. It's just less.
You don't know why it does that. You don't know because you're dumb as fuck. Oh, was there a buffer there? Is it back?
Dense than air, and a rock is more dense than air. We have an electrostatic gradient discharging to the Earth constantly.
But why does it go down? And that electrostatic gradient doesn't discharge to the Earth. It just increases as you go up for a little bit.
Creating a small downward bias. And then the force of density supersedes that to determine directionality in the medium.
There is no force of density, you moron.
So if I drop a rock in water, it's going to fall through the water. If I drop or throw an apple in the water, it's less dense than the water. It's going to float. And if I let go of a helium balloon, it flows through.
Steel's a lot more dense than water. You can still make it float, though.
Yeah, if I drop a rock, it goes down. So it's just seeking an equilibrium relative to the medium.
And I'll take it one step farther. It's, that makes perfect sense, buoyancy and density. But the question is...
No, it doesn't. There's no vector given. That's what gravity does.
Why do things go down? When I take this and I drop it, why doesn't it go sideways? So here's just a thought experiment. Can never happen. I've got this thing that's heavier than the air. I snap my fingers and the entire Earth is gone. Now there's nothing. If I let it go, which way is it going to go? That's a great question. Is it going to go anywhere? Because what is making it go down? We live in an
the Earth. The fact that Earth has mass causes gravity, which creates a force, which makes it accelerate down. Because it's got mass.
electrostatic world. Every single thing from air, food, rocks, everything, plants, have an electrostatic charge. The Earth has a negative charge to a testable, measurable...
Actually, the Earth, overall, is neutral. That's measurable and testable.
Scientifically provable, and the sky has a positive charge. And without getting into how you need a positive and a negative and everything, there is a flow of energy down into the Earth. So here we have some leftover helium balloons from a party, and I got this button, and it's just neutrally buoyant about 2 inches off the floor. Now that wire goes to a thing called a Van der Graaf generator, and we're going to increase the charge, the natural charge of this button, by adding more positive charge. And when we do, it goes down. Now, did we just change gravity, or did we just change the electrostatic charge? We discharge it, and it goes back up.
So what you did was you created a force, which in that small area with that tiny weighing thing managed to supersede, overtake, become stronger than the force of gravity. Because gravity is a pretty weak thing. The force created by gravity is not very strong. And using the massive amount of electricity there, you managed to lift a very small thing. A human, to do that with a human, how much electricity are you going to have to put through that human?
Now we could do the opposite. Now this is science. We're testing. We have independent variables. I can add a negative charge. It goes up. I turn it off. It goes down. Right? Turn it back on. It goes up. Now MIT has a thing called the silent drone, right? We actually have aircraft that the military uses, this triangular aircraft that uses the same technology. It's using
No, they don't. That's a fucking lie.
electrostatics to fly. It's not anti-gravity. It's got no moving parts, none, no nothing. It's just moving with the electro by manipulating.
He simply doesn't understand the summation of forces. That is what this is. When you have multiple forces, you need to do maths to figure them out. The summation of forces says that gravity is always there. But you can do something to overcome that force created by gravity because other forces exist. Oh my god, I'm going back to my old voice. Hold on, back down. Why do you guys not tell me? You're supposed to let me know when I get on level. Right. So anyway, it seems that the majority of you would like me to do a spooky story in my new ASMR voice. So we're going to read one. I'm sure some people tagged me with spooky stories. Scary. Right, scary, didn't I? Sorry, 1 second. Right. I can't find them. People in chat, tag me with a scary story you want me to read. In Discord. I did have a list of them. They're gone. Right. Here's one called The Cabin. A hiker decided to go on a hike by himself, something he was not very used to. The whole day was normal. Trees and bushes engulfed his surroundings. He enjoyed being outdoors in the mountains. Nothing seemed strange to him. That was until he was making his way back to the car. He figured an 8-hour hike was good enough. The sky was already getting dark, and he needed to get back. Fast. What was odd was how much he didn't recognize the trail back. He began to panic. Night had already taken over, and all he had was a flashlight, and no clue on how to get back. He knew it was already too late and too dangerous to keep going through the perilous forest. He began to worry that he would have no shelter for the night when almost, luckily enough, he stumbled across a broken-down cabin. It was dark, and seemed like no one had visited it in years, but he knew it was the only place where he could get rest until daylight, especially since his flashlight was running out of battery. He knocked on the door a few times, but no one answered, so he let himself in where, strangely enough, a perfect bed, fitted for one person, awaited him in the center. He knew that if the owner came back, he could explain himself. He was sure that the owner wouldn't mind, or was even probably dead. So he went ahead and got himself comfortable. Sorry, a bloody advert popped up. So he went ahead and got himself comfortable in bed. As he tried to sleep, he couldn't ignore the collection of paintings around the room. Portraits of strange-looking people, all peering at him. each wearing a smile. That sent chills up his spine. Not too long after, his exhaustion from the hike got the best of him, and he was able to ignore the faces. The next morning he got up early and was shocked to see there were no paintings around the room, but windows. Yeah, that's a bit of a shit one. Right, we're going to read a classic. The Monkey's Paw. Okay. Without the night was cold and wet, but in the small parlour of Laburnum Villa the blinds were drawn and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess. The former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical chances, putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark at the wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a fatal mistake after it was too late, was amiably desirous of preventing his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. "Check." "I should hardly think that he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White with sudden, unlooked-for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. Path's a bog, and the road's a torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses in the road are let, they think it doesn't matter." "Never mind, dear," said his wife soothingly. "Perhaps you'll win the next one." Mr. White looked up sharply, just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty grin on his thin grey beard. "There he is," said Herbert White, as the gate banged too loudly and heavy footsteps came toward the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste, and opening the door, was heard condoling with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, so that Mrs. White said "tut tut" and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, beady of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The sergeant major took hands, and taking the profited seat by the fire, watched contentedly as his host got out whiskey and tumblers and stood a small copper kettle on the fire. As the third glass, his eyes got brighter and he began to talk, the little family circle regarding with eager interest this visitor from distant parts, as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of wild scenes, of doughty deeds, of wars and plagues and strange peoples. 21 years of it," said Mr. White, nodding at his wife and son. "When he went away, he was a slip of youth in the warehouse. Now look at him." "He didn't look to have too much harm," said Mrs. White politely. "I'd like to go to India myself," said the old man, "just to look around a bit, you know." "Better where you are," said the sergeant major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass, and sighing softly, shook it again. "I should like to see those old temples and fakers and jugglers," said the old man. "What was that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris?" "Nothing," said the soldier hastily. "Leastways, nothing worth hearing." "Monkey's paw?" said Miss White curiously. "Well, just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps," said the sergeant major offhandedly. His 3 listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips and then set it down again. His host filled it for him again. "To look at," said the sergeant major, fumbling in his pocket. "It's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy." He took something out of his pocket and profited it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. "And what is there special about it?" inquired Mr. White, as he took it from his son, and having examined it, placed it upon the table. "It had a spell put on it by an old faker," said the sergeant major. "A very holy man. He wanted to show the fate ruled people's lives, and those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. He put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it. His manners were so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their light laughter had jarred somewhat. Well, why don't you have 3, sir? Said Herbert White cleverly. The soldier regarded him the way a middle age is wont to regard presumptuous youth. I have, he said quietly, and his blotchy face whitened. And did you really have the 3 wishes granted? Asked Miss White. I did, said the sergeant major, and the glass tapped against his strong teeth. And has anybody else wished? Persisted the old lady. The first man had his 3 wishes, yes, was the reply. I don't know what the first 2 were, but the third was for death. That's how I got the paw. His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group. If you've had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now then, Morris, said the old man at last. What do you keep it for? The soldier shook his head. Fancy, I suppose, he said slowly. I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It has caused me enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale. Some of them. And those who do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterward. If you could have another 3 wishes, said the old man, eyeing him keenly, would you have them? I don't know, said the other. I don't know. He took the paw and, dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off. Better let it burn, said the soldier solemnly. If you don't want it, Morris, said the other, give it to me. I won't, said his friend doggedly. I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire like a sensible man. The other shook his head and examined his possession clearly. How do you do it? He inquired. Hold it up in your right hand and wish aloud, said Sergeant Major, but I warn you of consequences. Sounds like the Arabian Nights, said Mrs. White, as she rose and began to set the supper. Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands from me? Her husband drew the talisman from his pocket, and all 3 burst into laughter as the Sergeant Major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm. If you must wish, he said gruffly, wish for something sensible. Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket and, placing chairs, mentioned his friend to the table. In the business of supper, the talisman was partly forgotten, and after, the 3 sat listening in an enthralled fashion to the second installment of the soldier's adventures of India. If the tale about the monkey's paw is not more truthful than those he had been telling us, said Herbert, as the door closed behind them, behind their guest, just in time to catch the last train, we shan't make much of it. Did you give anything for it, father? Inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely. A trifle, said he, colouring slightly. He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me again to throw it away. Likely, said Herbert, with pretend horror. Why we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Wish to be an emperor, father, to begin with, then you can't be henpecked. He darted around the table, pursued by the maligned Mrs. White, armed with an anti-mascara. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it dubiously. I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact, he said slowly. It seems to me I've got all I want. If you only cleaned the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you? Said Herbert, with his hand on his shoulder. Well, wish for £200 then. That'd just do it. His father, smiling shamefacedly at his own credulity, held up the talisman as his son, with a solemn face somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, sat down and struck a few impressive chords. I wish for £200, said the old man distinctively. A fine crash from the piano greeted his words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran toward him. It moved, he cried with a glance of disgust at the object as it lay on the floor. As I wished, it twisted in my hand like a snake. Well, I don't see the money, said his son, as he picked it up and placed it on the table, and I bet I never shall. It must have been your fancy, father, said his wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. Never mind, though. There's no harm done, but it gave me a shock all the same. They sat down by the fire again while the 2 men finished their pipes. Outside, the wind was higher than ever as the old man stared nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. A silence unusual and depressing settled on all 3, which lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the rest of the night. I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed, said Herbert as he bade them good night, and something horrible squatting on top of your wardrobe watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains. He sat alone in the darkness gazing at the dying fire, and seeing faces in it, the last was so horrible and so simian that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that with a little uneasy laugh he felt on the table for a glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver he wiped his hand on his coat and went to bed. In the brightness of the wintry sun next morning as it streamed over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosaic wholesomeness about the room, which it lacked on the previous night, and the dirty, shriveled little paw was pitched on the sideboard with a carelessness which betokened no great value in its belief in its virtues. "I suppose all old soldiers are the same," said Mrs. White. "The idea of our listening to such nonsense! How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could £200 hurt you, father?" "Might drop on his head from the sky," said the frivolous Herbert. "Mar said the things happened so naturally," said his father, "that you might, if you wished, attribute it to coincidence." "Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert as he rose from the table. "I'm afraid it'd turn you into a mean, vivacious man, and we shall have to disown you." His mother laughed, and following him to the door, watched him down the road, and returning to the breakfast table, was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity, all of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor prevent her from referring somewhat shortly to retired sergeant majors of bibulous habits when she found that the post brought a tailor's bill. "Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home," she said as they sat at dinner. "I dare what say," said Mrs. White, pouring himself out some beer. "But for all that, the thing moved in my hand, that I'll swear to." "You thought it did," said the old lady soothingly. "I say it did," replied the other. "There was no thought about it. I had just... What's the matter?" His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, peering in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the £200, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then with sudden resolution flung it open and walked up the path. Mrs. White, at the same moment, placed her hands behind her and hurriedly, unfastening the strings of her apron, put that useful article of apparel beneath the cushion of a chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively and listened in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room and her husband's coat, a garment which he usually reserved for the garden. She then waited as patiently as her sex would permit for him to broach his business, but he was, at first, strangely silent. I was to call," he said at last, and stooped and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers. I come from Morn and Megan's." The old lady startled. "Is anything the matter?" she asked breathlessly. "Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it?" Her husband interposed. There, mother," he said hastily. "Sit down and don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir," and eyed the other wistfully. I'm sorry," began the visitor. "Is he hurt?" demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed in an assent. "Badly hurt," he said quietly, "but he is not in any pain." "Oh, thank God," said the woman, clasping her hands. "Thank God for that. Thank—" She broke off as the sinister meaning of the assurance dawned on her that she saw the awful confirmation of her fears in the other's averted face. She caught her breath and, turning to the slower-witted husband, laid her trembling hand on his. There was a long silence. "He was caught in the machinery," said the visitor at length in a low voice. "Caught in the machinery?" repeated Mr. White in a dazed fashion. "Yes." He sat staring out of the window and, taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it as he had been wont to do in the old courting days nearly 40 years before. "He was the only one left to us," she said, turning gently to the visitor. "It is hard." The other coughed and, rising, walked slowly to the window. "The firm wishes me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss," he said without looking round. "I beg that you will understand I am only their servant and merely obeying orders." There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring and her breath inaudible, and her husband's face was a look such as his friend the sergeant might have carried into first action. I was to say that Moore and Meggins disclaim all responsibility," continued the other. "They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services, they wish to present you with a certain sum as compensation." Mr. White dropped his wife's hand, and raising to his feet, gazed with a look of horror at the visitor. His dry lips shaped the words. "How much?" £200, was the answer. Unconscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put out his hands like a sightless man, and dropped a senseless heap to the floor. In the huge new cemetery, some 2 miles distant, the old people buried their dead and came back to the house steeped in shadows and silence. It was over so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of expectation as though of something else to happen. Something else which was to lighten this load and too heavy for our hearts to bear. But the days passed and expectations gave way to resignation. The hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes miscalled apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about, and their days were long to weariness. It was about a week after that old man, walking suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in bed and listened. "Come back," he said tenderly. "You will be cold." "It is colder for my son," said the woman, and wept afresh. The sounds of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm, and the eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully and then slept until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke with a start. "The paw!" she cried wildly. "The monkey's paw!" He started up in alarm. "Where? Where is it? What's the matter?" She came stumbling across the room towards him. "I want it," she said quietly. "You've not destroyed it." "It's in the parlour, on the bracket," he replied, marvelling. "Why?" She cried and laughed together, and bending over kissed his cheek. "I only just thought of it," she said hysterically. "Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?" "Think of what?" he questioned. "The other 2 wishes," she replied rapidly. "We've only had one." "Was that not enough?" he demanded fiercely. "No," she cried triumphantly. "We have one more. Go down and get it quickly, and wish our boy alive again." The man sat in bed and flung from the bedclothes from his quaking limbs. "Good God, you are mad!" he cried aghast. "Get it," she panted. "Get it quickly and wish. Oh, my boy, my boy." Her husband struck a match and lit the candle. "Get back to bed," he said unsteadily. "You don't know what you're saying." "We had the first wish granted," said the old woman feverishly. "Why not the second?" "A coincidence," stammered the old man. "Go get it and wish," cried his wife, quivering with excitement. The old man turned and regarded her, and his voice shook. "He has been dead 10 days, and besides I would not tell you else, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, how now?" "Bring him back," cried the woman, and dragged him towards the door. "Do you think I fear the child I have nursed?" He went down in the darkness and felt his way to the parlour, and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and a horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before ere he could escape from the room seized upon him, and he caught his breath as he found that he had lost the direction of the door. His brow cold with sweat, he felt his way round the table and groped along the wall until he found himself in the small passage with the unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. "Wish!" she cried in a strong voice. "It is foolish and wicked," he faltered. "Wish!" repeated his wife. He raised his hand. "I wish my son alive again." The talisman fell to the floor, and he regarded it fearfully. Then he sank trembling into a chair as the old woman with burning eyes walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with the cold, glancing occasionally at the figure of the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burned below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls until, with a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to bed, and a minute afterward the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but sat silently, listening to the ticking of a clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time, screwing up his courage, he took the box of matches, and striking one, went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs the match went out, and he paused to strike another, and at the same moment a knock came so quiet and stealthily as to be scarcely audible sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand and spilled in the passage. He stood motionless, his breath suspended until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room, and closed the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" cried the old woman, starting up. A rat," said the old man in shaking tones. "A rat! It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed listening. A loud knock resounded through the house. "It's Herbert!" She ran to the door, but her husband was before her, and catching her by the arm, held her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely. "It's my boy, it's Herbert," she cried, struggling mechanically. "I forgot it was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let go, I must open the door." "For God's sakes, don't let it in," cried the old man, trembling. "You're afraid of your own son," she cried, struggling. "Let me go, I'm coming, Herbert, I'm coming." There was another knock, and another. The old woman with a sudden wrench broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing, and called after her, appealing as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle back and the bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket, and the old woman's voice, strained and panting. "The bolt!" she cried loudly. "Come down, I can't reach it." But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If only he could find it before the thing outside got in. A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberated through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it down in the passage against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came slowly back, and the same moment he found the monkey's paw, and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking ceased suddenly through the echoes of it, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair drawn back and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him the courage to run down to her side, and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp flickering opposite shone on a quiet and deserted road. Wow. Fun. There's your Halloween story, guys. Brandon, who's been a member for 12 months, says, one time around the sun, let us shout and jeer the Council of Karens. No, I'm not allowed. What time are we on? It's only 20 past 7 here, so I'm still good. It's Rubiks for $2 says, horror story. Ran out of weed and it became extinct. Oh, fuck. What would I do? Alright, back to the stupid. Right, let's, no one's joined the Zoom call yet, have they? No. Alright, let me check on Kevin from Canada. Wow, these flat earthers are wonderfully bad, aren't they? I'm going to show you guys the flat earther that I'm supposed to be, one of the flat earthers that I'm going to be debating today, possibly. Oh, no audio. Because it's open in fucking whatever that is. Why can't I hear it? Ah, because
flat infinite plane is space lied. Earth is not a spinning ball. No curve, no real photos. Everything we see is CGI, stitched by AI to protect the billion-dollar lie. What if we're on a flat infinite plane and space lied? Earth is not a spinning ball. No curve, no real photos. Everything we see is CGI, stitched by AI to protect.
I want you guys to check out his rapping.
Spinning ball. No curve,
oh,
no real photo.
Come on. Yeah, so this guy fancies himself a rapper.
K to the death of me, but I'm still the fucking great Dre respectfully. Cause I'm fucking on your bitch, it's just sex to me. I just do it like Nike, so don't come checking me. Shut the fuck up, let me cook, I got the recipe. In the kitchen with that mop, you don't wanna mess with me. I got hella muscle, you don't wanna flex with me. Keep that shit casual, cause you don't want no casualty. You say you at the top, I throw your ass up off the balcony. Cause you ain't fucking with me, nigga, or your faculty. Blow your brains to the front, bitch, don't look back at me. Man, you got blue, I'm blow. Actually, chillin' in the car, mellow, no Anthony.
Yes, that's the guy I'm supposed to be debating. But he stopped responding. Although he's active now, apparently.
Manipulating the electrostatic charge and its compulsion to the earth. Sometimes when someone lightning strikes next to somebody, the person goes flying in the air. What happened? Did it turn off gravity, or did it turn the ground positive for a second and send the person flying?
What did he just say?
Manipulating the electrostatic charge and its compulsion to the earth. Sometimes when someone lightning strikes next to somebody, the person goes flying in the air. What happened?
No, they don't. What? That person goes flying in the night rage bot. Sorry. Did Five Dave just say that lightning makes people fly? I'm pretty sure he said that rapping makes people fly, right? Rapping lightning, even. Fucking hell.
Did it turn off gravity, or did it turn the ground positive for a second and send the person flying in the air?
Does he mean like when a lightning explodes and you get kind of blown back because it's, you know, made a concussive force? Fucking hell. Insider DK for 20 Donkey Kong dollars says this guy raps worse than MTT, Banjo, and FTFE. Hey, I'm fucking awesome at rapping. Shut up.
Gravity is absolute. It's just a made up theory, and the theory of gravity is 96% wrong. So they said, gravity's 96% wrong.
Gravity is not 96% wrong. This is a completely dumb thing to say, a misunderstanding of, you know, the fact that the majority of the mass in the universe is clearly something we can't really see. That doesn't mean gravity's wrong. It just means we can't see everything. But actually what's happening matches predictions of gravity and mass and things like that. It's just the majority of the mass in the universe is possibly non-baryonic. First Amender, you're fucking awesome, so I would imagine you'll be big any day, mate. Because you're fucking awesome. I've sucked recently, mate, honestly, because I've been struggling with life and it's affected everything, including my channel. But I'm hoping to get back on top. That's what she said.
Let's make up 96%. It must be dark matter and dark energy. No one's ever seen it. No one's ever measured it, but it has to be there. Otherwise, our theory is wrong. So if you had a theory for your teacher and he goes, well, it's 96% wrong. You can't say, well, I got dark whatever to complete my theory. It doesn't work that way. And here's a little proof of...
Yeah, that's all wrong. It's just completely and utterly wrong. Gravity, when we look out, it matches what we see. If we assume that there's mass there's gravitational things happening that match the predictions of gravity. Like the accelerating spin of the outer edge of galaxies and stuff. It's what we expect.
Electrostatics causing things to move. We're sending a drone up, and we have a very thin copper wire on it. So I'm just going to fast forward a little bit here. So the drone goes up, and higher up you get, the more charge there is. And so we have one connected to the ground and one connected to the wire, and we got this just hanging little piece of metal in between. And when it touches, it discharges, and it's going back and forth. It's being pulled sideways. The charge keeps changing back and forth. It's called a Franklin bell. So just imagine that vertically. The ground is a negative charge, and everything is being pulled down. And the electrostatic charge without...
Yeah, but it's not... Right, we're back. Right, refresh. No, I'm not on fucking Elon internet anymore. That shouldn't happen.
Melting your brains here. Science admits electrostatic charge is real. Okay. They also admit that gravity is just a theory, right?
No, gravity is not just a theory any more than electromagnetism is just a theory. There is the theory of electromagnetism, just like there is the theory of gravity. These are just explanations of those things. When I got my driving license, I had to take a driving theory test. Driving's not a theory. When I got my qualifications in music, my A-level and my higher national diploma, I had to do music theory. Music's definitely fucking real.
okay, their go to all big G is just a theory, but electrostatics is real. They also say that electrostatics is 10 to the 36 power. That's 10 with 36 zeros stronger than gravity. So let's just pretend
only at the atomic level. Like literally. What it means is like the subatomic particles are kind of held together with electromagnetic forces that are stronger than gravity at that level because there's not mass, Gravity only gets really strong when there's a lot of mass. So, yeah, but for anything in the world, for this lighter and the floor, this lighter and me, even some grains of some of this keef. Right, each one of those grains are gravitationally attractive to each other more than the power of the electrostatic force between them.
gravity was real. How could it ever overpower something 10 to the 36, right? 10 to the 15th or 12th is a trillion, right? You got to go all the way up to 36. A trillion, you can't fathom what a trillion is. Does anyone want to guess how long 1 trillion seconds is? Can anyone guess 1 trillion seconds? How long? If you guess it within 2 weeks, you win $50. Go. Just yell out numbers.
10 billion years.
10 billion years? That's a little far-fetched. It's 31,000 years. So 1 trillion seconds is 31,000 years. Think how big that number is. That's
what is it with flat earthers and not being able to comprehend large numbers? Isn't that just a dumb thing? It really does look like it's a fucking school that this guy's managed to get into. It's disgusting. Angel is afraid to debate me as well. I need to start getting on TikTok and debating these Flerfs on there.
That's 12 zeros, right? Is that 12 zeros? Correct me. And you got to get the 36 zeros. So basically, they're telling you that gravity is nothing next to electrostatics. Electrostatics prove
at the atomic level. At anything more than, like, literally atomic level, gravity is stronger.
Gravity a theory. Next question.
I'd just like to add, just real quick, just at the end of that, they want you to believe that things formed into spheres in space because of gravity, and the things that have more greater mass coalesce into a ball. Well, that's quite funny because the moon is allegedly a sphere, and it's smaller than the Milky Way galaxy, and the Milky Way galaxy is a flat disk, and the whole universe is flat. Google it.
Yeah, and one.
Yeah, the universe isn't actually flat. That's not what that means. Oh, good lord. What it means is that space-time is mostly flat. As in, there's not that much distortion due to gravity throughout space.
One other thing is gas pressure. If someone doesn't get this is an important thing to bring up. Gas pressure needs containment, right? You can't bring...
Tell me where in the barometric gas law, which describes pressure in the atmosphere, where containment is. Plus gravity is a pretty good container.
Me 5 pounds of helium or propane for a barbecue without a container. You need a container, right? I can put a fish tank, an open top fish tank in the middle of a room, and I could slowly suck the air out of that room. Let's say the room's completely sealed, it's a vacuum chamber, and I could just slowly lower the pressure, lower the pressure, lower the pressure. There is no time during that lowering of pressure that the air in the fish tank will be a higher pressure than the rest of the room. But they want to say that gravity holds the air down from being pulled into space. That is absolute insanity. Here we have a gas pressure.
Why is it insanity? Because you don't understand it, Dave. Have you ever tried doing the maths? What the fuck am I talking about? Of course you haven't. Maths is not something you can do because you are a fucking moron. Guys, I want to thank you so much for the support you've shown so far on this stream. We are 2.5 hours in. We started with 45 minutes on the timer. We now have 12 hours and 23 minutes on the timer. Thank you very much for the support. Every new membership adds 3 minutes. Every £10 worth of super chats also adds 3 minutes. As just got another super chat from Dreaded Archon from War Knight 199 who says spectroscopy needs a container. Some potato guy. Also, guys, did you know that I am legally obliged to say whatever you put on a super chat? So I have to add 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Simulator, and when we open the top, what happens? This is just with regular same air pressure. Gas is unbiased to down. It goes in every direction. Gravity does not hold it down. If I could,
that simulation you've got, Dave, has a gravity function. If you turn on gravity, it holds it. Shows that it's down. All right, hold on. Where is it? I was going to show you the simulator that he's using, but I think it's been taken down. That's crap.
Simulate this being a vacuum around it, it would instantly equalize, violently, right? So here is I think I got this. So here, this is a vacuum, and this is gas. We got a valve right here, and when we turn the valve and open it, instantly, as soon as it turns it, bam, up and away from gravity. That disproves.
Yeah, because you created a force by having extreme pressure. But then, now once it's equalized, there would actually be a gradient in there.
Proves gravity holding on to our atmosphere, right? So, picture this. This is what Carl Sagan and
Dreaded Arkham became a member. Thank you very much. That would have added 3 minutes to the timer. I very much appreciate it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, or want you to believe that this is Earth from the Voyager spacecraft, which was launched before you guys were born, right? So this is a tiny little blue dot with air around it, and this is an infinite vacuum. Wait a minute. How is that air staying on that? This is all pseudoscience they teach you. And the last thing I've been going for a while is, if you were never taught anything about the Earth, never taught the ball, never taught anything, there is no point in your life that you would ever assume anything that has to do with living on a ball.
Except I would have obviously figured out that the Earth cannot be flat by just, looking around and shit. Okay, guys, we are about 2.5 hours in. I'm going to take a quick break, grab a little something to eat, use the bathroom and stuff, because I've got 12.5 hours to go. So I'm going to play a quick video, and I will be back in 15 minutes. Inciter became a member also. Thank you very much. That added 3 minutes to the timer. Anything added whilst I'm having a quick break also increases the timer. So I'll be back real soon. Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Warner Brothers Discovery just did to Batgirl. You know the problem with that movie, right? Stupid Michael Keaton Batman. If they'd had me, it would have been the best Bat movie ever because, I'm Batman. Coming, Alfred. 3 sugars, please. I like sweet tea. Even after doing this flat earth debunking thing for like 4 years, I'm still amazed by some of the dumb shit that flat earthers say. Whenever I feel down about myself, I just press this button here on my NASA gauntlet, and it plays something stupid that a flat earther has said, which makes me feel loads better about myself. Like this.
Let's invoke mystical rocks flying around the vacuum with mystical magical powers that's pulling stuff and letting it go and pulling it. Let's believe that shite, shall we? You come in and offer us some proofs of your blue pear-shaped testicle flying about the infinite vacuum of space with gas and air and water all clumping at me. You fucking lunatic. You believe that? Well, not only is the ocean nature-defyingly bent, but at certain times the water pulls out even further. Ooh, so you've even made a steep curve. I mean, get to fuck that. You believe there's a ball of rock flying in the vacuum of space with a gaseous environment and liquid all clumping to it? That's how fucked up your beliefs are, right? Nothing in the reality would ever show you that that is in any way, shape or form possible, right? So we're not the idiots, you're the fucking idiot.
Dell, bless him. Anyway, today I'm going to show you something incredibly dumb, said by the person officially voted the dumbest person in the world in 2019, so that you can all realise that no matter how much you screw up in life, how stupid that thing that you did, that you curse yourself for was, at least you're not a flat earther. Guys, it's time. It's the return of Riley for episode 70 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Thank you for joining once again as we wonder why we even pay taxes if this is what the education system has done. You know what, that was mean. It's not really the teacher's fault. These people never went to school. Yes, that's right. Sleeping warrior Anthony Riley has shown us all his intellectual prowess and decided to once and for all debunk Coriolis. Pow.
Metoda zapuska.
Sorry, what?
Dajt mnie koda zapuska.
Pow.
Сейчас.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, what? When did I? Oi, what have I told you about knocking before coming in?
Pal, you don't have a door.
Shut up. What do you want?
Okay, could you just play that stupid video that Sleeping Warrior made?
See, this is why I hate you. You're an idiot!
What did I do?
Play that stupid video that Sleeping Warrior made. Have you any idea how little that narrows it down? I'm an AI and possible future overlord of humanity. I'm not a mind reader. Did you mean this one? Where you posted a video? Called it Bald Earth, debunked, but proved the globe?
Bald Earth debunked. I was away for a short break away, and this is where I took this footage from. It's from the side of the hotel at Seacoast Caravan Park, and there's a post of fence in the corner. I'm looking for Mackle Lighthouse, and in the top left we can see that I've been here before, but at 100 feet, and took that photo top left. I can clearly see that Mackle Lighthouse is in the picture. I was challenged to go back and get it lower, and visibility was not always great, so I went back at a different time of the day, or when it was good and I could see it. So I'm clearly seeing the lighthouse, and as I zoom the camera out a little bit, you should see that I can get it to basically match the landscape. This is a little bit of wow, look at how clear the footage was. And now as I zoom the camera out, I can pause it there. And if I zoom in a little bit into the image, you can see that it matches the above image in the top left hand corner. This was taken from 100 feet though, and there is the lighthouse.
Yeah, this does show how dumb he is, because his own video actually debunks him. Because if you take his two images and draw a line horizontally right from this point on both, you see that what he is claiming is the lighthouse is actually this point here, meaning the lighthouse is either underwater or behind the horizon, which is created by the curve of the Earth because, you know, the Earth's a globe.
Or that video, where he bets someone £1,000 that there's a solar eclipse every month.
A solar eclipse will happen every single month. And why? Because it takes 27 days, 27 point something days for the moon to orbit the Earth. So at some point it's going to cross the sun. And it does it every single month. Now, I have no explanation for why it takes every 100 years for America to get one, because the law of probability dictates that it should be every few years, but we're being told it's once every 100 years. So there is a solar eclipse every month. The only problem is we don't see it because it's usually over the water. So you can bet me £1,000 because you're gonna have to come up with the reason for why it's not when the moon orbits the Earth once every month, you Burke. I bet you £1,000 solar eclipses happen every single month. The issue is we never see them because they're normally over the Earth, normally over the water.
What's funny is he actually deleted his entire channel just after that video because he didn't want to pay up for the bet. The issue was, like all fucking idiots, like all flat earthers, he can't think in 3 dimensions. He assumed because the moon is technically between the sun and Earth once a month that there'd be a solar eclipse, but didn't take into account the orbital plane of the moon and the fact that space is 3D, so that most of the time that eclipse will just be casting a shadow into space.
And that time, he tried to disprove gravity with an egg.
This is an egg.
Yeah, we all know he's never going to understand gravity versus buoyancy and what density actually is, but
Oh, that reminds me. The time he said density is a force.
What's density?
The amount of matter in an object.
Is density a force?
It clearly is a force.
Yeah, pal. But what I mean is,
When he didn't understand triangles.
I'm gonna pull up a triangle calculator.
Or looking on the wrong full cult's Wikipedia page, trying to use a pizza pan to prove the moonlight is cold, shining a light through a crystal onto his wall for some reason. That awful channel trailer, saying the harvest moon is 10 times bigger than the normal moon, or when he thought he could debunk a physics teacher by not understanding physics, or...
Look, I get it, alright?
You see why? You're a fucking idiot, right?
You know what? What I meant was the newest one, the most recent video he's released on his new channel.
Next time, say that! That's 2 minutes I could have spent not talking to you.
Pal, just play the new video.
Don't tell me what to do.
Pal, please play the new video.
I'm going to play it because I want to.
Thanks, pal.
Thanks, pal. Ugh.
This is a cool little clip I took 2 minutes ago outside. I noticed that there was a contrail that was passing behind a low set of clouds, and it dawned on me that if Earth was rotating and we need to see drift, this is what you'd need to see every single time. Every single time on every single plane flight, every contrail that's above the clouds, you would need to see the clouds moving below it in a westerly direction all of the time.
Right. For Sagan's sake, Riley, I mean... Guys, this is why a video from Riley is something special. Riley, bud, that's the wind.
It doesn't happen though, does it?
Well, no, because the wind goes in different directions each day, so the clouds move in different... Riley, the wind is not Coriolis or any kind of evidence the Earth is rotating. It's the fucking wind.
What are you looking at here? You're seeing the contrail moving behind the clouds, so the clouds that are closer to the ground are moving faster than the clouds behind, or the contrail behind. And I'm going to play it again 3 more times in fast motion, just so you can see the effect for yourself. It's 4 times faster. It makes it really obvious. But if Earth really were turning, every single contrail, every single time, would always do this relative to local clouds, because they claim that the Earth's atmosphere rotates with the Earth No Coriolis.
Yes, the Earth's atmosphere rotates with the Earth, and the contrail is in the Earth's atmosphere. Fuck me sideways, Sleepy. This is dumb, even for you.
But they also claim that pendulums prove that the Earth is drifting. They claim that pendulums are proof of Earth's drift. Well, if this was the case, you would see contrails doing this every single time in a westerly direction, always. It doesn't happen though, does it?
I'm not sure exactly why I'm having to explain this, but a pendulum is not a contrail. They're entirely different things, and I'm not sure why you think the rotation of Earth would affect them both in the same way. Oh, that's right. You're a fucking idiot. Go to the remedial classroom. Okay, everyone, get out your notebooks and pencils and let's just get straight into it. What is it, Mr. Riley? Well, why did you put your pencil there? No, I just said to get out your notebooks and pencils, not put your pencil there. And it's stuck? Oh, for fuck's sake, just go and see the nurse, but hurry back. You need this more than most. Okay, this is the basic explanation of what causes the Coriolis effect on Earth. Imagine a cannon firing a cannonball from the equator north. At the equator, the Earth's surface is moving tangentially at approximately 1,000 miles per hour. So when the cannonball is fired, it also has the tangential speed of 1,000 miles per hour. As you move north from the equator, the circumference of the latitudes gets smaller. So as you get further north, the tangential speed of the surface of the Earth will reduce until it gets to the North Pole, where the tangential speed will be 0. Now this cannonball has 1,000 miles per hour on it when it was fired, and as it moves north, it will be moving over areas of the surface of the Earth that will now have a lower tangential velocity than the cannonball. This is called conservation of momentum, because technically the cannonball is moving faster tangentially than the surface of the Earth. The cannonball will drift ahead of the Earth's rotation, making it appear from the perspective of the cannon that fired the ball that the cannonball has been pushed to the right somehow. There is also a separate explanation for the mechanism behind the Coriolis effect for east to west, but it's a little too complicated for you guys. What the Coriolis is not is seeing clouds and contrails moving different speeds relative to each other. This is just different wind speeds at different altitudes as part of an entire weather system that is also rotating with the Earth. You're all fucking idiots. I'm wasting my life. Get out. And that's all the stupid that I can take for today. But just before I go, yeah, it's Sleeping Warrior. We missed that kind of stupid. Inciter DK, I read that one. No, I didn't. For 50 Donkey Kong dollars says, pardon me, just realised that Sleepy Warrior vid with his bet about solar eclipses would prove a globe, even if he won the bet. I know, that's why I say brilliant. So the rapper Flerf is kind of ignoring me now. And Kevin has ran away, it seems. But we'll keep harassing them for debates.
Don't live on a ball. The Earth is flat, level, and stationary, provably so, and it matters. Next question.
Amazing. Every single word of what you just said was wrong.
Sorry, hold on. If you believe like the Earth is flat and it's like contained into like, I think you said a pond. Do you also believe that there's like a dome above it, like type of shield? Yes.
Yeah, there's definitely some sort of canopy. We couldn't prove the shape, but I think it's a dome. But yeah, there's absolutely has to be a physical containment. Think of it as a giant terrarium. The Earth is basically an enclosed giant terrarium, and we're living in it.
Explain the pressure gradient, you dumbass. There is areas that we can go up where the pressure is practically zero. Why does that not need a containment? At what point does the pressure become low enough that it needs containment?
Yeah. So here's an enclosed system. It's getting light. There's plants and animals living here. This thing has been closed for almost 50 years. No one's added anything to it, and it's a perfect environment. You cannot open that and have everything survive on its own. We live in a contained system.
Why not? How does that prove the Earth? Because those are things you find on Earth. So why couldn't that live if you opened it? It probably could. But the point is it can live without it being opened as well. Because the plants in there create their own oxygen, carbon dioxide, and the bugs and stuff, and the breaking down of the dead stuff creates the carbon dioxide, which the plants use and convert to oxygen, and it gets light, and it uses that energy from the sun with photosynthesis. You don't need that to be a container, but it shows that it can live in an enclosed environment.
So, because we are breathing air right now. If there wasn't containment, you would not be breathing air because it would not be contained. These are simple, common sense things that have been beaten out of you with textbooks. Literally, those textbooks are like beating you on the head with nonsense.
He's saying this to a classroom full of school kids. Why is the teacher not doing anything? Oh my God, I'm getting loud. Sorry. He's saying this to a classroom full of school kids. Why is the teacher not saying anything? Is that better? Do you prefer... All right, guys, what do you prefer? I'm going to put up a poll. Do you prefer my new constrained, low, register, relaxed? Apparently this is how my voice actually sounds. Do you prefer this? Or do you prefer how I normally am when I'm talking like this? Which I actually kind of have to force now at this point, now that I'm thinking about it. What the hell, man? Which voice do you prefer? Oh, how if I type the actual thing? Wow, right, okay, the web page is frozen, that'd be why. Trying to put a poll up and the web page, entire thing freezes. Which voice do you prefer? Crazy Craig or ASMR Craig?
It's all nonsense. 99% of it.
Gravity, a theory.
He just put an advert for literal snake oil in his video where he's talking to school kids.
When you called gravity a theory, that doesn't really discredit all the evidence.
What evidence?
Give us some evidence for gravity.
Well, gravity means like the force that attracts your body to the center of the earth, by definition.
Angel, point up right now, Angel. So we're both pointing in the same direction. He's in Australia.
Well, no, you're not pointing in the same direction. You're actually probably pointing opposite directions to each other, but you've been orientated on a screen in the same way. You're both pointing away from the surface of the Earth.
I'm in Connecticut, right? He's not pointing in the opposite direction. Our feet aren't facing each other through the earth, right? Up is up, down is down. And that's it. Nothing pulls us to the center of the earth. And that's testably, measurably so, right? This is how flat earth is.
You keep saying that, but why is there no tests or measurements that agree with you? Oh yeah, because you're a fucking idiot. Kevin John is actively posting on Facebook Right. Let me get the. I want you all to go into this group and post for him to come and join me. Well, first thing I'm going to do is I am going to. Oh my goodness, has Kevin's account been deleted again? What? No, it has not. Right, first off, my friends, here is Kevin John's publicly available Facebook account. Feel free to send him a direct message. Letting him know that I am currently live and he can join and debate me about curved buildings, and I will admit that the earth is flat to within a margin of error. Or what else we could do is we can go to this group. You can go to this post in this group here, where Kevin is actively posting instead of coming and debating. And let him know that I'm live and waiting for him. Oh, Ditsy Monkeys. I'm pretty sure that's War Boss. Ah, you fucking orc, you. Gifted 5 memberships, thank you very much. That would have added 15 minutes back to the timer. I very much appreciate it. Craig, calm down. You're raising your voice again. All right. I've been like researching how to do this. You drop your shoulder, literally just drop your shoulders and relax and talk normally. Just let your voice come out. Don't force it. Just activate your voice box and let air go through it. And that's how you actually sound. I want everyone to try it right now, because I guarantee that you actually have a different voice to the one you've been using in your life. I want you to, wherever you are, just take a deep breath. I want you to just drop your shoulders a bit. Just let them go down. Like, just relax it. And then let your throat kind of do the same. And instead of forcing your voice out, just let the air come from your lungs and go through your voice box. And you sound different. I never knew that this was my voice. And I'm very confused by it. I need a shot collar that zaps me when I hit 70 decibels.
Right? And they think that's crazy, but this is the earth. This is spinning, right? We're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, traveling in 4 different directions at once, and people are standing like this, right? None of this makes sense, and there is no...
It does make sense. It makes perfect sense. It matches the evidence. It matches everything we understand about reality. It doesn't make sense to you, Dave, because your mum, for some reason, decided to use your soft spot as an ashtray.
Measurable curvature. There's none. We can see too far.
Kevin is saying he is in work whilst posting on Facebook. Huh, isn't that what got him fired from his previous job? Alright, he says he works. I work, you triple imbecile. But you're on Facebook? Does the company you work for know they are paying you to be on social media? What time do you finish your paper round? I mean, like messenger job.
Yeah, again, gravity has not been isolated or directly manipulated or proven in an experiment. It just hasn't.
Here is just
Yes, it has.
getting to the ball, being pulled to the center of a ball. So these are these mountains over here. This is the world record shot, 275 miles. Now, the person is on a mountain, and I don't know what level he was on the mountain, so we're going to put him at the highest point on that mountain, which will give him the best view if the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so I'll just cut this off before he even starts, really. The photographer said that shot isn't normally available because, the conditions don't allow it. But sometimes when extreme refractive effects coincide with extremely clear skies, just the right time, then you can get shots like this. But they are not normally available. This is the outlier. If the Earth was flat, this is what you would see all of the time, not just every now and then, to make it all of a sudden look like it's not a globe. Dreaded Archon for £4.99 says, "Hi, I'm Craig, and the rain in Spain stays mainly on the flat plain." I dare you guys to try and make me say a tongue twister that I can't say. Like, I don't think that I'm unable to say. I'm always actually pretty good at those. And I think with my new voice, I could do any tongue twister without fail. So yeah, super chat tongue twisters, and we'll see what happens. But that super chat actually took me over the limit to add another 3 minutes to the timer. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been streaming for 3 hours. When the stream started, there was 45 minutes on the timer. We are 3 hours into the stream, and there is now... Oh fuck, there's 12 hours and 20 minutes on the timer. Inciter for 20 Donkey Kong dollars. So let me rephrase. Tongue twisters in my language that I can read and pronounce. Because I don't know how to say rod, grod, med, flowed, or whatever that means. Rod, grod, med, flowed. Rod, grod, med, flowed. Rod, grod, med. I don't what? Zoomy Tomato for $5 says, she stood on the balcony inexpertly mimicking him hippicking, then amicably welcoming him in. Try saying that 3 times fast. She stood on the balcony inexpertly mimicking him hippicking. She stood on the balcony inexpertly mimicking him okay. She stood on the balcony inexpertly mimicking him hiccuping, then amicably welcoming him in. She stood on the balcony inexpertly mimicking him hiccuping, then amicably welcoming him in. She stood on the balcony inexpertly mimicking him hiccuping, then amicably welcoming him in. Okay, that was pretty tough. I know it's a tongue twister, but I don't know what it says. What's with the slash through the O? How are you supposed to pronounce that? Inextricably. She stood on the balcony, inextricably mimicking him hiccuping, then amicably welcoming him in. She stood on the balcony, inextricably mimicking him hiccuping, then amicably welcoming him in. Yeah, I can do that one. Okay. Thank you, PJ. Member for 16 months. Awesome possums.
Right? If the Earth is a globe, there should be 12,680 feet hidden, right? And the target, wait, hold on. 12,000 feet. Is that what it says? 12,000 feet hidden. No, the mountain is 12,000 feet high, right? There should be...
Oh my God, he's failing with his own arguments. Oh, fantastic.
16,000 feet hidden from this elevation. From this elevation at the top of this mountain, there should be 16,000 feet, but we can see the whole mountain. We can see these mountains over here. I know it's hard to see on your screen. It's small, but you can go look up world record distance photo, and it's there. So we can see things beyond the physical curve of the Earth. Now, the globers will say, oh, refraction. Nothing refracts that you can't see. Like if you and I were on a flat surface.
What did he just say?
Go look up world record distance photo, and it's there. So we can see things beyond the physical curve of the Earth. Now, the Globers will say, oh, refraction. Nothing refracts that you can't see. Like if you and I were...
What do you mean nothing refracts that you can't see? It refracts to allow you to see it. If it didn't refract in certain circumstances, you couldn't see it because it changes the path of light. PJ for $2 says the sixth sick sheik's sixth. The sixth sick sheik's six sheep's sick. The sixth sick sheep six sheep. That one's tough. The sixth sick sheik's six sheep sick. The sixth sick sheik's six sheep sick. Okay, yeah, that one's pretty tough, but still not impossible. Thank you very much for the super chat as well. If you want to increase the time on the time, all you need to do is become a member or super chat £10 or more, and the time will go up by 3 minutes.
On a flat surface, and they built a 10-foot brick wall between us, how far back would we have to walk before we saw each other? And the answer is we'd never see each other because there's a 10-foot wall, and it gets worse if we're on a globe. We're both going to get lower and lower and lower as we get farther and farther away. But we can see things far beyond the physical limitations of the globe.
Dave, what you just said is one of the most incredibly idiotic things that I have ever heard. And not once during your rambling, incoherent response were you anything close to resembling a rational thought. Everyone watching this stream and in that classroom is now dumber for having listened to you. I award you 0 points, and may the flying spaghetti monster have mercy on your soul.
Next.
Yeah, we got a couple of questions here, right?
Do you think the moon landing was real?
No, they don't. They're dumbasses. Do you think that these... I mean, I would hope that these kids are all fucking laughing at him. Bill Tetley says, enjoy 30 more minutes, no peace. What do you mean? Pajoli 6918 for €2 says, Iris wristwatch, Irish 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 wristwatch. For fuck's sake, man, that one's difficult. Thank you very much for the super chat, dude. I appreciate it. Oh, Bill Tetley, I missed that. Bill Tetley gifted 10 memberships. Dude, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. That would have added another 30 minutes back to the timer. I didn't. That must have just popped up after I looked over. So thank you very much. I mean, I hate you. You cunt. I mean, thank you very much. Brilliant, dude. YXYX-FR in the chat says, "Let's keep the stream open forever." That's not open. That's not up to me. That's you guys decide. The more super chats and the more memberships I get, the longer I stream for. The record is 72 hours. I don't want to do 72 hours again, but if you make me, I fucking will. Inciter for 20 Donkey Kong dollars says, I'm born deaf. What language do I think in? If I'm born deaf, what language do I think in? I think you would think in visual ways, really. Whereas, I mean, it's actually quite interesting. Full screen. So, something I wasn't always aware of is that not everyone has an internal voice. Like, I can think and hear my voice in my head. But a lot of people can't do that. They work more with images and things. And I never realized that. Now, I think if you're deaf, you will adapt to think in a visual language. Whether it's words or sign or whatever, you will literally think in a visual way rather than me like hearing words in my head. Shh, no, not right now, I'm busy. I mean, it's totally normal to have like 5 or 6 voices arguing, yeah? But, right? PJ gifts 5 memberships. Thank you very much, my friend. That's another 15 minutes back on the timer. God the Scummer for £5 says, as Slappy is planning on publishing a book, do you plan on getting a copy and colouring it in? Dude, it's quite clearly going to be a scratch and sniff book. I really don't want to do that. But are you not aware of what's happened with Slappy in his book? It's been stolen from him by Quantum Erasure and Adam Meakin.
It absolutely was fake. It violates Newton's third law and the second law of thermodynamics and all the gas laws. So basically, if I was to show you...
No. It doesn't violate any laws. If I asked you what the second law of thermodynamics is, you couldn't even tell me. If I asked you what Newton's third law of motion is, you couldn't tell me. Warboss says the biggest, baddest, bashiest boys bellow big, bossy battle bellows before bashing, biting beakies behind burned out battle wagons. Hee hee, this will be fun. Oh, you want me to say that one fast? 3 times 2 in my best orc voice. The biggest, baddest, bashiest boys billow big, bossy battle bellows before bashing, biting beakies behind burned out battle wagons. The biggest, baddest, bashiest boys bellow big, bossy battle bellows before bashing, biting beakies behind burned out battle wagons. The biggest, baddest, bashiest boys bellow big, bossy battle bellows before bashing, biting beakies behind burned out battle wagons. I got the orcs words, mate. Don't you worries. Pedro for €2 says, is a handy J from a deaf person a blowjob? Just saying. No, that's not what I implied. Oh wait, that means 3 minutes more to the timer as well. Dude, you can't say that. Oh, God the Scummer. It's so funny that one of the reasons Oakley is so pissed off about his book being stolen is that apparently he's put a lot of time and effort into, trying to make a living by writing a book, making, 1, the assumption anyone wants to buy his fucking book, and 2, he didn't actually put any effort into it. Other people did.
Live feed, a photo, or a video of me in Narnia, a magical place that doesn't exist. You're not going to believe in Narnia. So this...
Oh, PJ, yeah, no, I did laugh, and I'm going to hell. Look, let's face it, if there's an afterlife, I'm going to hell. There's no way they're going to let me into heaven, because if I go to heaven, I'm beating the fuck out of God. In fact, I will remove his left arm and beat him to death with the soggy end. So, yeah, they're not letting me into heaven. And hell's just going to have to get used that I'm in charge when I get there.
Space vacuum, like we've just been over, violates natural law. If we had a space vacuum coexisting next to our Earth, right, all of the air we're breathing would escape into it violently. Like Dave showed you with the little valve there. If the globe doesn't have a container around it, and it doesn't have a valve holding the air in, and they tell us that it's coexisting next to this infinite vacuum that's actually still expanding, right? We shouldn't have air on Earth.
Space isn't a vacuum, it's just low pressure with stuff in it. Earth and the atmosphere being one of those stuffs. The question I need you to ask is, at what point does it need a container? Where is the cutoff for it being pressure low enough that a container is required? Because I have a friend who sent a balloon up to a point where it was like, 10 to the negative 4 torr, which is basically a vacuum. Bill Tetley for $10 says, when a deaf girl has an orgasm, which hand does she moan with? Just asking for a friend. Yeah, we're all going to hell, aren't we? The War Boss for 2 Canadians says, that made me day. Not bad for a cloned Humi. Yeah, I mean, I'm a Humi, but, orcs seem to like me. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure why, but they think I'm fun. They always try to get me to use their big guns and think it's funny when it like dislocates my body because using orc weaponry is just fucking stupid.
Adult.
Right. This is on the moon landing. The only light, they didn't bring any extra lighting on the moon landing, according to NASA. And so we got the sun is over here. You can see the guy's shadow right here. So let's just follow him. He's going to do hippity hoppity to the right, and we're just panning to the right, panning to the right, and we just get over a little farther, and all of a sudden his shadow is now going that way, right?
Oh, goodness. They don't know how panning works. Yeah. At one point, Dave, the camera was facing slightly more away from the sun. And now the camera's facing slightly more towards the sun, which would change the position of the shadow relative to the Do you not know how distances and directions work? Dave, this is an actual genuine question, my friend. How do you get dressed in the morning without help? I mean, I'm guessing you must have help, right? And who does? Did you pay for that? Is it like a government assistance thing? I'm genuinely. How do you function as a human being? Dreaded Archon 499 says, Dark Elgar like this channel, as you given flat earthers perpetual suffering. We drink on their tears like Pepsi. You drink Pepsi? That stuff's horrible. Like, ugh. That takes us up another £10 in super chats. So that means we have to add. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Dink. 3 minutes to the timer. Right, so what time do you think Kevin will finish his paper round? Because he better come and debate. And this Seymour. I'm waiting, bro. Let's do this. Right, let's see how we are doing. Okay, so I started stream 3 hours 17 minutes ago. When I started the stream with a 45-minute timer, that should have meant that after 45 minutes the stream finished. But after 3 hours and 17 minutes, I've maybe broken the space-time continuum or so. I'm going to get so many visits from the fucking time police, aren't I? So instead of it being, negative a couple of hours, it's actually positive 13 hours, 12 hours and 54 minutes. Every time someone becomes a member, we break the space-time continuum. This is why aliens don't talk to us. We're dangerous. Of course, if you want to break the space-time continuum, you can actually take part in that experiment. Every time you gift a membership to this channel right now, we break space and time. Ooh, more of you are preferring old crazy Craig than ASMR Craig. It's a shame because I have to be ASMR Craig.
And then we're going to just go a little farther and watch what happens. Go a little bit farther, and now his shadow is going this way. Wait a minute. How did that happen if the sun is over there to the left? Right? So
it's not over there. It's now behind. Oh my! The camera's turned around.
Look, we can see in his
Dave, the camera turned around, dude. This is the same as Toon in Antarctica that you guys didn't understand.
You got 2 lights here, and you're going to see 2 more. Watch. Jump forward a little bit. So you got 2 lights, and then when he turns his head, you're going to see 2 more. 1, 2.
What?
Here he goes. Where is it? Let it go. All right, here he goes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 lights.
What
right?
is he talking about? What
is
lights?
That? Now, I don't know. I wasn't
What is he
there,
talking
but
about?
Maybe it was something like this.
Guys, I'm genuine. What the fuck is he talking about?
Here he goes. Where is it? Let it go. All right, here he goes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 lights.
What is he pointing at, my friends? Can anybody there see when he says 3, 4? What literally? What is he pointing at?
All right, here he goes. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, he points to his EVA backpack. That's not a light. He's pointing to a reflection in the visor.
Oh, all right, here he goes. 1, 2, 3,
Oh, right. Well, there's other people with torches, and there's lights on the on the landers and stuff. So, I mean, Insider for 20 Donkey Kong dollars says, "Of course they're confused. You can't pan 3 miles."
Four lights, right? So what is that? Now, I don't know. I wasn't there, but maybe it was something like this, because this would explain all of the crisscrossing shadows, because all the shadows would be going in one direction. You wouldn't see 4 reflections in his helmet. And there are whistleblowers already that on their deathbed have told you when they faked it, how they faked it.
Of all the things that have never happened, what he just said has never happened the most. This is like a never-ending bong. This won't go away. Give me a sec. Finally.
And everywhere, you could find that on my app in the moon landing section. One whistleblower is.
To be fair, that is the first time he's mentioned his app during this stream. Let me remind you, school children. I'm genuine. Does anybody have the details of this? Like the school, where it happened, how it happened? What allowed this to be a thing? Goddess Scummer says, which Flerf would you least like to serve on a submarine with? Oakley, Riley, Pratt, Whitsitt, or anyone else? Who would I least like to serve on a submarine with? Allegedly Dave, because I imagine he fucking stinks. I mean, he just looks like he smells. I don't know why. Maybe the fact that I know he drinks his own piss, but like, I imagine that his clothes just have that slightly musty BO smell all of the time. You know, you just catch in the back of your throat every now and then. Like, I would just... no. The Nevermore Tavern for $5 says, we must all bow down to the AI overlords, so we can catch a ride on 3i Atlas and return to the stars like a proper star child. Or some shit like that.
Father was in charge of where they filmed it, and on his father's deathbed, he told his son the whole evidence, and he said, you can't say it until you know you're going to die. Well, the guy had cancer. He knew he was going to die. He made a video, gave it to somebody, and said, when you hear that I'm dead, you can air this. And
where's the video, Dave? Present it. Seymour is no longer active. He was active 12 minutes ago. He put a love heart when I said, I'm live now, you can join. May as well close down the Zoom call for now. Waste of resources. Pardon me. And I've asked Kevin what time he finishes his paper round, and he hasn't responded.
And so that's it. Other astronauts have admitted no one's been to space. There's so much evidence out there, but you won't get fed. It's not going to be in your textbook. It's not going to be on the news. You're not going to find it on YouTube. You're not going to find it unless you go know exactly what you're looking for. They hide all this stuff. The restrictions are unbelievable.
They hide all the stuff. Nobody knows about it, but you know about it, Dave. That's the thing. Like all these secrets, these secret societies and their deepest darkness with such well-hidden secrets. But you fucking know it all, don't you? You ever thought about how that's weird? That you know all the world's secrets, but, you know, nobody else does? Or do you actually think you are the main character? Timmerman Pa says, Are torpedo tubes big enough to fire a Flerf out when you are 100 feet underwater? Yeah, you could fit a human in torpedo tubes. Quite easily, actually. Like, with room. So, yes is the answer. There are 4 lights!
Unbelievable, the censorship. But they'll teach you about, monsters and fairies and aliens from outer space, which is all nonsense. But they won't let you find the good flat Earth information. Next.
Yeah, think about it. If flat Earth is so dumb and the dumbest thing ever, and it's easy to debunk, why would flat Earth ever need to be censored?
Flat Earth specifically isn't censored. What YouTube did was deprioritized misinformation in the algorithm. That's not censoring flat Earth. We know flat Earth's not real. It's just not promoting it as much as, stuff that people might actually find useful and interesting. It's that. Flat Earth was not censored. It was just deprioritized, along with all other misinformation. Moon landing denying, anti-vax, COVID's not real, chemtrails. It's just dumb. And the only people that care about it is me, so that I can laugh at you and show people on the internet. Bill Tetley for $10 says, incredible how Durf says you can find the info if you want if you look hard enough. Then why can't Flerfs find evidence the Earth is flat? My sir, you've never spoken more true words. Right, we're at 8:30. We are 12 hours and 45 minutes left on the timer at 3.5 hours in.
Yeah. This is a new Earth.
Does anyone else feel like this blurred out bit is getting less blurred out as we go along? We can almost now see the children.
Rise picture. The Earth is right. Yeah. This is a new Earthrise picture. The Earth is rising over the moon. So this is just a clip from a video. So the Earth rose. This is the moon. Well, the sun is up here lighting the top of this solar panel. It's lighting here. Why isn't the moon lit? How is it coming up from behind a dark moon? I don't know if you can put that together three-dimensionally, because they didn't teach you how to think like this. They taught you how to memorize.
No Flerfs can actually 3D. It's higher than the moon by a long way. The panels are lit up because it's in a position relative to the moon where the sun can actually hit those. And that's the dark side of the moon. The light side of the moon is the other side. It's very simple. 3D really isn't your thing, is it? No. Mandelbrot says Santos called for his subscribers to kill people in a recent video. Mandelbrot said, could you please send me that video? That's something I think I would like to review and maybe forward to law enforcement. Ryan Cooper, yes, that is Angels of Light. He blocked me also. In fact, he pre-blocked me. I can't even comment on his stuff on TalkieTix or whatever that app for 12-year-old girls that Flat Earthers seem to use is for. 139 watching, only 115 likes. Guys, those numbers do not add up. Make sure you smash the like button, because every single like makes YouTube think that, oh, that's good, and puts it somewhere else. So that's a way to help the channel. Also, you can help the channel by sharing my stream. If every external share, the YouTube algorithm recognizes that and thinks, oh, people like it, and then they promote it more. So literally, every time you share one of my streams on Twitter, Facebook, or whatever, even sending it as a link on WhatsApp to a friend or something, every single time you do that, YouTube knows, because I can actually see it in my analytics where I've been shared to what, right? And every single share makes YouTube think that people are finding my stuff interesting, and then they put it out to other people. So do me a favor right now, just take 20 seconds, click the 3 dots, hit share, and wherever you use the socials, even if it's in the comment section in Pornhub or whatever, I'm pretty sure that allows URLs. Just go and share my stream. And that is a great way to help. You members and super chats and everything, I really appreciate it. It's amazing. But if you want to help for free, the best way to do that is to share my stuff. It's really important, really helps me out. And if you don't, I have a button that I can control Daniel Pratt, and I know where each and every single one of you live, and I will in fact send him directly to your homes. Yes, you.
Regurgitate. You guys want A's? Memorize what the teacher and the book tells you, and you get an A, and your parents will give you a party and everything else. But question what's in these books and challenge it, you get sent to the principal's office. Next.
So you said in your opener that a sphere like defies the laws of like thermodynamics and stuff, but then you use electricity to justify your beliefs. I don't understand how you use some scientific evidence versus.
Well, I don't believe I said a sphere violates. I'm not sure where you got that from. I mean, there are spheres in this world, but you can't turn 5 gallons of water into a sphere without a container. A drop of water, anything bigger than.
Yeah, this is so Santos released a video recently, enticing his followers to go and kill people. This is YouTube's response. Good, YouTube. Well done. Leave a GIF there. Oh, I can't leave GIFs there. Yeah, I can. And it's gone. Oh, FTFE just released a video. This is short. Let's check that out.
I'm 1,000,000,000% sure that the rapture is going to happen on the 23rd and the 24th of September 2025. But when you cross over straight from this Feast of Trumpets to our Gregorian calendar, it will put you on the 7th and the 8th of October.
1,000,000,000% sure? Again? Oh, Jesus Christ. How many times have we got to do this? You cannot be more than 100% sure. Never mind a fucking billion. At that point, you're just stacking stupidity on top of arrogance. And September 24th, 25th on the Julian calendar. Seriously, guys. We ditched that thing centuries ago. The whole world moved on. But apparently God didn't get the fucking memo. Brilliant. He's a good creator, that guy. Person who edits the shorts is awesome as well.
A millimeter or two of water will lie flat, right? There is surface tension, but once you get past that surface tension, which is, a tiny, tiny bit of water, I just say a gallon or more of water lies flat at rest.
Yes. Oh, so there's a caveat then. So what you're saying, Dave, is that it lies flat at rest unless there's like a force on it or something. Except it doesn't. When water is completely at rest with no forces acting on it, it's actually a sphere. A very sphery sphere. Nick Wall for £2 says, I teach and encourage my students to ask questions. Yeah, but would you, Nick, allow flat earthers into your classroom like this person has done?
So they're basically in just 10 miles on the globe, there should be a 66.6 foot of drop of curve in 10 miles. That's not a large distance, and that's a huge drop if you do the math.
Right, so let's look at Angel's logic here. 10 miles isn't a huge distance, but a 60-foot drop is. Again, 10 miles, not big amount. 66 foot, massive. If brain cells were horsepower, Angel would lose a drag race to a Roomba with a dying battery.
That's the method they gave us. They gave us the size of the Earth, and in turn, they've given us the curvature rate. So if you can go to a lake and see something that's, you know, less than 6 stories high, and it's 10 miles away, and you can see it, it's game over. The Earth isn't curving.
A 10-mile lake.
And if you ignore all the things we have on the globe, like the refractive effects, etc. Whoa, nearly down to 12.5 hours on the timer.
Lake should have 66 feet of curvature, but we can zoom in on the beach on the other side of that lake. Angel, you know the exact numbers on this one. The observer here, I think, is 8 feet high.
6
feet high, and then
so 8 foot observer, 6 foot.
You give it.
Is,
Go.
Yeah.
Go.
All right, so it's an 8 foot observer height. The first oil rig is 6 miles away. The one in the distance is 10.1 miles away. Now, for an 8 foot observer, the horizon has to be a specific distance away. Okay, and that distance for an 8 foot observer on the globe is 3.4 miles away, in front of both of those oil rigs. So basically, the physical horizon that boats go over when they go away from you has to be 3.4 miles away.
So just so you understand that.
Except the majority of the time it's like the one here. This, once again, is the outlier. Oh, yeah, actually, this is a computer simulation of refractive effects and what we'd expect to see. And then the real images showing the refraction and the inversion layers.
Hey, this is Mick West. I made a bunk. Is showing the vertical temperature gradient. Along the bottom we've got the temperature in Celsius, and on the left we have the height in feet, which is a bit odd. I know we have feet in Celsius, but you know, what the heck. And what you can do here is you can actually drag these little controls here, and you can move this curve around, and you can see it doesn't really take very much at all to have some quite dramatic effects. With the curve pretty much straight like that. That's
not just like, you know, CGI. That is a program that is simulating the real world refractive effects and their interactions with the atmosphere and light and everything.
So you can see the water here, you can see the water here, you can see it here, but you can't see it beyond this horizon. So you watch my fingernail, it'll disappear behind the horizon. So not only can you not...
And that's why, once it is gone behind the horizon, Dave, you can't bring it back, Dave. Oh, God, I hope what we're planning works out. Any word from Shane yet, Rubiks?
See my fingernail, you can't see the surface of the water. The problem is we can see the surface of the water here, we can see it between them, and we can see it for miles beyond it. So does that tell us the Earth is flat? No. It tells us the Earth is either flat or 1,000 times bigger than they tell us.
Or it tells us that something is happening to the atmosphere, to the light going through the atmosphere, because of the medium changing the path of light, which we know happens. Bill Tetley for $10 says curvature is not measured in feet, it's measured in degrees, radians, etc. Fuck me running sideways and 3 ways to Sunday. I mean, do I have to? I mean, I have to read it. I don't think I have to do what it says in the... I'm going to have to check the rules. Bill, I'll get back to you. It depends what YouTube say. I'm not sure if I actually have to honor that or not. I sure hope not.
1,000 times bigger. Maybe there's 7,000 continents, right? But there is no curvature. We have observations that would require the Earth to be from a 4,000 mile radius approximately to a 400,000 mile radius, right? But we see
Dave, stop pretending that you can do maths. None of those figures are correct.
No, but there still be curvature. Nobody has ever measured curvature. They've hijacked perspective and told you it's curvature. They've hijacked eyesight, the limitations of our eyes, and told you it's curvature.
No, we've used radar and measured curvature. We've gone to space and measured the curvature. We've used surveying methods and, you know, the fact that things change relative to us when we're moving along the surface of the Earth to measure the curvature. We can measure the curvature, Dave, because we have functioning brain cells, whereas you are one of the only adults on the planet Earth that has managed to get to old age. You're at least 75, right? You're one of the only humans to get to that age without any grey matter in your head.
Next.
I'm trying to get folks who haven't asked questions yet, so and then I'll come back. Okay, Megan, and then Abby.
So when you talking about the moon landing, you said that it disproves the gas laws. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so basically gas requires a container. The V for volume in the gas laws is the container. The definition of...
No, you don't need a container to have a volume of something. I could just do this, like draw a vague sphere in the air, and inside that is a volume of air that can be measured. I don't need a container for there to be a volume. Oh wait, maybe I jumped in too soon there.
Of gas pressure is the amount of force exerted by the molecules in the walls of a container.
Actually, it's on the wall, on each other, not on the walls of a container.
So basically, without a container, you can't have the gas pressure we're breathing, right? Also, if we even grant you that the vacuum is real, which it can't be real, but even if we grant it, it violates Newton's third law. Because you need, when something is traveling like an airplane or a boat, the boat pushes the propeller off the water, the plane pushes off the air, but in space, there's no medium, there's no air, right? So there's nothing to push off. So if you stand on a skateboard and then you use your arms to push yourself, you're not going to move. But if you push away against the wall, you'll start to move. Now, we've got examples of putting propulsion in a vacuum chamber and then pull a vacuum in there, and it doesn't work. It stops working.
No, there's no examples of that. That's just a lie. Yeah, it's a misunderstanding of how rockets work entirely. A rocket actually works by having an explosion in its chamber, and the explosion pushing the rocket away. It's as simple as that. If you were in space, right, and there was a grenade next to you and it exploded, the expanding mass of the exploding grenade would move you away. And that's what happens with a rocket. There's a big space inside of the rocket called the combustion chamber. And they fire the fuel and the oxidizer in there and set it on fire, and it goes kablooey, boom, explodes. And that creates a force on the inside of the combustion chamber, which pushes it. And then what they do is they leave a hole for the gas to escape. So there's more force on one side than the other, which makes it accelerate the opposite direction to where the gas is expelling. No, rockets don't push off of air.
Because there's no medium to push off. So basically, it's a violation of Newton's third law. Even if we grant you the space vacuum, you would not be able to travel in a vacuum.
Also, in a vacuum, if I took a balloon, right, I got a regular party, round balloon, and there's no air in it, and I just blow just to get enough air in it where it's just a little blob, the rubber's not stretching, I tie it in a knot, I can put that in a vacuum chamber, evacuate the air, and the entire balloon will fill up and fill the entire vacuum chamber, right? That's because the air pressure is lower than the air in there, and the gas wants to expand and equalize. But we watch these guys on the moon wearing their snowboarding suits, and they're not exploding. They should literally explode. And NASA has only put one guy because the air pressure is lower than the air in there, and the gas wants to expand and equalize. But we watch these guys on the moon wearing their snowboarding suits, and they're not exploding. They should literally explode.
Why would they explode, David? The pressure inside the suits is like 4 psi or something, and it's a material designed to withstand like 4 psi. There's not much, that's less than we have on Earth. Materials are designed that don't expand. It's not that much pressure inside.
And NASA has only put one guy in a vacuum chamber once, and halfway through the decompression, his tongue started boiling. He passed out, almost died. They had to get in there.
Yeah, the NASA astronaut did pass out and nearly die in training in the vacuum chamber, but that most certainly was not the only time that happened. That's an outright lie.
Real quick and try to save him. No one's ever been. We have a challenge out there. Mark Sargent has a challenge out there saying that him and an astronaut go into the chamber together and evacuate the air, and they won't even acknowledge the challenge because they can't.
Yeah, because NASA do not give a fuck what dumbass flat earthers say, and they're probably not going to risk putting a civilian in danger because, things can happen. Unless Mark was willing to sign a waiver or anything to say if it does happen and he gets injured, it's his own fucking fault. But anyway, I need to take a Riley, so I'm going to go and do that. I'm going to play a bit of music while I do. Alright guys, back in a few minutes.
I got 160 IQ, man, I'm the truth. At least that's what I tell the flat earth youth. Talk so fast you can't keep track. If you fact check me, I just change the track. Ad hominem, you're dumb. Sit down, red herring, spin it all back round. Straw man, your claim, twisted for sport. Knock it down quick like it's my last resort. Equivocate my way to glory. Appeal to authority, same old story. Round and round with circular flare. Not secular. Hey, look over there. I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said. But I'm not that old, you know. Grandmom's blouse, oh wow. Watch me now. Policy machine, yeah, watch me now. Affirm the consequent, that's my style. Begging the question, man, that's my guile. False equivalence, I mix and match. Reification, give an ideal latch. Begging the question, that's my main hook. Cherry pick the data till the whole thing's cooked. I'm not wrong, I'm just ahead. At least that's what the voices said. Equivocate my way to glory. Appeal to authority, that's my story. Round and round with circular flare. Non sequitur. Hey, look over there. I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said. But I'm not that old, you know. Grandmom's blouse, oh wow. Watch me now. Policy machine, yeah, watch me now. That's an at-home straw man cherry picking. False equivalency, you're contradicting. Begging the question, appeal to my source, non sequitur, of course. And therefore the earth is flat. Checkmate! I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said. But I'm not that old, you know. Grandma's blouse, oh wow. Watch me now. Policy machine, yeah, watch me now. Yeah. IQ 160 in my mind.
You cross the road when there's not a designated crosswalk. You're doing something weird. Okay, put your hands behind your back then. I'm telling you. Put your hands behind your back. I'm telling you.
This police officer just violently arrested a local Special Olympics medalist who was just trying to walk home to his apartment after singing karaoke at a local bar, which is his favorite thing to do. The officer said that he looked suspicious, so he followed him.
Yeah, kind of weird that you're in the parking lot this late at night. You don't want to talk?
I'm not doing it. Leave me alone.
I took too long. Get copyright for that. Yeah, I will turn off autoplay actually. Yeah, damn. Conspiracy Music Studios, guys, make sure you subscribe. The link is in the chat right now.
They can't. Space is a vacuum that violates natural law. You haven't been taught about that.
No, it violates no natural laws. You don't know what a natural law is because you're a fucking idiot.
Natural law. You haven't been taught about any of these things because if you did, you'll start questioning everything. And that's what we want you to do. We want you to question everything. We don't believe the earth is flat. We know it's flat. We know it's stationary. We know it's level. We know it's topographical. We know it's not a ball.
That's because you're dumb. If you actually were able to do science and test and follow where the evidence leads, then you would know. But you want it to be right. You want the earth to be flat. So it has to be flat. Because you're a fucking idiot. Oh, I'm going to miss my wife whilst I'm doing this, aren't I? And then I'm away for a week soon. Well, I'm away for 10 days, actually. Oh, that new members bit is broken. That shouldn't even be there. There we go, that's better.
And you could prove that for yourself too. You don't have to believe us.
Just like out of curiosity for giggles, what do you guys think would be on the bottom? If
Oh, he's gonna be like, oh, this is just the indoctrination of a flat earth that they try to meme you with, and I'm a big baby.
Should the earth be a disc, what do you think would be on the bottom?
Well, we don't think it's a disc.
Yeah. Okay, we don't think it's a...
Currently, we've had 155 new members. We are 3 hours, well, just coming up to 4 hours in. We started with 45 minutes on the timer. Rubiks was a bit of a dick and demanded that for the first hour everything be doubled, and I, for some reason, agreed. And now we are where we are. However, you can increase that timer if you like by adding 3 minutes. Every time you do, you break the space-time continuum and you risk the time police coming after you.
Disc in per se, but the deepest hole ever dug is about 8 miles. down through the earth, and they reached an impenetrable barrier. So beyond that, I have no idea.
You did demand it, Rubiks. Everyone saw. You said if I don't do it, then you're gonna throw me out of your flat in Cleveland.
Yeah, but I believe that it's basically firm. It's stationary, and I couldn't tell you what's beyond it because no one knows.
This is the core borehole. They dug down, and while they were digging down, they were using ground penetrating radar. They're like, okay, no more rocks. They hit more rocks. Okay, no more water. They hit more water. Everything they did was wrong. They got 7.8 miles, and then they hit an impenetrable barrier, and they tried for years to get through it, and they could not.
It's not an impenetrable barrier. It's the rocks more like taffy down there. It's molten, but it's not like lava flowing. It's like soft, chewy rock that is just, the drill's not going through it. It's just jamming up the drill. They didn't know it was like that. They don't have the equipment to deal with that. Anyway, let's stop trying to drill into the earth. I don't want to pop it like a balloon. You are Mop for $5, who I'll be seeing in just under a couple of weeks, says, I'm back. I see Dave is still making his case for the king of grifters. Bruce Wayne says that Dave is using big words to sound more thermodynamics. Yeah, but you're in my hole in the floor, right? I'm letting you call the basement right now, but aren't we going to the place that I force you to pay rent on in Cleveland, as well as here? So I've got a place to go and stay, but it's technically in your name, so I guess you're in charge when I'm there. Go away. Now the trick-or-treating has stopped, I need to turn off my noisemakers.
Crazy stories came out of there, a whole nother topic. But they can't, and they finally gave up. So if the Earth was a Macintosh Apple, we drilled a quarter of the way through the skin. We were wrong on everything that we were going to hit.
What did he just...
Finally gave up. So if the Earth was a Macintosh Apple...
If the Earth was a Macintosh Apple... Is that a type of apple? I thought it was the name of... Okay, yeah, it is a name of an actual apple. I didn't know that.
We drilled a quarter of the way through the skin. We were wrong on everything that we were going to hit. And then all of a sudden we know what's at the center 4,000 miles away, right? This is a meme, a pseudoscience meme that you've been taught is real. I was taught it was real. I used to fight flat Earth. You flat Earthers are so stupid, right?
No, you didn't, Dave. I don't think that ever happened. You've never shown any evidence of that. I think you've always been a fucking retard.
You're so dumb, and because I was so indoctrinated, but you guys are heavily indoctrinated, but we all were. And it's up to you to take back your God-given common sense and get rid of all the programming that you had. All the programming, everything you guys love, space movies, Star Wars, I love it all. It's great. It's all to make you think that you are insignificant, living in the middle of an expanding universe, that you're just a speck in the middle of a quadrillion, bazillion, trillion, sextillion other specks. And that
Here's the thing, though, Dave. That doesn't make you insignificant. I think it makes you more special. That despite that grand expanding universe and the billions and trillions and quadrillions of cosmic coincidences that have to have happened for me to exist, as this tiny little speck in amongst the vastness that we exist upon, that's amazing. Oh my, like, I feel privileged that because a star exploded in the past, I'm alive. Like, there's nothing there to make me feel insignificant. The universe was created, and that creation made me. And when I say created, I don't mean by a supreme being. I mean via the natural process of the evolution of the universe. Via whatever happened to cause the singularity to expand. That whole process has resulted in me right now existing. And I think that's more wonderful than any idea that a god pooped me into existence or whatever it is your magic deity did. I'm not sure. I get confused with religions these days. No one will hire these dudes. You're absolutely fucking right.
You're not important, but the truth is we are at the center of creation. They don't want us to know who we are, where we are, what we are. People say, well, why would they lie? We are incredible, spiritual, powerful, connected beings, right? Electrostatically, or whatever the word would be. We're all connected. We have this incredible area to ability to manifest with our minds.
No, we do not have an ability to manifest with our minds. That's not something that happens. You can't just manifest stuff. That's fucking nonsense. Spiritualness, you know what? There might be some more truth to that than religion, but I don't think so. But, you know, we are energy, and energy gets converted from one form to another. There might be multiple dimensions, higher planes of existence, or whatever that energy moves to that doesn't get used up decaying the body or whatever. You know, there's no afterlife in like that, though. There's no... You won't believe science. You won't look at the world the way that it's presented through objective eyes. Yet you'll believe that the mind can magically make things happen. Yeah, sure, Badabon. Go ahead, give it a try.
See it in life. As you think of something, and when you're in that flow zone, it'll manifest in your life instantly because you thought of it. Everything you have in your life is your fault, right? It's because of the way that you think. So how do they imprison your mind? They put a globe over it. They say this is all that there is. There's nothing else. You go round and round and round and round, and you're never going to go anywhere, right? And then we're running out of water. An asteroid's going to hit us. Aliens are coming in September or November. When are they coming? I don't know.
No one thinks the aliens are coming, dude. You flat earthers have made up that we all think the aliens are coming. Inciter says the same magic moment that resulted in you also resulted in Durf. Yeah, that's not magic. That's a mistake. Syrian says, Dave, manifest your app secure. Yeah, 3i Atlas is a comet. Nothing more. Like, to say it's an alien ship coming here to Earth, you have to understand that if we look at the trajectory of where 3i Atlas came from, an area of the galaxy that would have meant it's been traveling for 6 billion years. Longer than humans have existed by a long shot. I know, Orbital, I've been trying to do that. It just does not fucking work.
There's like some crazy stuff, and then you'll see all these guys on TV, on news shows. They're PhDs, and they're all talking about this stuff like it's real. They're all children talking about bedtime stories, but they don't know it. It's absolutely scary to think how brainwashed the people in your life that you look up to that are supposed to be authorities are completely lost in the sauce.
You just got a few minutes left here. Jacob, you had a question?
When did you first start believing the Earth was flat?
Well, I don't believe...
Well, there was a hammer to the head, a brain damage. Well, I don't really have a brain. Maybe it leaked out. I'm not sure.
The Earth is flat. As I said, I know it's flat. In 2014... I was doing a conspiracy podcast called Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, and people started sending me flat earth stuff, and I started banning them from our social media. I'm like, I'm not looking at your 1 minute video. You're an idiot. And finally another researcher is like, Dave, you got to look into this. And for 2 weeks, I didn't look into it to see if it was real.
Research. Another researcher.
I looked into it to disprove it, prove the globe, disprove it, and get rid of all of these idiots. And after that 2 weeks, I was
and I was too stupid. I was not smart enough to debunk the dumbest conspiracy ever made up. I was too thick to debunk that the Earth was flat.
like, oh my Lord. And my whole life has changed. Here's the thing. If you Google flat Earth, if you go on ChatGPT is not your friend. We've blown shit, but we've made ChatGPT admit the Earth is flat scientifically. But if you
no,
Google
you haven't.
it, you're going to get nothing. Go to my website, flatearthdave.com, and there's a big fan of this.
Guys, every single person here should go to flatearthdave.com just to report it to Google as a malicious website. K.O. Carroll gifted a membership, adding 3 minutes to the timer. Thank you very much, my friend. Every membership increases that timer by 3 minutes, keeping me locked to this chair. You bunch of cunts. It looks like Veronica Meiji received the gift. Thank you very much. Inciter says, I can debunk Flat Earth twice with 2 words. Sunset, sunrise.
It says crash course. Turn off Netflix for a week. Turn it off forever, actually. But turn it off for a week and start watching those videos. You'll love them. And I guarantee you can't.
Rubiks says, I may have found an audiobook gig for you. Really? Like, paid? Because I'll do that.
Can't get through the first 3 videos without becoming a flat earther. It's impossible. It's impossible. Do it. It'll change your life forever.
I've been through all the videos on your app, and I'm not a flat earther, so it's certainly not impossible. But I'm a demon, aren't I? Bob Knoll says, who let this piece of shit talk to a class? Yeah, the teacher. I have real concerns about this teacher's ability to be a teacher now.
Impossible.
Impossible.
Why do you guys think that they don't want us to know the truth? Like, why are there so many restrictions?
Come in.
Why can't we just find out?
Thank you. Could I please also have a juice top up? Thank you. I love you. Life brings me food. Ooh. Bacon mayo. Have you ever tried bacon mayo? I never have. I'm going to try bacon mayo for the first time. Oh, goddamn. Oh, that's good. So bacon mayo is good.
Strange, eh?
I mean, what more do you need in a wife, right? Brings you food, brings you drink, brings you bacon mayonnaise. Is beautiful. Could probably beat you up. Zane says, if I remember right, this was a class on media literacy where they teach kids how to spot dangerous things on the internet. But they let them come in. It's crazy. Conspiracy Music Studios were gifting 10 memberships. Thank you, my friend. That is half an hour added to the timer.
The answer for ourselves.
All right, well, the natural world itself proves the existence of a creator. If in fact what we're saying is true and we live in a giant terrarium, well, who made the terrarium if we're in it, right? And again, they're hiding resources and control. That's very simple. But at the end of the day, we're not the ones lying, right? So ultimately, it's them lying. I can't get into the minds of the people lying, but I can speculate.
But there's lots of...
But you got no evidence they're lying, of course. Just your fucking stupidity. Clarence O'Body, bacon mayo, so wrong, yes, right. Yeah, I've always thought, like, nah, but we're like, you know what? Let's give it a go. And, yeah. Approved. It's like the most food I've eaten in about 2 weeks. I've been on a major cut ready for DebateCon.
of lots of reasons that we can clearly speculate. It's about control. If you knew that there was more land, more territory, more free energy, you didn't have to work for electricity or gasoline. You knew that we're not overpopulated. There's an infinite amount of food. That we're not. The global warming is a complete and total hoax. If you knew all of these things, you wouldn't be able to be controlled. But if they can keep you in a state of fear and debt, then they own you. He who owns it, he who created it, owns it. So God created the world that we're in, but man, evil people or whoever's running this world, they created the ball. If you play on their ball field, you have to play by their ball field rules.
Here's the thing, though, right? If there's a creator and a god, like you all say, then he knew everything. He's planned everything out, right? He's all-knowing. He knows the past and the future and the present. So he knew that we would become evil, but he's all-powerful. So why don't you just be like, no, you're not allowed to be evil. You can have free will, but I give you free will without evil. Like, if he's all-powerful, he could do that. Hey, Mando Ross, how you doing, my friend?
And if you play with their fiat money, they completely, totally control you. I have an app. It's on my website. Any of you that want my app for free, all you have to do is have the teacher email me your email address and tell me what type of phone you have, and you get the app for free. Why the Lie is an amazing...
He wants to know your information, guys, like what specific phones you have.
...section, and it'll that'll blow you away. But also on my website, flatearthdave.com, the crash course, some of those videos are in there. Just watch the first 3 or 5 videos, and you too can be laughed at by your friends because you'll be a flat earther.
Yeah, that is. You should laugh at flat earthers, right? Flat earthers aren't people to take seriously. They are dumb as fuck. Who's this tube you using? What are they going on about? I think they're just being a troll. Yeah, I really hope the teacher didn't let them get the app for free, because then, even if you got the app for free, Dave's going to leak your data.
Other questions here? I know anybody who hasn't asked a question yet. I just want to make sure. Yeah, I know. All right, so let's go now. We'll go and then Megan.
How much time we have?
Actually, we just got a few minutes because we have our quote unquote pack period coming up. But I think we can get 1 or 2 questions in.
I can't hear. You got to speak up.
If you think that is...
Can't hear.
If you think that Antarctica is like at the edge of this like flat Earth, if you go to like hypothetically speaking, if you were allowed to go to Antarctica and like I guess reach the edge, do you think there's like a force field or like would you like fall off of it?
Well, we don't know. We don't know what's going on in Antarctica. We're not allowed.
I really hope the teacher, before he brought them on, was like, look, I'm going to bring on a couple of special needs idiots, okay? They're dumb as fuck. Everything they say is going to be stupid, but just treat them with respect so we can afterwards talk about the stupid things they've said and why you need to ignore stupid conspiracies like that. That's the only way I hope this was acceptable. If the teacher was mocking them. No, it's mine. You can't have it, Rubiks.
To go there. I mean, it could be something like this.
I'll send down some
and
crumbs.
we don't know how far that goes. This is huge. Look at this. This is South America. Look at how many South Americas you can fit across here. We don't know what's here. Men are not allowed to go. And because even if they allowed us, it's quite forbidding. The creator doesn't want us to go out there. It is a forbidden place, and things get really wonky.
Wait. So the creator doesn't want you going out there either? Why would the creator not want you to know where there's extra free lands and stuff? That seems wrong.
Out there, so we don't know what's going on out there. But the South is different from the North. And the North, at 80 degrees north, there's animals and plants and people. At 80 degrees south, there's nothing. There's not a single weed. There's nothing. There's no life. There's nothing at all. right? So it doesn't make sense. A ball would require symmetry. Angel?
Yeah, and again, the Earth is an enclosed system, right? So the same as like how I can't fall out of this room because I'm enclosed. You can't fall out of the Earth. You can't fall.
I can't fall out of this room because it's enclosed. Same as the Earth being. What the fuck? No, I'm sorry. I have to imagine this as the teacher he warned the kids beforehand. Look, if you don't pay attention at school, this is what's going to happen to you, okay? Also, if your parents don't love you, this is possible. But, yeah.
Off the Earth.
Right, and it's weird that all of the satellite quotation mark pictures of Antarctica are all cartoons. Go Google photos of Antarctica from space. They're all cartoons.
No, they're not. There's actual photos of Antarctica from space. You're just an idiot.
Okay.
How would you explain someone that maybe started at an airport in New York City, flew around the entire globe, and then ended up back in New York City from the other direction?
That's a great question. And real quick, how much time? Tell me how much time we have.
Got a few minutes.
So you can on a flat Earth and a globe Earth, you can circumnavigate east and west. But on a flat Earth, you cannot circumnavigate south, huh? There could be a globe proof. And guess what? Nobody has ever circumnavigated the world going south. So let me show you how that works.
Yeah, they have. One more orbit. Recently on a fucking spacecraft.
Real quick, as I'm pulling it up, here it is. So flat Earth, I got a magnet in the center, and I got my airplane or boat, whatever. It's a compass, and the compass needle's pointing towards the north, right? So as I'm pushing west, I have to keep turning to maintain a compass heading of west, right? If you were on a track 500 miles around in a car, you'd feel like you're driving in a straight line. Well, these are much bigger circles than that, right? So east and west, now I'm going east, I'm following my compass. My compass tells me I'm going straight, but I'm going east. East is not...
Right, so that's great. And yeah, east and west are circles. And the majority of the time, to continue a directly east or west heading, you will have to adjust your bearing, right? To keep that needle pointed that way. Unless you're on the equator. If you're on the equator, you can go straight forward, never turning, and you will constantly go east or west. That is only possible if the Earth is a globe.
Not straight. East is a circle. All of these circles are east and west. All of these lines are radiating out from the center. So now if I try to say I'm going to dead reckon west, so I'm going to just follow that stick, my compass immediately turns and now I'm heading south. South is every direction away from north.
Dead reckon west doesn't make sense.
We both had our backs to the North Pole and we walked in opposite directions. We're both walking south, away from north. And so on a globe, you should be able to go south of Santiago and pop up in Australia. Nobody has ever done that, ever, right?
Yeah, they have. One more orbit. They live stream the entire thing.
If I go south,
I'm getting
I'll
loud again.
just keep going and never return. No one has ever circumnavigated south. Billions of people have done it east and west. It's bizarre. So now I'm going north, I'm going north, I'm going north. And as I pass the North Pole, the compass just did a 180. Now I'm heading south. That's south, that's south, that's south, and that's south. Any way you point is south. East and west are circles. If you point...
Any way you point is south. No. I'm kind of pointing north right now. Although it's not how it works. North is just kind of the flow. A compass doesn't really point in a direction. It aligns itself with magnetic fields and their flow. Yeah, Mandevil says they'll say you never notice you're turning when flying east and west. But then there's this pilots must adjust for Coriolis. Yeah, I know, right? Guys, I can't believe I've been going for 4 hours. And there's already 12 and a half hours on the timer. Which means it's going to be at least a 16-hour, 17-hour stream. Alright? Which is fucking amazing. But it could go longer if you guys make it.
North, yes, you're pointing north, but if you go past the North Pole, you're going south, even though you don't change directions.
Yeah, so actually, if you travel in a straight line for long enough, you don't end up back where you started in reality. It's called dead reckoning, and you end up south eventually.
Yep, every
So
straight
again,
line is south.
Yeah, so that's a
Sorry, did he just say that every time you dead reckon you go south? Did you just say that every direction you're going south? Codagut says Angel's £450 and also highlighted to kick off soon. Yeah, it doesn't look the fittest, does he? But I was a big old fatty fat. I was close to £300 at one point.
Conception. People don't realize that if you travel in a straight line, you don't actually end up back where you started.
Okay, the final question, Megan.
So how do time zones work? 'Cause wouldn't, like, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't that make the whole Earth day at the same time?
Yeah, I wish we had more time, but I will answer that real quick. So look at this is my flat Earth clock. The sky is a clock. Wherever the sun is, it's noon. Now you guys are over here. It's like 10:15 in the morning because the sun is coming towards us. So the sun is moving. So that would be 11 o'clock. That would be 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, right? 2 o'clock. It's midnight over here. So let me turn on the time zones. Time zones are, where are my time zones? There they are. So the time zones are turning. So let me turn it off right now. And right now, Angels is over here. It's about 10:15. No, it's 12 p.m. What time is it?
Yeah, 12:16.
Yeah, 12:16. Because here are the time zones. Time zones work perfectly. There's 24 of them on a flat Earth. But the weird thing is, in reality, there's more time zones, right? In the north, there's 19 time zones, 24 in between the two tropics, which we didn't get into, and 32 in the outer south.
No, there's not. That's just a lie. I don't know where he gets that from. It's just completely and utterly incorrect. Time zones are political. That is it. Time zones have nothing to do with flat or globe. They are set up so that you have times that are ideal to do business, basically. But no, there is not 19 time zones in the north and 32 in the south. It's not a thing.
That's weird. Doesn't work on a globe, works perfectly in a flat Earth. This is reality, but it doesn't work on a globe.
Yeah, so basically the local sun illuminates a certain portion of the Earth. And as the sun moves over top of the Earth, east to west in a circle, it creates day and night because there's latitude.
Michael Cooper gifted 5 memberships, add another 15 minutes back to the timer. Thank you very much, my friend. From the bottom of my heart, that is an incredibly generous thing to do, and I very much appreciate it. You absolute dick. It's not like I want to go to sleep at some point. Obviously, I am allowed to sleep, guys, okay? Once the stream's been running for like 18 to 24 hours, I'll give myself 6 hours sleep. During that time, I pause the timer.
Continuation through the air. The light doesn't travel forever through the air, and it basically creates day and night.
Well, let's we need to wrap it up. We have our administrative period coming up here, and Dave and Angel, we're probably looking at 10:40 where we'll come back on.
Okay.
So let's thank Dave and Angel for.
All right, and just remember, flatearthdave.com. Watch those videos. Free yourself from the Matrix. Otherwise, you're going to be a corporate Matrix slave for the rest of your life.
Also, if you want to check me,
says the guy that sells fucking literal snake oil, which I'll quickly read you the list of ingredients in. Contains Ingredients: structured living marine plasma, nanometer sized zeta increased glynophility, the fuck is that? Structured living marine plasma infused with biophotonics, tetrahertz, magnetism, high consciousness fields, scalar Mother Earth aether energy. This is the list of ingredients, guys, on Flat Earth Dave's stuff that he sells. Bob Noel gifted 5 memberships as well. Thank you very much. And he says it's retribution for making him watch Dave Lie to Kids. You got just 2 months left to be twice around the sun, my friend. Huppa Puppa also gifted a €1.49 peach emoji. Thank you very much.
Me out on TikTok and watch me flat smack all the pilots. It's hilarious. Go watch my debates. Angels of Light on TikTok.
He's on early in the morning, so when you're getting ready for school, throw him on Angels of Light on TikTok. I jump on there sometimes, and we completely destroy PhDs, pilots, and a bunch of normies and high school kids.
All right. Thank you very much there. We'll see you in about 20 minutes then.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoyed this interview.
Yep, so we are going to go through more. Because there's a few of those. And we need to cover all this stupid. Because it should not go uncovered. Class 2 of 4. Right.
Apple.
I really am confused to how this came about, though. It's actually blowing my mind. Less spam, please, friend.
Okay.
Okay. So before we go on for that, I think we should read another chapter of Rachel Wilson's book. Well, we should read part of the first chapter. It's going to take my dishes out and grab another drink. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Pardon me.
The law rings up to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? The law, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Law, meta is an angle, real, fake. This is so physical, hit 'em up, chastise every young bitch that tries to stop you, Tupac. All humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, he's not, it's not around. He's deaf, another deaf one. You can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear. Low, no dirt in the middle. Low dirt in the middle. No, 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 no. Low dirt in the middle. No, 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 no. Low dirt in the middle. No, 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 no. Low dirt in the middle. No, 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 no. Low, no legs up to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? Low, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low, meta is an angle, real, fake. Is it so physical, hit 'em up, chastise every gun bitch that tries to stop you, Tupac. All humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, it's not around. He's deaf, another deaf one. He can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear. Low dirty middle, low dirty middle. No, 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 no. Low dirty middle. No, 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 no. Low dirty middle. No, 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 no. Low dirty middle. No, 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 no. Low dirty middle. To make no sense, perseverance. perseverance. Who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? Low, 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 I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real? Non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Low, low, meta is an angle, real fake. No dirt in it all. No, 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 no. No dirt in it all. No, 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 no. No dirt in it all.
No Dirty Middle is just amazing. Okay. So, chapter 1 of Rachel Wilson's Occult Feminism. Disclaimer, this is for commentary purposes and is covered under fair use policy for review and is not intended as a replacement for the original, which is available to buy on amazon.co.uk or amazon.com. Chapter 1, Origins, Early Ancient Religions, Goddess Worship, and Witchcraft. To understand the modern day political movement we call feminism, we must go back to the beginning, early pagan religious ideas. We must go back to the beginning. Early pagan religious ideas. Pagan religious ideas? Does that work? Is paganism a religion? Early pagan religious ideas gave birth to feminism. And it was always out of paganism and the occult that feminist ideas and movements emerge. Starting off with a hell of a big claim there. Huppa for €2 says, is it okay to hate all the Flerfs? Yes, absolutely. And you just passed the limit to take another 3 minutes on the timer. What is the occult anyway? The word occult simply means hidden. But when I refer to the occult, I am speaking of religious beliefs that claim to have hidden knowledge, or which claim to allow the practitioner to gain this knowledge, power, or godlike personal deification from its practice. This is the reason feminism is born of occult belief. Because at its core, feminism seeks to make women gods over men. Sorry, I need to read that sentence again. This is the reason feminism is born of occult belief. Because at its core, feminism seeks to make women gods over men, or at the very least, to deify women. Sorry, but considering women equal to men, is deifying a woman? Recognizing marital rape as a thing is making a woman a god over a man? Allowing a woman her own bank account is making a woman a god over... I might need this. The very essence of feminist, though, is a worldview where women and men struggle for dominance. This is the Hegelian master-slave dialectic. The what now? The Hegelian master-slave dialectic. If you need someone beneath you to feel like a somebody, you're not actually a somebody. That's it. Two consciousness meet. Each one wants to be recognized as a real person with worth, dignity, and agency. But instead of just shaking hands and going, fair enough, mate, they fight for dominance because of course they do. One becomes the master, one becomes the slave. You think the master is the powerful one, but nah. The master depends on the slave to recognize him as the boss. The master can't survive or produce anything without the slave's labor. The slave learns skills, interacts with the real world, develops themselves, grows psychologically. Meanwhile, the master sits around like a useless sack of ego waiting to be validated. So the slave actually becomes more human and self-realized than the master. The power relationship flips. The point, Hegel was being spicy. Real power comes from work, learning, engaging with reality, not from barking orders and to be above others. Modern translation, the boss who can't do any of the jobs of his employees do, slave to his insecurity, influencers who need followers, worshipping them, slaves to validation, flat earthers trying to seem special by believing dumb shit, they're toe fungus with Wi-Fi, alright. Okay, right, okay, I see. I'm trying to click to play and I'm reading it. Fuck's sake. The very essence of feminist thought is a worldview where women and men struggle for dominance. This is the... Right, okay, that makes sense now. And it defines the feminist struggle no matter how often feminists want to convince us that it's about equality. Well, no, it is about equality. Women want to be equal. Women don't want to be considered less. They don't want to be considered more. Now, let me be clear, some extreme versions of feminism do, but feminism seeks equality, not dominance. Feminism, in various forms, has appeared throughout human history. It is only modern technological advancements, however, that have made it possible for feminism to become the dominant, accepted political ideology governing society, as it does now. Well, more on this later. But for now, let's explore the origins of feminism found in the world's oldest religions. Does she know what the world's oldest religions are? Goddess worship was once part of many of the world's oldest religions. You can find elements of goddess worship in Hinduism, Tibetan Buddhism, ancient Egypt, Greece, and Rome, as well as in Jewish mysticism and paganism. There's many older religions than those, Rachel. They're all old religions, but there's older ones. These goddess figures represent everything from love, creation, and motherhood to sensuality, war, and death. Goddess worship is seeing a huge revival in accordance with the rise of modern feminism, which is why it's important to understand where these myths come from and why women in the West are reviving them in a modern era which normally thinks of such ancient myths as superstitions. Wicca and other forms of witchcraft are the fastest growing religions in the United States. So I need to look that up. Ooh, we may have a Flerf. I mean, it's a very misleading statement to say that it's the fastest growing, right? Because there isn't many of them. And if you go from 1,000 to 20,000, that's a massive increase, right? That's a massive percentage increase. but still not a lot of people. So it's a bit disingenuous to say it's the fastest growing, I think. Plus, these are, from what I can see, studies from like 2008 and 2014. Yeah, no, it's not. There's not enough up-to-date data to confirm that. Anyway, but give me a second, and I might just see if I can get a Flerf in. Talk amongst yourselves.
Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
Good morning. These words come with a storm warning. Better batten down the hatches, grab some matches and brace yourself for a long day of misery. YouTube has given me the power to reach up into the sky and show you all that we live on the ball. I bring you science that's comprehensible. Your view is indefensible. You're reprehensible. Go on, Mr. Sensible. When I was young, I never thought I would be here to see this. A pile of random nonsense dressed up as bullshit. Your ignorance will be the death of us all, like running headfirst full speed into a wall. You could always read a book, buy a telescope, set it up and take a photo of the moon, or just be a buffoon. I send you in a balloon up to the stratosphere on page 3.
You're a few fries short of a happy meal. You're dumber than a box of hair. The wheel's spinning but the hamster's dead, and you're as smart as bait. You forgot to pay your brain bill. You're missing a few buttons on the remote control. 24 cents short of a quarter. You're surfing in Nebraska. You're as bright as Alaska in December, and you fell out of your family tree. You don't have all the cornflakes in one box. You got an IQ of 2 and it takes 3 to grunt. The elevator doesn't go all the way up, and there's a vacancy on the top floor. Your antenna doesn't pick up all the channels. You're several nuts short of a
You're Mr.
fruitcake.
Sensible, calm down, don't go too hard. You don't need the hard Siberian Flerfs in your backyard. You're a man of science, poise and grace. Mage 2 did everything to wipe the grins off the face. So Nathan, get away from those kids. The world is not flat and it doesn't have a lid. Recognize the differences between the textbook and the Bible and control yourself. Lay off your slander and your lies. You're a bunch of knobs poisoning the well of the youth, spreading lies that you like to claim as knowledge and truth. Stop spreading fresh bullshit like the butter on your bread. Maybe your musical assault knock some sense into your head. I hope one day you'll hear these lyrics and smile, and you realize you used to be a 40-year-old child. Now it's time to wake up, open your eyes and see, and acknowledge the existence of.
You're a few clowns short of a circus. Your phone is off the hook. Your sewing machine is out of thread. You're all foam and no beer. You don't have all your dogs on one leash. An intellect rivaled only by garden tools. There's no grain in your silo, and your skylight leaks a little. Your belt doesn't go through all the loops. You couldn't pour water out of a boot without instructions on the heel. Your slinky's kinked, and you're proof that evolution can work in reverse. A few feathers short of a whole duck, one fruit short of a full bowl.
Airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
You thought it was over? Well, I'm still standing while you're swinging, flinging feces, talking shit just like the human centipede. You got the mind of a chimp, and I'm here to expedite your shore leave. Cause I'm a seaman, but not the kind I writ up on your mum's gums. I'm the kind that sailed submarines and fired guns. I could float a boat across the ocean with my eyes closed, circumnavigate the globe with a compass and a bag of sausage rolls. Well, all you can do is nibble on your toes. I'll smack you with the hose that you taught a water level, sit and swivel. You nasal gazing muppet, you can stuff it harder than the wallet stuffed by Warren Buffett. And I don't care about your sauces unless you're serving them. And I don't care about your lines unless you're curving them. Now step away from me, you're sucking up my oxygen with the vacuum where your brain should be, you dumb fuck. Look at that timing. Right. We are just waiting for Flerfs to join, I guess. So we'll carry on reading Rachel Wilson's book in the meantime. Which means I should probably put it back up on screen. Wrong one. There we go. Oh, he's seen it. Yormot says that witchcraft is a recurring theme in the book. Oh my god, that's scary. Michael Cooper gives another 5 memberships, adding another 15 minutes back to the timer. What's the Flerfs saying?
Make sure you save this live too, bro, so I could download it or I could screen record it.
I am live now. Have been for hours. Thank you very much, Michael Cooper, for that. Yeah. He wants to make sure it's live so he can screen record it or something. Superstition, Wicca and other forms of witchcraft. This is directly due to many decades of feminist propaganda. Demonizing traditional religions such as Islam and Christianity as patriarchal and oppressive towards women. Christianity has been the main target of feminists due to its domination in the West. Most women buy into feminism first, having been taught in public school and university, as well through pop culture, that women who came before them fought a brave grassroots war against the patriarchy. They are told that it is only because of these brave women and all they sacrificed that you even have the right to speak or put words on paper. Therefore, you have a duty to carry on this fight. Oh, what's he saying now?
Is there a way I can get this video, the whole live from you, from earlier all the way to now, to when we done doing what we doing too?
Yeah, you can download the whole thing. It stays on my channel.
It's not letting me get into the Zoom.
Oh, it's not letting you get into the Zoom. Typical.
Try to send me the link again, bro. Yeah, I'm trying to get on there, bro. Try to send me the link one more time.
Apparently he's trying to join. Morning, Rachbot. How the devil are you? Typical flat earther having problems joining a Zoom meeting. Just waiting for him to pop up. Right now, there's just lots of me on screen. So I've been going for, well, nearly 5 hours at this point. And when we... Wait, hold on. For the past 4 hours, that timer's been at like 13 hours. That's not how that works. What was that noise? Oh.
For some reason it's saying Zoom might not support my browser or some shit like that, bro. I'm trying to figure this out.
Just click allow or download the Zoom app for your PC. So Kevin has decided he's not coming because he won't come on my channel. Oh, now Kevin's like, I'm only going to debate in French again. Typical. Wow. Oh, responding again.
I'm finna download the app right now, bro.
Finna, that means going to, right? $2,400 vision sucks, says Rubiks. Oh yeah, I mean it's quite dark down there, I imagine. So you know. Why am I getting dinging in my head? What's going on? Security alerts. What? No, it's just logins. Apparently, the guy's downloading the app of Zoom so that he can actually join the call because it's not working on his browser. Because you know, clicking a button is a Herculean task for flat earthers. Oh, that ding mean so how's that happening? Am I being hacked, says Caldov. No, I'm not being hacked. I hope not, anyway. Oh, Kevin John. What's he saying? He says he's been talking to Flat Earth Dave. He won't let me on his channel. Come on my channel like you said you would. You said we just need a moderator. I've got one. FE Dave says I'm a demon and he won't talk to me. Oh, how hard is it to fucking click an actual Zoom link, like for reals? I'll send it to him again, see if it helps him click it. Oh, where'd he go? Imagine if flat earthers were like capable people, able to research and even click a link. Things would be much funner, right? Yeah, recently on Facebook, Kevin said to me that all we need is a moderator when I pointed out that I'm not the one that overtalked on our last debate. In fact, he rage quit because I was quiet and polite. And now he's like, I've been talking to Flat Earth Dave. Do you think he'll host? No, Flat Earth Dave won't let me anywhere near his fucking channel. Oh. What's up, bro? Can you hear me?
What's up, my bro?
How you doing?
Man, I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Not bad, not bad. My name is Craig. And what's your name?
Hey, I'm Big Influence, man. And shout out to everybody that's in the audience, man. Shout out to everybody. Sending positive vibes to everybody, man.
Right, Big Influence. So you want me to call you Big?
You can call me Big. You can call me Influence. I mean, whatever clever. You know what I mean?
Big works, big works. So, Big, you think the Earth be flat, right?
I mean, I can't for sure it's so flat, but I know it ain't a globe.
Okay, so why don't you just take a minute?
Well, I feel it ain't a globe. It's like, this is how I feel. Like, okay, so like, you familiar with parallel universe, right? So like,
yeah.
We could all look at the same object, and then, but we all have different perceptions of how we see things and everything. So like, I could see the same thing you're looking at, but the view was different from how I'm looking at it. So how can I go off another person's view if they tell me that's what they seen, if I was there with them and my perception was different of how I looked at it? So I mean, it might not be flat, it might not be a globe, but I'm saying I can't go off what they say. So I'd rather go off the flat Earth theory at this point, because it's like, why would I go off what they say? It got to be a lie somewhere in there.
Okay, so what would you say is the greatest evidence there is that the Earth is not a globe?
That we don't know. We don't know. We never seen it for ourselves. We don't know.
Well, humans have.
Like us, ourselves. Why we can't see it? Why they can't take us to see it the way they see it?
Because it costs a lot of money to do it, and you need to be highly trained, and the average person would probably die if they go to space. But that doesn't mean that it can't be done. The fact it's been done, there's literally been thousands of people in space. Maybe not thousands, hundreds of people in space, right? And how many people have to go to? Are you saying like everybody on Earth has to go to space before we know it's a globe?
No, but it should be a way that we could able to go if there's nothing to hide. Like, we can go look and view something. You know what I mean? Because it's like, they lie about a lot of things. And like I say, once again, when I first started, I said, like, the way you view things. It's a parallel universe. So, like, I could see this. I could see a bear, and we could both see the same bear, but we both look at it a different way. So how can I go off what somebody else say they seen and we never seen it? And when I was raised up, I was always said, like, people's always said, like, it was like, see it to believe it, or I'm from the show me state. So which means that they gotta see it to believe it, or I'm from the show me state. So which means you gotta show me, you know what I'm saying, that it's real instead of, because talk is cheap. You know what I'm saying? And then a lot of things they show be like CGI. It seems like it's always like some like what they call like a depiction. What can we get like a real picture? I mean,
there's lots and lots of real pictures. There's thousands and thousands and millions of real pictures. There's the Himawari satellites, which take real pictures every like 10 seconds. There's Discover satellites that are constantly streaming live footage, but everyone just says they're fake. No matter how much images we show of the Earth being real, including ones taken with physical cameras in the 70s when they went to the moon, everyone just says they're fake. How much evidence do you need?
Okay, so can I put it like this? Okay, so what if it is a globe, or if it is whatever? If it is a globe or flat, whatever. Okay, what if it ain't neither one, and we just keep going off what they saying, and like I say, can we agree to this? Okay, I see what you see, but I don't see what you see. You get what I mean? I can't see the same thing you see all the time, because everybody look at things differently. So can we agree on that right there at least? You know what I mean? Like,
okay,
we can view the same thing, but do that mean it's the same view?
So let's look at it like this. Everyone that has been to space has seen the same thing. They've not said that they've seen different things. Everyone that's been to space says, oh, the Earth's a globe. I've seen it as a globe in space. So there's no disagreement on the people that have seen it.
Okay. So, what is your... So, okay, let me put it like this. So, why is it even put as a theory? Why even in old ancient texts did they have that it was flat before our government even took over to who they is today? Why was it different back then than it is today?
Because in the past they just didn't know.
How did they didn't know if they even said the pyramids was built back then, and that's high technology. So so obviously they had the technology way back then.
No,
it was way
the
more
pyramids.
advanced back then.
it really didn't require as much technology as people think. But the thing about ancient cultures is that they didn't intermingle in the same way we do nowadays. You know, like the ancient Egyptians, they stayed in Egypt. The ancient Mesopotamians stayed where they came from, and they only had the knowledge of their area of the world. Even when you think back to biblical times, all of the writings in the Bible are relating to that small area in the Middle East. They don't go outside of that area. That is the entire world to them. So on a local level, because it's so big, it can seem flat. And when these ancient cultures only had a very small part of the world, and they didn't understand anything, because they didn't understand how physics and science operate like we do now, you know, it was much easier to just depict the world that way.
So you think the pyramid was built off off some little bullshit? How you think the pyramids was built?
I think the pyramids were built by a bunch of slave labor, logs, and water. The blocks of the pyramid, the blocks of the pyramids are made of a material that is less dense than water. So if you can run a canal up somewhere with locks, you can literally just lift blocks up with water. That's how I think it was done, and it would have been relatively easy over the decades/centuries that the pyramids were built to do it. It's not like nowadays where we make a building and it could take like, you know, a few months or 6 months. Building the pyramids took generations of people to do.
But it also took a hell of a technology, bro, and a hell of a like smart, because
smart,
bro,
yeah, but not technology.
Like, hold on 1 second, bro. Nowadays, bro, everybody is dumbed down, bro. People think the little technology we got is what it is. That ain't shit for real, bro. Like, we all dumbed down through the food, everything we eat is dumbed down. People were smarter back in the day. You know what I mean? So how can you say that?
If people were smarter back in the day, why did they usually die before they were 30?
They didn't die before they were 30. People die before they 30 now.
Yeah, but most people had, you know, much lower life expectancy than we do now. The rate of dying when you in childbirth was higher than it is now. We have a better life expectancy now than we did then. So how were people smarter back then if they died earlier?
I gotta disagree.
I could get citations and figures for you if you like about like census data for how old people were and stuff throughout history, and it shows that they did not live longer back in the day. They lived a lot less back in the day. That's just a fact, my friend.
They lived longer back in the day for sure.
Could you present any evidence of that claim?
Like today. I don't know, like where I come from, my culture, where I come from. Most of our grandmas is 40 years old right now. They dying at 40 and 50 years old. So ain't no way. Back in the day, they was living to 100 years old. It's people that's still 100-something years old right now.
My grandmother died at 93.
But that's not common.
But my mum just died at 67. There's different things, but in general, the life expectancy nowadays is longer than it was in the past. The average person lives longer than they used to. Before, if you get a cut, you get infected and you die from some kind of sepsis. But nowadays we've got antibiotics and stuff to deal with that.
No, but look though. But then we got the food. The food is got drugs in it. The food killing
food
people.
Nowadays is shit. I agree with you there. That's why I eat just mostly protein.
So but look, that's making us age more. Everything, bro. It's making us die faster. Everything. But that's why I say I disagree with you. I get what you're saying though. I most definitely understand. But that's why I say I disagree. That's why.
But they certainly didn't have better technology back then. They just had more people to do that kind of slave labor.
But
not more people than we do now. They had more people to do that slave labor, and they had lots of time.
Because it's all our opinions at the end of the day, because we never was there to really know. We just going off what somebody told us.
Okay.
You know what
so
I mean? At the end of
here's the thing, right? What you can do is you can find out the shape of the Earth whilst you're on Earth. You don't need to go to space and see it from space.
What'd you say, bro? Excuse me. What'd you say?
Yes, I'm saying that you don't need to go to space to see the Earth. You can measure the Earth from being on the Earth. One of the best ways to know that we're on something with a curved surface is the fact there is a horizon. The horizon is the point at which the Earth is curving away, and it's gotten in the way. You can't see things because the horizon is there. You wouldn't, if the Earth was flat, there would be no reason for there to be a horizon. It would just be an indistinct blur in the distance. But what we get is an equidistant circle around you that is very clear and crisp, especially at sea. It's a literal line around you, a circle, which is the cross section of a globe. You don't have that if the surface is flat.
So how do you feel about the ice wall? Tell me about what you feel about the ice wall. I know you heard about a lot of allegations about that.
Yeah, there's not an ice wall. There's a bunch of ice shelves, like the Ross Ice Shelf. But most of Antarctica is shoreline. Like beaches and stuff like that.
So have you been to Antarctica, bro?
Yes, I have.
You pay attention in school. Have you actually been to Antarctica and actually been there yourself?
Yes, I've been to Antarctica when I was in the Royal Navy.
Have you been to the ice wall?
There is no ice wall. I went to Antarctica and there was no ice wall.
Yes or no?
When I was in the Royal Navy, in like 2003, so I there didn't really take any videos.
That's way back then. That's a no.
But I don't have videos of it. But I went to Antarctica and there is no ice wall. And I have very good friends who went to Antarctica in December. Will Duffy, Jaron Campanella, Michael Toon. They went to Antarctica. Dave McKeegan as well. Whitsip, he's a cunt. They went to Antarctica recently to see the 24-hour sun, and which can only happen if the Earth is a globe. So we know that Antarctica is real, and there's a 24-hour sun there, and that there's no ice wall.
That's what I was saying.
From hearsay. Well, what have you seen?
Okay, so I'm not saying, taking away from what you saying and what you said you seen is that you've been in the Navy. But I know people that have been in the Navy too, and they told me totally something different.
What'd they tell you?
So so that's what I'm saying. Like, it's two sides to the story, but it's always three sides to each story. It's the truth, the lie, and you feel me? What somebody just made up.
Yeah. Okay, but what did your friends that were apparently in the Navy? What did they tell you?
They seen an ice wall. And they said that it was being guarded. You can only go so far, and it was being guarded. Just like Area 51. The same reason.
Can I show you a video?
So if you believe in globe, that means you don't believe in aliens.
Well, can I show you a video of my friends in Antarctica? Because they live streamed it.
They got videos on. Oh, go ahead. They got videos on YouTube though. But go ahead.
Yeah. They put the videos. In fact, there's a video right now of the entire flight to Antarctica. Let me get that up for you, and I'll show you. If you go to the YouTube channel MC Toon live as well, it's all on there.
Yep, downstairs screen point.
Hey, where you from, bro?
Originally, I'm from Bristol. I now live in Scotland.
Okay, bet. Okay. I just want to let everybody know I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I reside in Kentucky right now, Leicester, Kentucky. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Kentucky. Detroit, Michigan in the building, man. Shout out to the UK, all my people in the UK and everything. You know what I mean? And hey, I appreciate being on the show for sure.
Cheers, man. Love. Right, 1 second. Let me just get this so that my screen can see it as well.
So
this video here is a 6 hour, 5 hour, 20-minute video of them flying from Punta Arenas in Chile all the way to Union Glacier in Antarctica, right? So this is and the entire flight to Antarctica recorded, right? And you can go and watch the whole thing on your own, but I'll just scrub through to the bit where they're flying, they're taking off in Punta Arenas.
Bet, do your thing, brother. Do your thing.
Yeah, and then you can start seeing where there's ice underneath them now, but there's no ice wall. It's just they've flown over the continent. And obviously at the end, then they're landing in Antarctica. Here they are. So here's their plane landing in Antarctica. This is Union Glacier, the camp in Antarctica. This is them getting off and traveling on the one of the vehicles, the big treaded vehicles going to their base at Union Glacier.
That's only on one side.
But you watch the video. It's like I said, it's 5 hours and 20 minutes long. You can watch the whole thing and scrub it through and check. But there's also a lot more videos on the channel of the stuff they did in Antarctica. For instance, they recorded the 24-hour sun. Right, so this is half of it, and there's another half. But this is the sun being recorded non-stop, and it shows that throughout the entire day, and this is a virtually interactive, so you can actually turn it around and watch the sun. And for 24 entire hours, the sun was in the sky. It never set at all.
6 months is like
that is only possible if the Earth is a globe, right?
Why do it seem like the sun and the...
Exactly. He just said it. How is it possible if the Earth is a globe?
No, I said that's only possible if the Earth is a...
Thank you.
I said it's only possible if the Earth... Young lady, I said it's only possible if the Earth is a globe. You maybe misheard me there.
I got a question. Why when the sun out and the moon out, why it seem like they close together?
What do you mean? Why does it seem like they're close
If it
together?
might be a globe,
when
they
does
shouldn't
it
be
seem
seen
like they're
they
close
the same-
together?
They shouldn't be close together.
Oh, was I not actually sharing that screen for you?
Because the sun is what they say is 53 million miles away. The sun is 53 million miles away.
93.
That's what they
The
say.
sun's 93 million miles away. What do you mean close together?
93 million miles away, and the moon is what 250.
How many times bigger than Earth is it though? For
Yeah,
it to
but
be that far away, for it to be that.
what do you
visible,
mean
it
close
can't be-
together?
It can't be for the moon and the sun to be that visible.
Right. I'm not sure what you mean
And to
close
be
together,
that
but
far
let
away.
me show you this.
No, wait, hold on.
Hold on, wait.
Let me show you.
Why the
Right,
clouds always close to the sun and stuff?
right, hold on. Right, one at a time. Okay, so
When the sun set, the clouds
one
sit
at a
right
time.
with it.
One thing at a time. Right.
It's not that big.
So this is Earth. Planet system.
It's not that close.
So it's
It's
the
more
Earth
the
and there's
Earth.
the moon over there, right?
Man.
Now, what we can do is we can get to a point where the
How they look like they're the same size if they totally so many different miles away from each other? That's another thing too.
right. So let's zoom into Earth and have a look how it looks from Earth. Right. We've got the moon
So
and
is
the
that a
sun
real
in the
picture
sky
or a
there.
fake picture? See what I'm saying?
Well,
That's what I'm
this is a simulation, right?
It shouldn't be no simulation.
But I'm using a simulation to describe something to you. I'm using a simulation to describe something to you. Okay. Now, using this simulation right now, we can look at Earth and we can see that the sun and the moon look quite close to each other, right?
We're gonna see all these fake pictures.
Yeah, but I'm just showing you how they can look like they're close to each other. We can move the moon right
We
close
need
to
to
the
go
sun.
outside and do that. That ain't
Well,
gonna do
you
it.
can't move reality. But look, the moon and the sun look
can't
like
change
they're
it either.
right. Hold on,
You can't,
give me a second, guys. Please, just give me 1
That's
second,
all
right?
The truth is.
Give me 1 second, please. Just give me 1 second, guys. Right. Right now, you can look. This is the moon, and this is the sun. They look like they're close together, right? But if you actually look at it from, really far away, they're not. It's just because we are at one point, and then the moon will be in front of us, which makes it look like it's close to the sun. And when you're on the Earth, the moon appears roughly the same size as the sun because it's 400 times smaller and 400 times closer. We've measured that. In fact, you can use radar and lasers to measure the distance to
That's
the moon.
cap. That's cap, bro.
It's not.
That's cap.
Dude. That again. That's
That's
something
cap.
That's something I've done myself.
That's cap.
Can't measure nothing. Y'all never been to space.
They never been in space to even measure it, man. Space not
You don't
real,
need to.
man.
You
It's in
don't
the
need
ocean.
to go to space to measure it. That's the thing, right?
Hey y'all, space is in the ocean, bro.
Yes, you do.
Space is not in the ocean, my friend.
Space is in the ocean, man. Y'all better,
Right.
hey, waters above, waters below. Y'all better know what's going on. What the Bible say? Y'all going to get
Well, yeah, but the Bible is just a book written by sheep herders a few thousand years ago.
So why do people go to church and believe anything it say then?
Well, why is there
shouldn't believe- no,
why
you
is there
shouldn't
so many
believe nothing.
why is there so
You a
many
Christian.
Buddhists
What
and
is you-
Islams? Of course, people believe things.
Hold on, wait. You shouldn't believe nothing the Bible say then.
I don't.
Because it should be nothing fake in there.
I don't believe anything the Bible says because I think everything in there was written by people that didn't know what they were talking about.
So why did they show us the Bible then if it's fake?
Why did who show us the Bible?
The government or the people that run the world.
Why do they put that?
The people. What do you mean the people that run the world? The church.
The people that run the world, they put it in the schools and everything. Why would they show us fake shit if it's a possibility to be fake?
Wait,
Why
but
would
they
they
all.
show us that shit? Why would they show us that?
The Bible is. Why would they show you religion? They want you to
Anything
understand.
That's fake. Don't show us nothing that's fake. Show us the real. Give us real
but
shit.
they want right. When you do okay, young lady, right? Can you please, right? Both of you are talking at the same time, and it's very
man,
hard. That
uh-huh.
that young lady's not even on camera, so unless she wants to join in the conversation, could she please kind of not keep talking over? Because it's very hard for me and you to have a
Okay, so look.
conversation when your
So
young
look.
lady there keeps interrupting. So let me explain something to you before you move on, right?
I want to put her on Zoom too. So we about,
Yeah,
we
right,
about to
right.
blow this up. We want to blow
Right,
this up.
give me
We
a
wanna blow
second.
this
Let
up.
me explain to you about the books in school. You study at school things like religious education. So you study about all the religions. I learned about Christianity. I learned about Islam. I learned about Buddhism. I learned about Judaism. Not just Christianity. So in school, they taught me about all of the religions, but they didn't say any of them were real. They just taught me that they exist. The fact that religions exist
How
is
can
a
they
real
exist if
thing
They're not real.
because people believe in them.
Why should we believe in them?
Well,
Why should
you
we
don't
why should
don't
they
have
get
to
through
believe
on
in
us?
them. I don't believe in them.
Why should they get through on us?
They don't own us.
They throw it on us. They teach us it.
Well, they don't teach. They teach us what's in them, but they don't tell you to believe it.
Yeah, but if it's a possibility it's not real, we should know about that. We should know what's real within ourselves. We should know what's real.
That's why they give you options.
Ain't no,
but again,
it should be no. It should be you just knowing you.
They're not teaching you that the things in the Bible are real.
You, bro.
Right? Listen, they're not teaching you that the things in the Bible are real. They are just teaching you in school that the things in the Bible are said. Because it's part of history.
But they make us
that the
believe
Bible
that
exists.
That's what's real though. But
school,
why do they make
no,
us
school does
that
not
it's
make
real?
you believe. No, school does not make you believe the Bible.
Yes, it does. It make you believe everything they say, all the lies they say. It's a curriculum. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they don't teach you that the Bible is real, my friend.
They teach you all that. They throw it on us and tell us to read it. That's
yeah, but they're not telling you it's real. They're giving you an education.
Then?
So that you can educate yourself about it.
No, you can educate yourself without even knowing that fake shit. You could just learn real life by just going through life.
Well, maybe you need to redo how school is done. If you don't like how school is done, then why don't you redo it yourself?
Then, if that's the case. People,
I'm clear you didn't go to school, yes.
Do homeschool. I'm telling y'all now, do homeschool.
Certain people should not homeschool.
People should get homeschool.
Hey, just a quick question. If I've got a triangle of sides 1, 1, and 1, what would the internal angles be?
Would the internal angles be a what?
Of a triangle of sides 1, 1, and 1.
What you mean? What you mean? What you mean?
If I've got a triangle of sides 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
And it's 30 degrees? 360? But what do that got to do with anything?
If I got an ounce,
Just checking something. It's okay. Sorry about that. So there's 180 degrees in a triangle. 1, 1, and 1 would make it an equilateral triangle. So you divide 180 by 3, which means 60 degrees for each internal angle. It's just it's called a litmus test. It's fine. Right. So we can measure if the Earth is a globe or not from the Earth. There's ways to do that. You can do it with radar.
Okay, so how can you do that? Have you ever measured it?
Yes, I was about to explain the methods by which I have measured the Earth.
I'm saying you explained the method that somebody else told you.
No, I was about to explain. I was about to explain many methods.
Have you ever did it?
Yeah, I was about to explain how I.
Have you seen them measure it themselves? Have you seen them measure it, or they told you that?
I was about to explain to you how I have personally measured the rotation and shape of the Earth myself.
I'm talking about have you did it to yourself from Earth to outer space yourself? Went to really did it like they did.
Okay,
they supposedly did.
So once again,
have you seen them do it, or they told you that? That's
so once again, my friend, I have personally measured the rotation.
Went with them and seen them measure it and know what it is. Have you seen it?
I have personally measured the rotation.
Oh my God, you still not answering my question, bro.
I have I'm trying to answer your question. I'm trying to answer your question, my friend. If you could just give me a second to speak.
Have you personally seen them do it with your own eyes?
If you could let me speak.
Was you there with them? No.
Have you finished?
Okay, that I answered the question for you.
Have you finished?
So we don't know if it's a globe or
so have you finished? Have you? Can I? Right? Am I allowed to?
Now because we don't know. If
can I talk? Right, my friend.
If it's flat, we don't know if it's a fucking globe or flat because we never seen it for ourselves. I'm from the show me state. See it to believe it. If they say my girl cheating, I can't say she cheating unless I see it for myself. So y'all need to get the fuck on the bullshit. Y'all vulnerable, nigga, to information. Y'all easy going as fuck. Y'all go off whatever they say, and now believe that shit. Look, y'all will pick the government and say they telling the truth over your own kids. Come on, man, get up out of here. They lie to you every day. So
yeah, you just have your little spurge out. I'll have a bong whilst you're tiring yourself out.
Oh no, I'm good. My breath good. I'm a rapper, so you know what I'm saying. My vocals is good, baby.
So am I gonna get a? I'm a much better rapper than you, by the way. But
okay. Spit something. There. We need to spit some conspiracy on here. Then come on, cause I do conspiracy rap now. Come on.
No, the fuck he didn't.
Yeah, I've done lots of rapping. So anyway,
all right. So look,
am I allowed to talk now?
Hold on. So
am I allowed to talk now?
Everybody go to Instagram, big_influence. Make sure y'all add me. I do conspiracy rap. I do regular hip hop as well, but I do conspiracy as well, exposing the government and the elites, man. Make sure y'all follow me, man. It's on.
Have you finished?
Wait.
Downstairs.
Are you done yet, or?
Are you trying to get back started, my brother? Go ahead, my brother. Hey,
So I know
go
I've
ahead.
been trying. I'm just having a bong whilst you're splurging out. If you want to just, I'm waiting for you to tire yourself out.
No, I was just telling you what I said. Give me 1 second, bro.
And people wonder why I interrupt, right?
Okay, how y'all doing?
Oh, hello, young lady.
My name's Doja Marie, and I'm from Lexington, Kentucky. I'm a rapper.
Nice to
y'all
meet you.
follow me.
You're a rapper also, are you? Interesting.
Yeah,
So I was
I'm a
trying to
rapper.
say to your friend there, and he didn't know how to stop talking. I was trying to explain to him that I have personally measured the rotation and shape of the Earth, and it's quite easy to do that.
So you've been to space?
You know, you don't need to go to space to measure it. You can measure the shape of something you are standing on.
No. See, black people, we from the show me state. Is that cocaine? Oh
No,
no, that's
cannabis.
We from the show me state.
Is that
we from the show
cocaine?
me state. I think he explained that to you. The show me state. Meaning,
Yes, and from
we
the
don't-
Earth,
we
you.
like- we like,
You know what?
Frank
You need to
Lucci.
stop talking whilst
No,
I'm
wait,
talking.
wait.
If
Let
you
me
want to
talk,
get
let me
guys,
talk.
no, I've let you
talk.
guys talk constantly, and it's now my turn. So give me
No,
5
you
minutes.
haven't let
Give
me
me
talk.
5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes, and then you can talk.
The
Okay?
Earth not spinning.
Right? Just calm down and let me talk for a little bit, please. Right? So. You do not need to go to space to measure the shape of the Earth. You can measure the shape of the thing you are.
Hold on.
Be quiet. Right. Just for
No,
for just the next few minutes,
Don't give
practice your
orders.
impulse control.
Don't
Okay.
give orders. I don't know how y'all do it across the water. But please
Yeah,
let
no,
me
I have
talk
asked
with
nicely
advice.
many. I've not been giving orders. I have asked
Please
nicely
let
many
me talk
times.
with advice.
Yeah,
Be
I have asked
quiet
nicely many
is an
times for me.
order.
Look, young lady, I have asked nicely many times for me to have the chance to talk. Is it possible that I could now have a chance without being interrupted?
You talked enough, bro.
See, that's better. Thank you. Proceed.
Right. So please, just give me a couple of minutes.
Hold on one
You
second.
do not
Let
need
me talk.
to go to space to measure the shape of the Earth. You can measure the thing you are standing on. That's quite easy to do. There are tools to do that. One of the ways to do that is to literally measure the surface using surveying tools, which has been done for hundreds and thousands of years. You can also measure the forces involved in the Earth moving. And if you do the physics,
The Earth not spinning.
Hold on.
give
Go
me a
ahead.
minute. If you do the physics and see what the forces should be, you can check to see if those forces exist. Did you know, for instance, that if you swing a pendulum on Earth and leave it, you can actually calculate your latitude on Earth because the Earth rotates underneath the pendulum, and based on where you are, it will diverge a different amount.
Which I call witchcraft, right?
Okay, so look.
Hold on.
Witchcraft.
Wait. Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Yes. So, for instance, I did the experiment myself when I did my physics degree in Bristol. I let the pendulum swing for as long as it could. It was about 42 minutes. And I measured the deflection from the straight path. And I did a bit of maths, and I calculated my latitude on the planet. And you know what? I was correct. Simply from measuring the angle that a pendulum allowed the Earth to swing rotate underneath it, I was able to calculate where I was on the Earth, which is a prediction and a measurement of the shape of the thing you are standing on.
So you just measured the gravitational pull.
No, that was nothing to do with gravity. That was to do with the rotation.
So I have a
I've measured
question.
gravity as well. Gravity is something I've measured as
Question.
well.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead
So
with your
if
question.
if I drop a cup of water right now, it's gonna hit the floor, isn't it?
That's nothing to do with a pendulum.
If I swing something at the same speed every time, it's gonna swing at the same time every time.
You missed the point. It doesn't just swing, right?
Wait.
So when you swing something, right, it goes on a straight line path. But what happens with the Foucault's pendulum is that straight line path diverges, and you measure the amount it has diverged.
We have a pendulum. I deal with terrorists, and there's literally a pendulum in the middle of our city, and we know how it works.
Okay, is it a Foucault's pendulum?
It definitely goes from through gravity. It's from the top of a building to the bottom of the floor.
That I don't think you know what a pendulum is.
It's a pendulum.
Like define a pendulum for me.
I know what a pendulum is. Matter of fact, I can take my little chain.
Explain what a
I can
pendulum
go
is
get
for
a
me.
pendulum. I can go get a crystal on a pendulum on a little chain and have it sitting there with a little magnet on the end of it, and it'll do what it's supposed to do. Like
Okay, but when you swing a pendulum with a really large string and it has a long swing, you can measure the deflection from the straight line path. And wherever you hold on, hold on, let me finish. 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 Let me finish, please.
You didn't let me
Please,
finish.
I'm in the middle of an explanation. Please let me finish.
I appreciate the extra right there, but
Right,
let me
I am
finish
in the
what
middle
saying.
of an explanation. You need to let me finish
Okay,
before you interrupt.
Hold on. Go ahead.
Okay, we're not just talking about any type of pendulum. It is a very specific type of pendulum that has a very weighted pendulum and a long string. And as it swings, instead of it just going on a straight line back and forth path, it diverges. You can measure the angle that the swing changes. And that angle changes based on where you are on the planet. If I measured it at the poles in Antarctica or in the Arctic, it would go round in a circle in 24 hours. If I did it near the equator, it would barely move. By how much it moves, you can calculate your latitude on the planet. That is a prediction of the Earth rotating.
Okay.
Prediction.
Okay.
Yes.
The word prediction.
Okay.
Is it real though?
Listen. In order for a pendulum to work, it has to be applied on top of a flat surface. Okay. In order.
No, this is from a pivot point.
The way. Okay, we're not talking about from a pivot. We're talking about from a stationary point, not from.
No.
We're
This pendulum goes from a pivot point. That's what a pendulum is. It's on a pivot point.
From the top of a building, in the middle of a building, to the bottom of the floor, 12 floors.
On a pivot point, yes.
No, not on a pivot point. Straight.
Well, that's
up and down.
well, then you don't know what a Foucault's pendulum is, because a Foucault's pendulum is on a pivot point.
It gets swung once every 5 years. It consistently swings. It doesn't.
Yeah. So
stop.
young lady, you do not know what. Young lady, you're not qualified for this conversation. You need to stop. You don't know what a Foucault's pendulum is.
You said
Young lady, stop. No, you're not qualified for this
qualified.
conversation because you don't know what a Foucault's pendulum is.
I don't know what a pendulum is.
You do not know what a Foucault's pendulum is. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. You do not know what a Foucault's pendulum is.
How much is an ounce of weed?
You do not know what a Foucault's pendulum is.
How much is an ounce of weed? You're not
180 pounds.
What the fuck is 180?
Pounds is British currency. For an ounce of weed, I pay 180 pounds.
That's.
Right, do you see this? Do you know what this is? This is 12 grams of keef.
Soil? Is that soil?
That is 12 grams of keef, dude. It's keef.
12 grams of dirt.
Keef. It's keef.
And it's dark. It's dark. It's very dark. No, let's
It's keef from the bottom of the grinder.
This conversation. You're smoking dust, honey. Listen to what I'm saying.
Okay, so you don't know what a Foucault's pendulum is, so you're not qualified for this conversation.
So my opinion is all this shit is a theory, is all a lie until we know it for ourselves.
Well, I know for myself because I checked. I tested the shape of the Earth.
Observations too, though.
No, did you test it? How did you test it? Explain your test.
I did different. I ain't got to explain it, but I have did observations.
Yeah, please. I would love to repeat your methodology.
This goes back to what I said. Let me talk.
Right, big. 1 sec, dude. Bro, bro, big. Chill.
I said about what we view things differently. So I can't go off what you see or somebody else see.
Big, chill.
You never seen anything.
Let me ask you a question, Big.
You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
Big, let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you a question, man. Explain to me how you did your experiment and observation, because I'd love to repeat it myself.
I did my experiment by looking at it. Observation.
What did you look at?
I looked at the sky. I looked at the fake clouds they got in the sky. I looked at all that shit.
Sorry, clouds. Did you just say that clouds are fake?
They got fake clouds. They got real and fake clouds. Do you know the difference between the two?
Which clouds are fake?
I don't think you do.
Which
clouds? The big blooming ones is fake. You don't know that?
And how did there be in fake clouds? How did there be in
machines? Oh my
How did there be in fake?
They got cloud
Big,
machines.
my brother.
You don't know that? Oh my god.
My brother, Big. How does fake clouds make the Earth flat?
Bro, that make it's about questioning everything. They lie about one thing. They lie about everything else. Hold on, wait a minute.
Okay,
they lie about one thing. They can lie about everything else. So why would you believe it anyway?
Because I checked.
No, you too vulnerable, bro.
No, I checked.
You're too vulnerable, man, bro. You're too vulnerable to information.
No, I don't believe what people tell me. I check.
You believe
I test.
everything they tell you.
No, that's why I
bro.
tested. I checked. I didn't just believe. I checked.
Nah, bro. You got some tools to check it off what they gave you.
No, I built my own tools actually. I literally built my own experiment.
They gave you the tools to say they know you're gonna try to test it. They
Big.
gave you the tools, so they trick you.
Big, no,
They
big.
trick. Oh my, you don't get that, bro.
Big, listen to me, my friend.
They teaching you what they want to show you.
Big,
They
listen.
teach you what they want to show you. It's
Big,
about
give me a
control.
second. Big,
It's
listen,
about
dude.
control.
Dude.
It's about control. Mind
Chill. Deep breath.
control.
Big,
See, mind control.
Big.
Mind control.
Need to chill, dude.
You need to take a deep breath and meditate
Breathe.
and think on it.
In.
You need to take a
Come on.
deep breath
Come on.
and meditate and think
All right,
on it.
I'm gonna let you splurge out for a minute. I'm
My
gonna have a
breath
bowl.
is good. My
I'm gonna
breath
smoke
is
some
good,
weed
baby.
whilst
I ain't
you
out of breath
splurge.
yet, baby. Cause my shit is good, baby. Hey man.
This is why
You
you're still
sniffing
under
cocaine,
10,000
bro?
followers.
You sniff it? You sniff it?
This is why you're still under 10,000 followers, Big.
I just started this page a couple weeks ago. Huh?
This is not why I was.
You got to go on my old page.
This is why you are, because it looked like you.
Only reason why I got my old page because they hacked it, so I had to start over.
Yeah. When you get to 28 million views like me, you can talk.
Oh, I get millions of views on my content on Instagram.
No, you don't. I checked.
Is that $1?
Oh, go on there. You ain't been on there?
Yeah, I checked. You don't get many views.
Oh, my conspiracy content. I got over millions of views, and I went viral. I'm all over YouTube everywhere.
Yeah, right. My chat has got a question for you. Do you not know what Keith is as a stoner?
Bitch, we know what Keith is, and it ain't dark as hell. It ain't green.
What that man?
This is Girl Scout Cookies
Where
Keith.
we come from, bro?
Smoke that shit.
We don't smoke that bullshit. Where we
Well,
come from.
also I'm in a dark room.
We don't do that shit.
You don't smoke Keith, the powder, the crystals.
No, we don't. We make wax out of it.
Y'all talking? Nah, we got shit stronger than that.
Butter out of it. Get the fuck out of here.
We got stronger.
You give
shit than
stoners a
that, bro.
bad name.
You ever heard of 51s?
Right. So anyway, Big. What-
Yeah, no, you trying to switch this on? Don't set yourself like that, baby. Don't
Big.
set
When I
yourself like that.
asked
Have
you,
ever heard of 51s? You asked me. I'm asking you.
Big.
Have
When
you
I
ever heard of 51s, man?
yeah.
No,
Big.
you
When I
haven't.
when
No,
I
you
asked
haven't.
you, Big. When I asked you how you tested the shape of the Earth, you said you looked at the clouds. Could you just explain
I never
exactly
said
how?
that.
Yeah,
I
you
never
did.
said that.
All right. So
I
how
said,
did?
why? I said the clouds is fake. I said they got fake clouds and they got real clouds. Do you
Well,
know
yeah,
the
but that you said that after I asked how you tested the shape of the Earth because you said you did a test yourself. So
I
what
said
test
that the
did you
clouds
do?
in the sun, when the sun set, why the clouds sit with it if it's so many? If it's 93 million miles away?
The clouds don't set with the sun.
Yes,
I don't know
it
what you're on about.
does. It be right there with it, sit next to it. I got pictures on my
The sun's
Instagram.
behind the
I got
clouds.
pictures on there when I'm showing people. I got pictures. I'm showing it.
Show me a picture then.
How can I show a picture on here?
Share the screen.
Hold on 1 second. It's right there sitting with it. 1 second.
Yeah, guys watching on my channel, if you have one of these, I think it is vital you implement its usage right now. Also, if you have one of these, because that's even better. Just so you know, you've got 11,000 people watching you now.
What's up, everybody? Big Influence. Follow me on Instagram, big_influence. Follow me.
This must be the biggest audience you've ever had, right?
No, it's not the biggest.
Oh, it's gone up to 15,000. Wow, nice.
I done been there with hell of us people that got way more subscribers, bro. It ain't nothing to me.
Yeah. So, when was the last time you were on a show with 15,000 viewers?
It was last month.
Which
it was
one?
More than that. Slime Duke. Slime Duke.
Can I have a link and have a look?
It's Slime Duke. You don't know about Slime Duke? He got over 1 million followers.
Is it a
On
YouTube
Instagram,
channel? Is he?
everywhere. Facebook everywhere.
Oh, send me a link to you being on there. That'd be great.
I'm gonna tell him.
I got you. I can send you all that. I'm gonna send to you on where I sent you all the messages at earlier.
Right, my chat's got a quick question for you. Could you name one Metallica song?
Can I name one Metallica song?
Yeah.
Let's have a song they want.
What kind of song they want?
We just want you to name one Metallica song.
Savagery shit.
What was that one I just to
Savagery.
Yeah, Savagery. Yeah, it was I thought the end of the earth. It was the end of the earth. End of the earth.
Dude, you're wearing a Metallica t-shirt and you can't even say Enter Sandman.
End of the earth.
Metallica don't have a song called End of the Earth.
It was End of the earth, wasn't it?
Oh my lord. Do me a favor, go and change your shirt, please.
Basically, it's the same thing.
It's the same thing, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Sandman, whichever.
You know what the hell I'm talking about.
Enter Sandman and End of the Earth. What do you mean they're not the same thing? Right, name one other song by Metallica apart from Enter Sandman.
Nigga, we just did.
No, you didn't. You got it wrong.
No, the fuck we did it.
Yes, you did.
Ain't nobody get nothing wrong.
We did.
Right, what is the highest selling album? What is the biggest selling studio album by Metallica?
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's the? I asked you, what's the biggest selling studio album by Metallica?
I don't listen to Metallica like that. I listen to it a couple times.
Dude, you never listened to Metallica in your life.
I have.
No, you haven't. You couldn't even mention.
It was look. Listen to me up. It was called The End of the Earth or something like that. 2008. I never forget it because somebody gave me the CD.
Black. Yes, my chat knows the Black album.
Like, End of the Earth or something like that.
He's mad.
But anyway it go, I still know who he talking about.
What's the lead singer of Metallica called?
Bro, I am a Detroit. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm a Detroit rap artist, bro. I listen to the music I listen to. You listen to the music you listen to, bro.
Dude, you're wearing a Metallica t-shirt.
I listened to an album. Hold on, wait a minute. I have listened to the album. That's why I got the t-shirt on. Because I listened to an album back in 2008 that somebody showed me.
Which album did you listen to?
I forgot what it was, but they showed me. That's why I'm wearing it, because I remember Metallica, whatever.
Name one Eminem song.
We don't listen to Eminem in Detroit. You don't know. We don't listen to Eminem.
Name one Bone Thugs and Harmony song.
Bone Thugs and Harmony not from Detroit.
Are you telling me they're not East Coast?
I'm not East Coast, bro. I'm Midwest.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry, I forget where Detroit is. But Bone Thugs are...
No.
You don't listen to Bone Thugs in Detroit.
No, bro. You on some... I said Detroit. I said that.
Yeah, sorry, I was picturing
clear.
Detroit in the wrong place. America's big, all right?
No, how can you picture Detroit in the wrong place?
Because I haven't been to everywhere. I haven't been to everywhere in America. I'm coming to America next week, though. Do you want to meet up?
Bro, the Great Lakes, bro.
Yo,
Come
big.
on, bro.
All right, next week I'm coming to Chicago. You want to meet up?
Chicago is off Lake Michigan.
Yeah, you meet me there, right?
I'm in Detroit. I'm not in Chicago.
All right, well, I'm going to go to Cleveland after that. You can meet me there.
Cleveland?
Yeah. And then I'm going to Nashville.
Why will I go
what
to
about there?
Cleveland?
To meet me.
Why will I meet you?
Because I'll be in Cleveland.
What is Cleveland to me?
Where I'll
Why
be.
is it so important for me to be in Cleveland?
Because I'll be there.
To do what?
To meet me.
I can meet you in Detroit wherever I want to. I ain't got to meet you in a certain spot.
But I'm gonna be in Chicago, Cleveland, and Nashville. So come and meet me.
So what you got going on in Chicago?
Doing stuff.
Like what?
Taking over.
That's what I'm on too. So what you trying to take over?
Everything. I'm
Everything?
revoking the states to independence. You've not done it right.
Oh, okay. I ain't know that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. King Charles is sending me over to rip up the Declaration of Independence because you've done democracy wrong, and we're bringing you back into the fold.
That's funny.
I mean,
You funny, bro.
why would you think carving people's faces in a mountain that didn't belong to you was a good idea?
Bro.
I'm joking. I'm coming to do some debates and stuff.
Nah, look, we gotta do what we gotta do to blow this shit up, bro. You know what I mean? We gonna talk that shit, do what we do. You know what I mean? I believe in business. You know what I mean? I believe in people making money. You know what I mean? So let's do
Detroit's
it.
only like 4 hours from Cleveland. We could definitely meet up in Cleveland. Go and check out the Superman Museum together.
What museum?
The Superman Museum.
Superman?
Yeah, that's where Superman's from.
Superman fake.
What do you mean Superman's fake? I saw him on TV.
On TV? So he real because he on TV?
And on movies.
Movies is real because. Oh no, I know what you on. Stop it. I see you. Stop it. I see you. Cause I'm on the same shit. Trust me. Cause we gonna blow this shit up.
Right. So, yeah, I've measured the Earth, and it's definitely not flat.
Okay, and I measured this. We not about to get ready to go up. 2026 is coming up, y'all. But even though y'all need to be changing into in your life every day instead of just every new year. But when the new year comes, it's 2026, man. It's time to change this shit. We ain't going off no lies. We going off talk is cheap. We going off what we see. That's what it is. Question everything.
Oh yeah, definitely question everything. Always be skeptical, but do not
That's
ignore.
the only reason why I do what I do. I say I do what I do. I do rage bait. I do it all. But what I do this shit for is for people to just to think twice. Question everything. Whether if it's flat or if it's round.
When did you think first? When did you start thinking? Could I see that? I don't think I've noticed it, to be honest.
Oh damn! Say you ain't noticing, huh? I've been thinking before I even got on this motherfucker.
So I just want you to give me your.
I ain't been thinking, but I mean.
You see how you waited till I started talking.
I've been thinking like independently, but you've been thinking what somebody else told you, and that don't even make sense, do it? So that means you only been going off what somebody else told you instead of actually thinking for yourself.
All right.
You cut that off quick.
So have you got? I'd love you to just give me your best evidence that the Earth is flat, so that we can discuss it.
Give me your evidence.
Well, I've told you I've measured the shape of the Earth.
I still ain't seen none.
Or you could we could have a freestyle battle, one of the two. What would you like?
I haven't seen none at all.
What do you want to do? Do you want to give me evidence that the Earth is flat, or do you want to have a freestyle rap battle?
Go ahead and do a freestyle rap battle.
You first.
Oh, you go ahead. You said it.
You're the rapper. You keep telling me how you're a rapper, dude.
You talk. Oh, hold on. You said that you a better rapper than me, so you gotta go first. There ain't no exceptions. You said you a better rapper than me.
Yeah. You want me to go first?
Know if I'm a good rapper, go on my page on big influence, a big _ influence on Instagram. I'm rapping freestyles. I do this shit. I'm a lyricist. Listen.
Okay. All right then.
So
you thought it was over? Well, I'm still standing while you're swinging thing and thinking she's talking shit. It's like the human centipede. You got the mind of a chimp, but I'm here to exercise your future leave. Because I'm a seaman, but not the kind of rinse out from your mum's gums. I'm the kind that sailed submarines and fired guns. I can float a boat across the ocean with my eyes closed, circumnavigate the globe with a compass and a bag of sausage rolls. All you can do is nibble on your toes. Smack you with a hose that you call a water level, sit and swivel. You nasal gazing muppet. I could stuff you harder than the wallet stuff by Warren Buffett.
Okay.
And I don't care about your sources unless you're serving them, and I don't care about your lines unless you're curving them. Now step away from me, because you're sucking my oxygen where the vacuum where your brain should be, you dumb fuck.
You dumb fuck. Nigga, I'm in the game like nunchucks. Nigga, you ain't trying to get toughed up. My nigga, your ass get bluffed up. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Come around here and get fucked up. Nigga, you already know a nigga come through with action. I don't give a fuck. I'm coming through with the hella action. Niggas up a saying you already know that I'm hella packing. Nigga getting money, bitch. You already know I'm hella stacking. What the fuck? You already know that I'm jaculating. Come through this bitch. You already know that I'm a pack waiting. Come through this bitch. These niggas leaving, bitch. They evacuating. Niggas is saying damn it's a whole of an occupation. Fuck you talking about, nigga? You know that I'm at the station. What the fuck? These niggas got to wait, but they ain't waiting. Man, I'm getting the shit off, nigga. This shit fast. Get the fuck on. It's a spell, nigga. It ain't a cast. What the fuck is wrong with you, nigga? I'm on your ass. Get the fuck on, nigga. I get the missile and I blast, nigga.
Now do it without the N-word.
No, it don't matter, nigga. You do it out the way you did it.
Which word am I not allowed to use?
Which word I'm not allowed to use?
You're not allowed to use the N-word because that was 50% of the words.
How? I can't use my own word. That was used against me.
Because that was mostly the used you word. Maybe use it once or twice, but don't make it 50% of the lyrics.
Why we call niggas then? Why I can't say what they said to me?
No, you can say it, dude, but don't make it 50% of your lyrics, right?
It don't matter.
Where was the flow, man?
So the people that
no rhyming or anything.
Look, the people that rap and make songs nowadays, they.
I think you know what? I think I busted you in that rap battle there. I totally smashed you.
You didn't smash me.
Oh, clearly I did.
You did all right, but you didn't smash me, nigga.
But anyway, yeah. So I've told you about how I measured the shape of the Earth. How did you confirm and do your tests?
Personal observation. Where
Okay,
the fuck is my railroad?
show me the talk to me about the observations. Docs and Greenlight for $2 says, as an FBA, I have to say, just stop, fam.
I'm gonna have to really go outside and discover for myself instead of going for some shit somebody else gave me. So it's gonna take more time and more effort than you did it. You know what I mean?
And what did you do? What did you do by yourself? Please talk us through your methodology.
You know how I go.
Yeah. I just love to know what you did so I can do it myself.
You got yours off the government.
So no, I didn't. I tested myself. I didn't get it from the government.
Right,
yeah, I built my own equipment and then tested the shape of the Earth.
All right, show me.
Show you 2002.
So you going all the way to 2002?
Well, if I was going to show you it, I would have to show you 2002 when I did it.
2025. Like,
I haven't done it since 2002.
Why not?
Because I didn't need to do it again.
No, you need to do it again. You trying to do it now?
Why would I do it now? Why would I do it again when I did it once?
You probably already had that shit ready.
No, I built the equipment myself.
No.
Yeah, you don't get a physics degree unless you do that.
No.
So
physics degree?
Physics degree and a nuclear engineering degree, yeah.
Degree. Okay.
And a nuclear engineering degree, yeah.
I know people that don't got a physics degree that's more physics than the person that got that degree. So I mean, what do that mean?
I tell you what, those were definitely words, and congratulations for that. So I'm serious. Well, we've got 83,000 people watching now. Oh, he's gone. Oh, where'd he go? That's a shame. Where'd he go, bro? I was saying about the numbers and stuff because in all the messages to me, he was saying about how he's a big famous rapper and he's always used to having big audiences, which isn't true because he doesn't have any kind of audience. Vector Animator for $1.99. Thank you very much, my friend. I really appreciate it. Well, there was the debate for now. Let's see if Kevin John is still running away. Oh, Kevin. You got scared. You said you would if we get a moderator. I proved I am better than you at not over talking last time. Stop being a coward. Come and debate me now. I'm live waiting for you. Yakos Tanos for 512 Huff says, this was the best Flerf debate in ages. Yeah, that needs to get clipped as its own video, like ASAP. I tried with him, I really did. Where'd you go, bro? Eminem be taking notes. Oh, I didn't see that. It didn't show up in my thing for some reason. Thank you very much, dudes. Oh, of course you have, Rubiks, because you're fucking amazing. Aw. Ah. Trying to phone Kevin. Kevin is trying to get Flat Earth Dave to go on, to me to go on Flat Earth Dave's channel, but Flat Earth Dave will not let that happen. He knows that. I'm live now. Do as you said and join. DM me and I'll send you the link. And my mod will control it. Stop complaining. All right, okay. Try not. Maybe don't trigger him. Oh, Kevin John mentioned me. Apparently I'm slow to comprehend. You said you'd join. Are you a liar? You said all you need to do is get a moderator. I did that. I'm live now. Join. Doctor Greenlight for $5 says, that's not what rap is supposed to be, but unfortunately what it is now. For a good reference, look up Nas is like for what it should be. Yeah, and Nas is pretty good, you're right. Okay, let's have a look at where we currently stand, shall we, guys? I started this stream 6 hours ago. Was it 5 p.m.? Yeah, it's now 11. So 6 hours ago. Wow. And when I started, there was a 45-minute timer. So after 45 minutes, the stream, because that's when it stopped. So after 45 minutes, it should have been up. But somehow, don't ask me how, but somehow, after 45 minutes, the timer was a lot higher. And now it's at 11 hours and 40 minutes. Of course, you can increase that timer. If you gift a membership or become a member or increase your membership or £10 super chat, you add 3 minutes to the timer. Right, Kevin is not coming because he's a coward, and the other Flerf. Oh wait, hold on. What do you say? Oh. What did he say? It's not showing. Oh. Yeah, Kevin's too scared to come on. Only 4 days? No, only half a day to go. All right, let's finish reading this chapter of Rachel Wilson's book then, shall we all? Of course, in a little bit, well, tell you what, let's let James tell you.
That's right. Come out and meet and see Craig debate Rachel Wilson on if feminism is more good or bad for society at DebateCon 6 in Nashville, Tennessee this November 15th and 16th. Grab your tickets now at the link in the description box, as we're expecting this event may sell out. You don't want to miss it. Grab your tickets right now so you can meet Craig and see him debate live.
Vector Animator became a member. Welcome to Scrappers. Thank you very much. The Flerfs coming back. He says, my phone bro died. Everything I was doing was to make the page go viral. I see the views went up. Oh my god, he is ego, the Flerf ego. Alright, I'll send him a new link. Right. I'm gonna take a quick break, grab a cup of tea, be back in 5. That's not good. Alright, yeah, I am going to take a quick break. Grab a cup of Earl Grey. So let's let Conspiracy Music Studios entertain you for a few minutes.
On my stream, called him demon possessed, said the globe was a scheme. Never needed no proof, just a fire in my eye. Love the sound of my voice, now I'm the one they crucify. Now they say I'm Illuminati, sold my soul or so they say. Taste the poison I did spray, now it's me they flee. Whispers fly and fingers point, ain't it rough to feel the flame? Now I'm sitting in the spotlight, and you're laughing at my name. Saw every shadow as a sinister hand. I blamed every ill on a secretive band. Never looked back at the damage I caused, the fear in their eyes, the lines I crossed. Just me and my megaphone against the whole world. Every wild accusation carelessly held. Now they say I'm Illuminati, sold my soul or so they say. Taste the poison I did spray, now it's me they flee. Whispers fly and fingers point, ain't it rough to feel the flame? Now I'm sitting in the spotlight, and you're laughing at my name. I called every man a liar, accused the world without a clue, preach my gospel of suspicion. Now the joke's on old me too. I lit every fire with reckless delight, but it burns when it comes back to us around.
Excuse me. I was a clever boy and turned off autoplay. Right.
Okay, bet, brother.
He's just charging his phone and he wants to come back. Because that was a lot of fun, and you got to love a Flerf debate, right? So Kevin John says that he will only call my show if someone transfers him $3,000, which is the money he lost by not working when he lost his job for, you know, accusing Tune of horrific things. And he's got his word that he'll pay me the equivalent of his salary if he loses his job due to the consequences of appearing on my show. Until then, shut the fuck up, you little shit. You know what, Kevin? I am going to report that comment to Facebook. Kevin's a silly boy. He's lost so many Facebook accounts because of me. How's everyone doing? Oh my god, this is absolutely hilarious. Oh. Facebook won't do anything. Oh, they will. Like I said, I've had a lot of Kevin's accounts deleted from Facebook because of him being a little bit dumb. Okay. Back to reading. Oh. I heard a ding ding. What was that? Is that Facebook? So Rachel Wilson goes on to say that Christianity is a patriarchal religion with all things being created by God, the Father, rather than... Beeping in my ear, stop it. Rather than some mother goddess. Which would mean that not only is patriarchy the natural and divine order of the world, but that feminism is a battle that cannot be won against an omnipotent heavenly Father. Oh, Jesus Christ, what? Christian is a patriarchal religion, which puts men above women, but at the same time she says, with all things being created... Oh no, it doesn't say equal there, right? With all things being created by God rather than some, which would mean not only is patriarchy and natural. So, I mean, that's just making the assumption that God is real and Christianity is the true religion, which is a fallacy, right? That's very fallacious reasoning. Oh, if Christianity is real, then, patriarchy is natural. patriarchy is natural because Christianity is real. Therefore, I win. Abrax became a member. Welcome to Scrappers. Thank you very much, my friend. I very much appreciate it. That increased the timer by 3 minutes. And F.111 for 199 says you won that rap battle. Big W FTFE. Lol, Craig. Lil Craig. I don't know. I need a better street name, a better rap name than Lil Craig. I think Fight the Tight Shirt's a good rap name. So, feminists need to find a new religion that fits their feminist worldview. And Christianity becomes an enemy and a target of destruction for more serious practitioners of witchcraft. So straight away, it's just... feminism's witchcraft. Feminist scholars and intellectuals interested in religious systems that can replace patriarchal Christianity adore ancient goddess worship because, as I'm about to demonstrate, it is rife with vengeful female supernatural beings whose main motivation always seems to be the domination of man and male gods. It makes perfect sense that the modern feminists would be drawn to tales of such powerful beings who have been fighting the patriarchy since the dawn of time. Oh my fucking lord, this is painful to read. Apparently Tune cost Kevin $3,000. Gotta love it. This is what Flat Earth does to you guys. Well, if you're going to use your fucking, company's name in your Facebook post where you're slagging off people and calling them horrific names, expect to lose your fucking job. Griff, Harmonic series isn't aware of it, and I'm trying to explain why Andrew is a piece of shit and modern day debate supporting him after that incident sucks. What incident? What did Andrew do? One of the oldest and most perennial goddess figures is the ancient Mesopotamian goddess Inanna. Inanna, also known as Ishtar, associated with the morning star, or the planet Venus. She was first worshipped in Sumeria perhaps as early as 4000 BC, but she is still worshipped by various religious cults even now. She was worshipped as the goddess of both love, or more accurately female sexuality, and warfare, and the queen of heaven in antiquity. But among modern goddess worshippers, she seems to be primarily an icon of female sexual power and liberation. Simone de Beauvoir mentions Inanna in her famous book, The Second Sex, saying that she represents the undomesticated, unattached woman. Inanna/Ishtar is also a very important figure in Gardenian Wicca. Guys, this is hard going. Yeah, Andrew was a piece of shit to him, but he also should have stayed and defended himself. It is my opinion. But yeah, he was a bit of a piece of shit and the things he said. However, you've got to be realistic, and that is that Andrew Wilson is algorithm gold. Okay? And James is not a stupid person. We are going to, for a bit, switch back to the stupid of Flat Earth and cover part 2 of them talking to a senior class. Remember, guys, if you want to increase the timer by 3 minutes, all you need to do is become a member. I've been shouting... Go back down to my ASMR voice because it is getting later in the evening and I do need to be quieter now that my neighbours are actually Karens. Manager Supreme says, if someone implies you're supporting child raping, are you going to stay? Yes. I'll stay and defend myself vehemently. But that's just me, I guess. I would have mentioned to them, all right, I get why he left. I don't agree with it. All right. I would have, number one, appealed to the moderator. I would like a decent, honest debate, and I don't appreciate the personal attacks. Could you please ensure that doesn't happen again? But more importantly, I would have just stayed and ripped Andrew apart to embarrass him. I thought that would have been the best way to deal with it, in my opinion. Bob Knoll for $5 says, iffy idea. Get AI to read the chapter, then have it defend the positions while you debate it. Oh, God. I don't know. Maybe. I think I'm going to have to try and read it. I think maybe doing it on stream is not the greatest idea. I may have to try and digest that on my own. But I'm just waiting for the Flerf to rejoin anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I will send them. Yeah.
Okay, I'll write down their names and then I'll follow up with them.
Yeah, I don't even need their names. I just need their email. Say, hey, I've got these 5 email addresses are Android, and these 3 are Apple or whatever.
Okay.
All right.
So you're looking for emails.
I need the email because that's how I invite them. I invite them for free.
It's how he gets your data to sell to everyone. Yeah.
Free download token.
Okay. Yeah. So kids are arriving now, and then as soon as the bell rings, we'll go and get started. So yeah, it looks like you're keeping busy there, and getting a lot of. Are you getting a lot of invites? Or are you getting a lot of interviews for your work?
I get a steady amount of interviews. I'm speaking at 3 conferences this year. One in Texas next month, in October. One in November in Arizona, and then a 5-day conference in Mexico. In Puerto Vallarta. Wow. Yeah.
Wow. So
how repulsive do you guys find this? That he is basically, right, grooming children. He's managed to weasel his way into a school, and he's like, I want the email of these kids. I want the little children's emails so I can invite them to my app. And at such a young age, indoctrinate them into flat Earth, whilst also leaking their data to the greater black part of the internet. I mean dark, not like... That wasn't a racist jab. I meant to say dark, and I said black. Sorry. Rubiks says we need to get you one of the conferences he's speaking at. I would absolutely... Unfortunately, flat Earth conferences have kind of stopped recently. You know, like the Flat Earth International Conference and that or whatever, they're not things anymore. Because I would definitely go to the one, whatever. I forgot what I was going to say. Never mind. My brain's still a little bit mush lately, guys, so bear with me. Which is why I so appreciate the support, considering how I've been lately.
Oh,
and Angel's is coming across to one of those, right? He's coming across the plane to
the
one
November
of those.
one, yeah. Yep. And the plane won't be adjusting for curvature.
Do you feel like the movement is growing, or do you feel like there's pushback or what?
There's crazy pushback. They're desperately trying all sorts of things to thwart flat Earth, but it's only just giving it more attention, right? This is since the last time we spoke. This is my app. Hold on, we go here. Whoops. This is. Let's take a worldview look. So here's the United States. These are people that have my app that are on the friend finder. So you tell me if this movement is growing.
Wow. So
Yeah.
these are folks who are on your app and
mostly retards. But no, what that is different instances of the app being opened at certain locations, not individual registered users, because Dave is a liar.
And
thank Rachbot, it means a lot. I really do appreciate it. Manager Supreme, I agree. Lately, that Monday debates moderation has not been great. I think they give the debates too much free reign. I would much prefer less kind of open discussion and more, you make a point, now you make a point, now you make a point, right? Cross-examination and stuff. Because it just turns into a dumpster fire. Because no one can control themselves, including myself. Harmonic says, do you need a massage? Yes. I've kind of hurt my rotator cuff and my good shoulder right now. What's happened is that as I've been training, obviously I've got my injury on my left shoulder. I'll go full screen and explain. A little bit of waffle, right? So I got injured in my left shoulder in the Navy, and had a bunch of surgery on it, and kind of the middle part of the muscle up here was taken away, which for a long time, it's constant agony. Not so much on my knee, but sore, and would constantly dislocate and was very weak. But since I've been going to the gym, I've worked it, back a little bit. It's still not as good as it was. But what's happened is, because some of the muscles, especially the trap at the back, and the bit connected to the chest at the front, were overcompensating for the muscle in the middle. Those bits of the muscles have become stronger than they really should at the level that I'm at. And what's that done is my whole back has been pulled, towards this muscle. So it's all the muscles are being tightened and going that way, which has made my shoulder blade on this side kind of wing out like this, which is then causing the muscles and everything here to overcompensate, which is then not giving enough support to my rotator cuff, right? And I'm going to show you something funny. This isn't me just stripping off for no reason. I want you to look at something, okay? I want you to look at my shoulders and look at the difference in the size of the caps. Being genuine. Do you see how much bigger this bit here is than this bit here? It's all become totally imbalanced. It's growing in a very weird way now. So I've had to really alter what I am doing at the gym to work on getting the imbalance back before then building the muscles back up. So yes, I could do with a massage on my rotator cuff. I'm not on any juice, Brandon. Well, creatine is the only supplement I take. Manager Supreme. No, that would be this arm, which is currently the one that's not growing as much.
actively following you.
Not just following me. These are people that are actively using what I call the friend finder. So you can
Possibly
find people around you and communicate with them. And people hold meetups and stuff. And, if we go down to Australia, out to Australia, my bad. And, Australia's, this is Sydney. Or is that Sydney? Did I get that right?
No, it's Melbourne.
Melbourne, yeah. Is that where you are?
Yeah, I'm in Melbourne, yeah.
Yeah.
that little lake there is where I did my observations, actually, where you zoomed in there.
Yeah.
That bay, yeah.
Nice, perfect.
Wow, so fascinating. I think
Harmonics, what do you mean too much? I was just demonstrating what's happening with my body. I'm finding the mechanics of it interesting. I'm learning a lot about physical mechanics of how your body works, and it's incredible how much things are connected. right? For quite a while, I had a really big knot in my shoulder blade on my right side. But it was actually because my glute on my left side was tight. And once my physio released the tension on my glute on my left side, it rebalanced everything to get rid of all the massive knots in my right side. But now I've unbalanced things, and it's actually what's happening over here is affecting what's happening here. So it's about, working the connection of the body. It's weird. Oh yeah, also Kevin John accused me of having man tits. He's never seen pecs before, has he?
For a lot of students.
You froze. Uh-oh.
Here.
You froze. We didn't hear the last 10 seconds.
It'd be interesting, I wonder if there's going to be a movement to kind of push for changes in science curriculums, because people who are supportive of the flat earth are going to push for that.
Well, here's the problem. Like, I spoke with a school in Danbury, Connecticut, and the principal and 2 teachers from the science wing, and just privately, I did a private Zoom with them because someone was trying to get me to present at the school. Like, yeah, come on in, Dave Weiss. I'm like, before you invite me in, let me tell you what I'm going to be talking about. And they were blown away. They're like, yeah, we can't have you in.
Bob, no, it is a teacher that they are talking to. Okay, where are we going? We're at 6.5 hours in, right? 6.5 hours in. And when I started there, we had 45 minutes on the timer. And now at 6.5 hours in, we're at 11 hours, 15 minutes on the timer. You guys can increase that timer by adding a membership with, by adding 3 minutes of a membership, or doing as JSS Tiger just did and gifting $10 or £10 with a super chat that says something like Angel and Dearth are Beavis and Butthead. Why the fuck? No. Right, okay, hold on. FTFE Enterprises holds no responsibility for comments made by my chat about the awesome intellectual powerhouse of Beavis and Butthead. In no way do we compare their intellectual power to the dullards known as Flat Earth Dave and Angel of Light. Obviously, Beavis and Butthead are at least 12 billion times more intelligent than these two, and could outwit them in every single possible way. Even in chess. Even though Beavis and Butthead don't know how to play chess, they're smarter than these two, and they would win anyway. Beavis and Butthead are able to dress themselves in the morning without assistance, and Dave and Angel clearly live in some kind of assisted living facility. Well, at least Dave does. I've seen his house because I got his data from his app. And that's not a joke. God, is this Flerf coming back? I always find it dangerous when I'm talking to a Flerf. A black Flerf that says the N-word all the time. I've got no issue with it, but like, is that going to get picked up like against me in any way because they're doing it? I mean, obviously they're allowed to do. I'm not allowed to say the N-word. I would never say the N-word, at least not on purpose. But you know, he's allowed to because he's black, and that's his right, I guess. But it just, I don't know. Would YouTube be mad at me for that because he's saying it? Harmonic says, have you seen James Modern Day debate in person? Yeah, he's ripped as fuck. He is absolutely ripped. Happy Samaria, your pal Al?
Well, it's yeah, it's very interesting here for the students there. We talked a little bit before we had to do all the administrative stuff and all. Definitely that definitely generated a lot of conversation. That's for sure.
All right.
As well. So give me a moment here. I'm going to take attendance, and then we'll go and get started.
Okay.
It's still blowing my mind how this came to be. How did a Flerf? How did Dumb and Dumber and Dumber and Dumber get into a school? How did this come about? Come on, Kevin, stop being a coward. I'm live now. Stop being a baby. I won't touch your job. I have a moderator to control you. He said earlier that he would debate me, but now he's remembered that he doesn't want to come on my channel.
All right, let's go. We need the people. We are very excited to hear from you, and so I'm just going to turn it over to you guys and take it away.
You made it, Dave.
Vector Animator says that I could, for 199, I could fight Canelo Alvarez and win. I don't know who that is. Is that an insult or? Nah, man, he'd beat my ass. Look at the dude. I mean, look at his lats. Look at the power he's got in his bloody upper chest. And his arms are, like, thick and chunky. Nah, dude, he would smash me. I'm getting there, but I'm not that. I mean, that's kind of my goal. That chest is actually very, very ripped. You can see the power in the upper chest. Wow. I bet he hits like a fucking freight train. Jesus Christ. Yeah, man. Just looking at him, you can see that his punches would hurt, right? Dude, he was... I don't think I've seen someone as ripped as that in the chest. That was impressive.
I like doing that every once in a while, or kind of every day. I'm going to give you guys a quick rundown of what we're talking about and what you guys believe, and then we really want your questions. Better than your questions is your globe proofs, because it's 2025. If the Earth is a globe, somebody should be able to give us a proof. Angel and I have been trying for years, and we haven't found one yet. Maybe a high school student could do it. So everything you've been taught about flat Earth is wrong. Everything you've been taught about the globe is wrong. And almost everything except for this class that you've been taught in school is just indoctrinating you into believing nonsense. The reason you hate history, most of you, is because they're teaching you nonsense about history. This is the flat Earth. This is a balloon at 127,000 feet. The sun is
just
right
the same
there.
thing
It's not
each time.
93 million miles away. You can tell it's a local light because it's lighting up
Oh
this
my God, they're just
small
doing the
area
same
of the
thing
Earth.
each
There's a
time.
little hot spot here in Antarctica.
Let's just listen to questions.
Hide that we're special, that we're at the center of creation. They don't want us to know that we are incredible, powerful beings, right? Every second for billions of years, but
travel in a straight line, you don't really feel it. Second, so basically, you're in the
Just want to go through the
66
questions.
degrees south and north, respectively. Now, I don't know how many more sixes you want before you say it's not a coincidence, but yeah.
It goes on and on.
We have to we have to wrap it up because the bell is about to ring here. But we want to go ahead and thank you for.
Let me give the
presenting.
final. Listen, if you Google flat Earth or go to ChatGPT, which is not your friend, you're going to get a lot of nonsense.
But at the
I
very
didn't
top,
realise
there
it's
is
just going to be the
someone
same
lying
each
to
time.
us,
And I
right?
don't just want to go through the same video a bunch of times. I thought it was going to be a different presentation for each different class, but he's clearly brought in a few different classes. Pardon me. Vector was obviously just joking. Doesn't really think that I could beat him. That dude would eat me alive. Right, we're 11 hours to go. And I'm waiting for the Flerf to come back. Kevin has bailed. I think Kevin may just have blocked me. He's like been obsessively posting about me and Toon on Facebook, but apparently I'm the one that's obsessed with him. Join, little boy. We are waiting for you. My mod is ready. Oh, this dude. Trying to get our friend back on, but nah. Which means that we're going to have to go to the next part, which was to Nathan Oakley, I'm afraid. But maybe we could check in on CC first. We haven't heard of CC for a bit. Oh, there's been quite a bit from CC. Right. Rubiks, Big Idiot has not come back yet, although he's just seen my message. Waiting for him to join then. Our Big Idiot has just messaged me, so I'm just going to resend him the link. Man, my face is so skinny. Brandon1999 says, does the potato dream about doing his presentations? Is the potato capable of dreaming? Okay, CC, my friend. You are mocked. Yes, I do want to do your Flat Earth tier list. Wait to see if the Flerf comes back. And then after that, we can do your tier list. Thank you, Brandon, for the super chat, mate. That is extremely generous. Helps more than you know. Guys, honestly, I'm always blown away by the support I get when I'm doing these. It's always absolutely insane. Are you joining them, mister? Right. Until our friend can click a button. Because, you know, Flerfs. We're gonna check in on our old friend Cece. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. Chris, Cece, from New York, Westchester County. It's 23/10/25.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County. It's 9:20/25. You know,
9:20. Oh right, yeah, you do it the wrong way round, don't you? So what he means is 29/25. Westchester County.
I remember when Flat Earth was just coming out. You know, I remember going on a live chat, you know, and just typing hi, you know, just developing my channel. And you see how well my channel is done. I'm so popular right now. I'm astounded.
Yeah, but Chris, to be fair, you keep coming back, mate. You know, lately I've had a bit of a downturn of views. Shorts are doing all right. But because of my time off in general, made the algorithm a little bit mad at me, and there's been, you know, a bit of a downturn in views because of that. It happens, but you keep going, and you keep going, my friend. No matter what, you build back up, and I'll be back on top. I know I will. That's what she said. And don't you worry, Chris.
But I just remember.
I mean, it's still 1,000 views, mate. You know, better than Nathan Oakley. Like, mate, you're doing all right. Don't fret.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester.
Harmonic Series says, what's a good number of views per live? Honestly, anything. Anyone interacting and watching is good. If you've got more than 50 people, you're in like the top 10% of streamers on YouTube. I mean, I like to have a few hundred, and it's been a bit less than that recently. Been like 1 to 200, sometimes 3. But again, I understand I have not put out as much content and stuff, and you know, you fall off in the algorithm, and that happens. But I've been dealing with life, and that's just the consequence of that, and I have to build myself back up and get back on top. It's been a really, really tough year for me, and that has been reflected in my channel's performance. Now I may be in a position where I can focus a little bit more, hopefully. Even though it's been really, really tough the past few weeks, I feel like I'm going to be able to focus and push it back, and I'd like to get back up to having 400 to 500 people in my lives. But the fact that there is over 100 people watching now, well, I've been live for already close to 7 hours, is incredible. And if we look at this stream has already had nearly 2,000 views. So there's been people in and out quite a lot, and you know, I that's not bad. Sorry, the day I'm debating's changed for DebateCon. Oh, fuck's sake, has it? Oh, I wish James would like communicate these things to me. What have I organised things? So now I'm 11 a.m. on the Sunday. Oh, great. That seems like a really good time. Oh well. Yeah, what about the people that have bought tickets for that day? Well, Rubiks, I'm pretty sure that Borg bought a ticket to see me on the Saturday. I'm going to quickly email James right now. To Modern Day Debates. DebateCon. Date change. Hey James. I noticed the date I'm on stage against Rachel Wilson has changed. It's no issue for me, but I'm aware of some people that bought a ticket for the Saturday to see me in particular, and I don't have a ticket for the Sunday. Are they able to change the day they have a ticket for? Thanks, Greg. That's personal business, Harmonic. Right, okay. If anyone in particular has bought a ticket for the Saturday, but is, I'm on the Sunday, then let me know. Send me an email or Rubiks an email. Excuse me. I'm sure James won't mind you changing the day that you've got the ticket for. Yeah, Borg, I agree, dude. I hope James, if people have bought the ticket just to see me, then you should be able to. Sunday at 11 conflicts with mass for many viewers. I know, it's religious debate. Well, actually, mine's a feminism debate, I guess.
County. It's 9/20/25. I remember when Flat Earth was just coming out. I remember going on a live chat, and just typing hi, just developing my channel. I was astounded. but I just remember, somebody out there talking to somebody else that I really admire, saying hi, And then all of a sudden, that particular person decides to go back to the ball. Why is that? You see, when you become a flat earther, you...
I think he's talking about Jeranism. Well, my original time was 11... was after the first break, so... Break... Oh. Well, originally I was going to be on, I think, like about 11 a.m. or 1 p.m. on the Saturday, but the whole schedule seems to have changed. I mean, he's only got 3 stage debates on the Saturday. I'm confused. Like, it's not... Stage debate on 11 a.m. and then another at 3 p.m. Why is there a 4-hour gap? And then another... And then Planet Peterson at 9, and then me at 11. So there's a 2-hour gap between them, and then a 4-hour gap, and then another 4-hour gap. It's a bit weird.
Don't ever. You can't ever go back to a ball. You know what a ball is? Yeah, that's right. That's what we've been growing up with. A ball is something that's spinning in space out of control. But the ball itself, we have to look at the ball. Okay? Supposedly top scientists. These are the top scientists of this fucking country that are getting paid who knows how much money to tell you lies that there is no container. You see, it wouldn't make any sense. How could a planet have a container? But apparently every planet out there, the atmosphere is the container.
No, the gravity contains the atmosphere, CC. Not the atmosphere is the container. The atmosphere needs to be contained. What time is it in New York right now? It's 8 p.m. Should we give him a call? I mean, we're not harassing him because he's put his number there.
sorry no one's here to take your call. Please leave your name and number. Thank you.
Oh, hey, Chris.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hello, Chris. CC from New York, Westchester County. It is 10/31/2025, and I was watching one of your videos. And I just wanted to ask you a question about it. You mentioned that we were told that the atmosphere is the container of planets. I just wanted you to know that that's wrong. Not just wrong, but, you know, like pineapple on pizza wrong. The gravity is the container. But I would love to have a conversation with you. It would be friendly, it would be enjoyable, and I could help you correct some of your misconceptions that you clearly have about everything. By the way, your hair is awesome. I'm not sure if that's like where your life force is stored, but it's absolutely incredible. Keep up the good work. Speak to you soon. Bye. I didn't even tell him who I was. Fuck. Alright, where's the Flerf? Yo, bro. Oh, man. He's not answering anymore.
That's good. Okay. So gas on an object. You remember the planet, the ball that you live on is an object with air, pressure, and everything like that. Without a container can exist. Every planet in the entire world, universe can exist without a container. Does that make any sense at all to you?
No physical container, Chris. Gravity is the container. And we know gravity's real because it's measurable. Oh, it's him. It's him. Oh, it's another Flerf. Oh, it's a Flerf sending me a link to something.
Atheists are before. Do you know what the last words of atheists are before they die?
Yeah, probably something like, "Oh, it'll be fine. Just press the button." Or, no, you don't need to do that. Trust me.
I don't know the guy, but Caesar Borgia is an atheist. These are his last words. While I lived, I provided for everything but death. Now I must die, and I'm unprepared to die. Sir Thomas Scott, some of you have heard that, undoubtedly. Taken suddenly ill, he cried out, "Until this moment, I thought there's neither a God nor a hell. Now I know and feel there are both, and I'm doomed to perdition by the just judgment of the Almighty." Voltaire, on his deathbed, "I've swallowed nothing but smoke. I've intoxicated myself with the incense that turned my head. I'm abandoned by God and man." To his physician, he said, "I'll give you half of what I'm worth if you'll give me 6 months of life." The doctor told him it was impossible. He responded with, "Then I'll die and go to hell." David Hume, you may know that name. On his deathbed, "I'm in flames." Sir Francis Newport, head of English Atheist Club, "You need not tell me that there's no God, for I know there's one, and that I'm in his presence. You need not tell me there's no hell. I feel myself already slipping. Wretches, cease your idle talk about there being hope for me. I know I'm..."
So some atheists cry out for a God as they die. Here's the thing, as you die, something very specific happens to your brain. It releases a chemical called DMT, which I'm pretty sure there's an evolutionary reason for it to make us less afraid as we die. To make it, I don't know, to stop us freaking out, to stop us being, I don't know, a burden or something. There's an evolutionary reason, but as we die, our brain releases a chemical called DMT, which makes you trip the fuck out. I took DMT once, and I thought a tentacle was coming out of my TV.
I'm lost forever. Oh, that fire. Oh, the insufferable pangs of hell. Oh, that I could lie for 1,000 years upon the fire that's never quenched to purchase the favor of God. Millions and millions of years will bring me no nearer the end of my torments. And for one poor hour, oh, eternity, eternity, forever, forever. Oh, the insufferable pangs of hell. The French king, Charles IX, massacred the Huguenots. He said, asleep or awake, I see the mangled forms of the Huguenots passing before me. How will all this end? What shall I do? I'm lost forever. Anton LaVey, he's the Satan worshiper. On his deathbed, oh my, what have I done? There's something very wrong. There's something very wrong.
Do you know?
I mean, I'd have to fact check most of those because most of them probably aren't even true. But who cares? I bet most atheists don't do that. Let's send old Johnny Boy a link to join. Do you remember John Strickland? Darkfang Nightcrow, remember 2 months, says this was technically yesterday. I just glitched. What's wrong, Big Smoke? Scared you'll get wrecked again, bro? It's time to start poking the Flerf, make him come back.
Does it? I mean, this is just, I can't even believe I'm even talking about this anymore. I just can't believe I'm fucking discussing this and having a conversation with somebody and even explaining to them that you cannot have any air pressure without a fucking container. There's not a single scientist, there's not a single fucking master degree or IT degree or Harvard University or whatever the fuck you want to call him can tell me air pressure cannot exist without a container.
Storm systems actually disagree with you. See, a storm system is pressure without a container. It's literally an area where the pressure is different to other places. The pressure gets less and less as you go up, yet there is no container. There's never a container, no matter how far you go. You guys keep saying you need a container, otherwise it evacuate into the vacuum of space, but we know we can go up to where it's practically a vacuum and it's not evacuating to that point, and there was no barrier. So where does the evacuating to space actually start? Borg, yeah, the kids went out for trick-or-treating, came back with sweeties, just like they should. He's angry. Or diabetes, one of the two.
Okay, trying to get my composure. We're gonna go down a little deeper. I'm gonna try to code this. I won't bring up the incident exactly when it happened, but it was a couple of weeks ago, right? Yeah. And now we have an interview, of course, with the spouse. And it reminds me of a little something in an interview. This. I won't bring up the incident exactly when it happened, but it was a couple of weeks ago, right? Yeah. And now we have an interview, of course, with the spouse.
Sorry, he's got an interview with his spouse. Oh, Dick Wayne's in the chat. Dick, either join or you get timed out. You know how it works. Storms are a difference in pressure. Notice how violent storms can get. That's what differences in pressure causes when you understand simple natural physics. Where is the container between the pressures? There is none. They still exist. Now, even on a calm day, Dick, when there's no storm, there is still a gradient of pressure that goes to basically a vacuum as you go up. And at no point is there a violent expulsion of the air upwards. Now, I will give you one chance, Dick Wayne, to come on my channel and have a chat. Otherwise, you will just be permanently timed out. You have my email. You have 5 minutes.
And it reminds me of a little something that happened in Connecticut with the father on that interview who was smiling while the interview was taking place. You see, when somebody has an interview going on and they're smiling, I don't trust them. Okay? If you deeply loved somebody down to the...
Oh, Dick Wayne says to email him a link. Do we think that Dick Wayne will join? Probably not, because Dick Wayne just cries most of the time. Tricky Dicky. All right, you've got 3 minutes to join, otherwise you get timed out. Oh, Charlie Kirk's wife, I see.
The core, like we all do. In real life. Well, that's another thing too, but you would never smile while talking. And that's all I have to say about that. It's about all I can get into in terms of that. But do you understand that if you're a ball earther, you believe in all the pictures NASA has brought out for you? Yeah, and that's right. Yes, and those would be the pictures of the moon landing. Yes. That ridiculous fucking craft. I don't even want to call it a craft. I mean, it looks like something that a 10-year-old could make in their backyard. As a lunar lander with tape and all sorts of nonsense.
Have you actually seen the lunar lander and what's into it? There's no tape. Not like you imagine. There's industrial type tape. And lots of reflective surfaces to reflect the radiation. But here's the thing. It wasn't landing like through an atmosphere. It was landing on the moon. It didn't, it was attached to another part of the spaceship, the orbiter, and it was launched towards the moon, going through no atmosphere, and all it had to do was land. It didn't need to be as robust as, say, a rocket leaving the Earth's atmosphere, because the conditions weren't the same. What do you mean, what am I talking about? I'm live now. Come in. Talk about Flat Earth. You have 1 minute left to join the chat, the stream, Dick Wayne, or you get timed out.
And Buzz Aldrin, and you know.
JSS Tiger for $5 says, imagine being in the parking lot and hearing CC screaming inside his car. Do you approach? Oh yes, I get in and sit next to him and just smile. Hi CC, how you doing?
The arm up and Earth behind him. You see, we have a couple of other pictures too of Earth behind the moon and the moon behind Earth. But you see, it's all been photoshopped. Every single picture has been photoshopped. Can I prove it?
Every single picture was photoshopped before Photoshop was even invented, of course.
Sure. Take the picture up, put it through Photoshop, get the photo of it, and you'll see a little box around it. You see, now you can't get that unless you Photoshop the picture. There's not a single picture of Earth that has ever been taken, ever.
I mean, I've already shown this stream. There it is. Fuck, look at these adverts, man. Fuck off, will you? How is the advert like most of the page? That's ridiculous. How do you get rid of it? Oh my god. That is crap. I hate websites. I hate the internet. But yeah, there's a photo. Who wants fucking a third of their screen taken up with a fucking advert? There you go. There's a photo. Stop crying. Dickie Wayne boy, where are you? Oh, he's joining. Give him a minute to figure out how to unmute, because that always takes him a while. Yeah, space on my desk. I put a big thing on my desk to bring my mic up closer to me. I've run out of space. You need to unmute, Dickie boy. Yeah, I get to say Dick over and over now. Oh, click the unmute, please, Dick. No. That is that a negative rage quit? What is it with Flerfs and technology? Like, seriously. RWC's iPhone. Yes, you need to click the unmute button. Just got scared of my guns. Dickie Wayne, hello. You need to press the unmute. There's a button on your screen. It looks like a microphone. Oh, somehow he's entered the stream twice. That's impressive. Hello. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello, Dick. You've managed to join twice somehow. That's impressive. Well done. How are you?
Why is that how you start?
Because I see two of you on my screen, and I was impressed.
Oh. I know I'm impressed.
And then I asked, how are you? You know, as you generally start conversations. Are you okay? So anyway, how are you, Dick?
Good as usual.
Cool. You're gonna have to speak up a little. You are quite quiet. Let me try and boost you on my end.
Better?
Yeah, that should do. First off, Dick, I was so sorry to hear about your troubles.
Followed by, I'm sure you'll tell me what those are, since I have no clue.
Oh, yes, the troubles you have with reading that makes you pass out. That was devastating to hear.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry that you do suffer that condition where reading makes you go unconscious. That must be difficult every time you need to order at a restaurant or something.
Mm-hmm. You people are insane.
What do you mean?
You
said that.
talk about making up context.
But you said that, though. You told Flatsoid that you have problems with reading, that when you read, you go unconscious.
What were my exact words, Greg?
Those?
No, they weren't. I never said I'd go unconscious.
What did you say?
I said I have a thing where if I read too much, I end up just passing out.
Yeah, that's called going unconscious when you pass out.
Falling asleep.
Yeah, that's called going unconscious. You realize when you're asleep, you're unconscious, yeah?
Whatever. In other words, okay.
So is it like if you're on an airplane and you're reading the instruction list, you can't make it all the way through, or?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that must be a hassle.
No, it's when I read too much and it's boring, I end up just falling asleep eventually.
Yeah, that's not an issue. That's just not being interested or having a short attention span. I mean, that's not like unique to you. You realize that?
Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Then why do you guys attack me for it?
Because the way you phrased it was fucking hilarious.
Oh. Yep.
Did it hurt your feelings?
You guys can't hurt me.
So it did hurt your feelings?
Yeah, you got it. What did you want to talk about? What are you having trouble understanding now?
Yeah, so your contention then is that, well, storms are violent because the air is going from a high to a low pressure, right?
Wow.
Is that right? Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly. Did I not say... do you disagree that storms can be very violent?
Of course storms can be
violent. Even if there's
yes.
a slight change of air pressure, it can cause... You know?
So, yeah, absolutely. Storms are very violent when there's a change in the air pressure because there's a difference between the low and the high, which causes the high to move towards the low, right?
Yes.
So are you saying that in all cases, without, exception, the high pressure will always move to the low pressure without a container?
Sure, I guess.
Well,
sure that's
how come we can go up and up and up to a point where the pressure is practically zero, and there's no upward rushing of the 14.7 psi at sea level towards that, practically zero? Because there's a massive difference in pressure. Once you get to 30,000 feet, for instance, and it's like practically 2 psi outside your, the plane. Why is there not a constant, violent, upward rushing wind from the high to go to the low? Because remember, Dick, you just said that without exception, high rushes to low violently.
No, you said that.
You agree? No, you said yes. Yeah, so you agreed with it. So I don't. I was asking if that's your claim, and you said
Craig,
yes.
shut up for just a second.
Certainly, sir. I will be quiet.
You
Please
seriously need to work on your impulse control. You really do, Craig. You let people get 2 sentences in, and you jump in.
I don't think I've interrupted you once so far today, Dick.
Oh my God. Yes, you have. Anyway, look, bullet pointing. You said high pressure rushes to low pressure. I agreed with the basic principle of this.
Yes, I asked you if it happens without exception.
High
and you
pressure
said yes.
replaces low pressure, so to speak.
Without exception, which is what you said, yes?
I would imagine, yeah.
Yeah,
I haven't
but
seen
there
otherwise.
is an exception. The atmosphere. It's not happening. There is not the high pressure rushing to the low pressure.
It is happening, Craig.
Well, how come there is not a rushing of the atmosphere? Why is there, Dick, if it was happening, there would be an upward rising wind. There is not.
There's wind in every direction.
No.
You know?
But you this is what you are claiming without exception.
No, Craig, this is your claim.
No, it's not. I asked if you claim this.
Do you disagree with the physics principle that high pressure goes to low pressure?
I disagree that it happens
Yes
all
or
of the
no?
time. I disagree it happens all of the time because it doesn't happen in our atmosphere.
It obviously does happen in the atmosphere.
It does, right.
Is there a pressure gradient in our atmosphere, Craig?
Yes, there is.
Is there a high pressure at the ground and a low pressure above it?
Absolutely. And the high pressure is not
the higher you go?
Yes, which means the high pressure is not going to the low pressure. Right? That's the thing. In a storm system on Earth, there's a general area of high pressure caused by things, right? And that will make low pressure somewhere else. And then that high pressure area moves to that low pressure area to balance it out. Now, in the atmosphere, the gradient, that moving from the high to the low is not happening. That's why wherever you are, regardless...
happening.
No, it's not. Otherwise, there would be an upward rising wind. There would be the high rise going to fill the low, but it's not because the low pressure does not get filled.
Where are the gases produced?
The gases aren't produced anywhere. There's no production of gases. There's an exchange of gases.
Oh, so there's an exchange of gases, but there's no production of gases. Okay.
Yeah, the gases exist. We aren't producing more gas, but there is an exchange of the gas that already exists.
The Earth doesn't produce gas?
No, it exchanges one form of gas to another.
Where does the gas that gets exchanged come from, Craig, if it's not produced?
Well, the carbon dioxide, for instance, and the oxygen in the atmosphere probably came from meteors that hit us.
Probably.
Yeah.
I know, that's your idea.
But
that's not
the carbon dioxide that is there then was exchanged by microorganisms on the gas for oxygen, which is why there is, that amount of oxygen compared to carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide is a byproduct.
Except the algae would disagree because the algae takes in the carbon dioxide and puts out oxygen.
What do trees do?
Take in carbon dioxide and put out oxygen.
Yes.
Yeah. So in that case, the oxygen is the byproduct.
Where does
carbon
the
dioxide's in the
dioxide
atmosphere.
come from?
In the atmosphere.
How much of it is in the atmosphere? What is the atmosphere?
There's like 7% of our atmosphere is carbon dioxide, I think.
7?
I think, I'm not sure of the number off my head, whatever it is.
Of course you aren't. Well, it's about 78% nitrogen and 20-something% oxygen. So
it's like maybe something like 2%. See, I don't know the exact figures off the top of my head. I can look those up. It's irrelevant what they are exactly. The fact is that there is some in our atmosphere.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah. But there's no production of gases. There is an exchange of gases. But what's important, Dick, is your claim is that without exception, high pressure goes to low pressure. But we do not see that happening in the gradient of the atmosphere because the high pressure remains the high pressure and the low pressure remains the low pressure. There is no wind. There is no upward rising of the high pressure to go to the low pressure. That just isn't happening. Could you tell me at any point in the world where the high pressure at the ground yeah, well then why is there no upward rising wind?
That's what causes the gradient. That's what causes the atmosphere. That's what causes the storms. That's what causes weather.
Dick, how could the fact that there is no upward rising wind cause there to be less atmosphere?
What do you mean? Have you ever heard of a thermal vent?
Dick, you said that high pressure goes to low pressure, but that's not happening in the atmosphere. The high pressure remains the high pressure. The low pressure remains the low pressure. There is no high moving to low in the gradient of the atmosphere. It remains a gradient. It is stable. That doesn't change.
Yes. It is a dynamic system that is
no, if it was dynamic, it would change. That's the thing. You got it wrong. It is not dynamic.
See? I got 2 sentences in, not even. I got
yes, and you said it wrong, so I had to correct you. It is not a dynamic system. The atmosphere is not dynamic. It is steady.
Are you done?
I'll let you know when I'm done. I'll let you know when I'm done, and then you can continue. Okay? You are wrong. The atmosphere is not dynamic. The gradient is static. The gradient is not a dynamic thing. Dynamic would mean it is changing. The gradient is static. It does not change.
It doesn't change.
No, 14.7 psi at sea level is always 14.7 psi at sea level, and the psi at 30,000 feet is always the psi at 30,000 feet. Those things do not change. Therefore, there is not a dynamic gradient. There is not a dynamic system in our gradient. It is a static gradient.
Not an average, eh?
Sorry?
It's not an average sea level pressure of 14.7 psi?
Everywhere around the world, the sea level is 14.7 psi with slight fluctuations due to barometric changes in weather and stuff. But at any point in the world...
the dynamic system of the atmosphere changing, Craig. Balancing forces of high pressure and low pressure.
But that's not happening. The high pressure doesn't move to the low pressure. In your room right now that you're in, Dick, the floor, the air around the floor has a higher pressure than the air near your ceiling. The air at the floor is not moving to fill that lower pressure. That's not happening. Just like at the top of Everest, there's not a wind rising up from the base of Everest where it's higher pressure below and lower pressure there. On average, around the world, sea level is 14.7 psi. On average, around the world, at the top of mountains, at the height of Everest, it's about 4 psi. That doesn't change. But more importantly, the claim of high going to low just is not happening. There is no movement of pressure from the ground to where it is less. If that was the case, you would be filling the area, except it's basically a vacuum with no container. So you are wrong.
Craig. If I have 2...
If you could say my name right, that would be a good start, Dick.
Craig.
No, it's Craig. I'm sure you can do it. Say it properly.
If I have 2 chambers, one high pressure, one low pressure, connected by a tube.
Yes.
What happens when I open a valve in between?
Within that isolated system, the pressure will equalize as much as possible. However, if it is held vertical,
how does it equalize?
I was in the middle of finishing my sentence, Dick. I was in the middle of finishing my sentence. However, once the pressure has equalized and stabilized, there will be a vertical gradient of pressure within that container. So the pressure will not be equal in it. Once the kinetic energy has expended from the pressure and it settles, a gradient forms that matches that of the atmosphere. So the reason it moves is because there is so much pressure that it is creating a force. Once that the container is removed, the gas molecules have kinetic energy. Once that kinetic energy is expended, the gas settles in the area that it is into a gradient dictated by gravity. But you haven't
dictated
answered the
by
question.
gravity.
Why is there not an upward rising, really fast wind of high pressure moving to low pressure? The high pressure is not moving to the low pressure on the atmosphere, Dick. Why is that not happening?
Because you don't understand what's going on.
Wait, sorry. It's not happening because I don't understand. No, it's objectively not happening, Dick. It's not just a misunderstanding. There is no high pressure going to low pressure. Otherwise, there would be a wind that you could feel, because that's what happens when high pressure goes to low pressure in the atmosphere. There is no upward rising wind. So why is the high pressure not going to the low pressure, Dick? Please focus and answer the question.
It's your straw man, Fred. Beat it up.
It's not a straw man. I don't think you've just straw manned what straw man is. I am asking you a serious question. You claimed, without exception, high pressure goes to low pressure, but there is an exception.
Never claimed
yes, you did, Dick.
Exception, Craig. I
yes,
didn't
you did.
say without exception.
I said without exception, and you said
what
yes.
Without exception.
And you agreed, Dick. I was confirming that you were saying without exception, and
Craig,
you did.
shut up for
Don't
just
tell
a
me to
minute.
shut up, Dick. I will finish when I am done. Be a good little boy, okay? Answer the question. Why is there no upward rushing wind of high pressure to low pressure? You claimed, without exception, I checked, that high pressure moves to low pressure. Why is it not happening? Because that's an exception.
Your question is stupid and it makes no sense.
It makes perfect sense, Dick. There is a right. Do you agree that the air at the ground has a higher pressure than the air at the top of Everest? Do you agree with that?
You go on these 2, 3, 4 minute soliloquies about nothing.
Dick,
Craig,
I've just asked you a very
nothing.
simple question. Do you agree that the air at the base of Mount Everest is higher pressure than the air at the summit of Mount Everest? Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree. There's
Okay.
a pressure gradient.
And is the high pressure at the base of Mount Everest moving to fill the space left by the lower pressure at the summit of Mount Everest?
The gas at the surface is trying to fill the space, period.
Except it's not, because there's a lower pressure. If it was trying to fill it, then it would be a higher pressure. There is no movement of high to low pressure. That is right. Do you right?
So
Let's do it this way. Hold on, Dick. Hold on, Dick. Hold on. Dick, hold on.
You're retarded. No, you're retarded.
This is the better way to ask the question, okay? Do you agree that the cause of wind in the atmosphere is high pressure atmosphere moving to lower pressure atmosphere? Do you agree that's what causes the wind?
Nope.
Sorry, you don't agree that the wind is caused by
What?
high pressure moving to low pressure?
What is surrounding the high pressure thing?
Lower pressure.
Exactly.
Yeah, so the high pressure moves to the low pressure, and that's what causes the wind, right?
Yep. It follows lines. The lower the pressure in the atmosphere, it'll follow that line until it equalizes.
So
balances
do you
out.
until it equalizes and
Like-
balances out?
like
So
you
you
don't
agree?
understand how weather works.
So you agree that the wind is caused by the high pressure going to the low pressure? Then that's what causes the wind. The atmosphere moving from one pressure to another.
Oh my God, Craig. No, there is a pocket of high pressure, higher pressure than normal.
Yes, and that
Do
moves
you
to
not
low
get it?
pressure.
It is moving through the atmosphere, trying to equalize.
How does it equalize? By doing what?
Like, that's it. I can't do it. No.
Well, I'm asking you to explain it, Dick.
You-
How does it equalize?
No.
What does the high pressure do to equalize?
Craig, I am explaining it, and you're just...
No, you're just
you
saying it
completely
equalizes.
shut
You
it
haven't
down
explained it. You're
because
just
you
saying
have
it
to just-
happens. You haven't
You're
explained
only
how.
here to argue. You're
No,
not
I'm
here to
not.
learn
I'm here. I'm
anything.
asking you a question. I'm trying
You
to
know
learn, Dick.
what you talk about is bullshit.
Dick, I'm
You
asking you
know
a question. Dick,
the
I'm
Earth
asking.
is
Right,
a
I'm going to mute you a
motion-
sec whilst you're
motionless
spurging.
plane.
Right, I'm being perfectly calm, and I'm simply asking you to explain. what you are saying. All right, I want to learn the way that you are thinking, Dick. All right, so I'm going to unmute you, and I'm just going to ask you to explain it again. How the high pressure is going to the low pressure? What exactly is happening? How is it trying to equalize? Please explain it to me. You can unmute. Right, please explain it to me, Dick.
There's no explaining it. I don't even know what you mean. Your question.
You said that it's trying to equalize. Could you explain how it does that?
No, Fred, I can't.
So you can't? You don't know?
No. Tell me.
No, I'm asking you. I know how it works, but you seem to have a different
Okay,
idea.
yes. Well, tell me, Fred. I don't know how it works. Tell me what's going on.
In the atmosphere, the wind is caused by a high pressure bit of the atmosphere filling the low pressure bit. It's the air literally moves because it goes from a higher pressure to a lower pressure. That is what wind is, right? Except that is not happening in the gradient. The wind is high pressure to low pressure. So if there was always high pressure to low pressure, that would mean the gradient would be getting equalized, like you said also, except it's not, because the gradient always remains. There is no equalization. If there was an equalization, Dick, there would be an upward rushing wind to fill the available space, because the higher up you go, it gets to practically a vacuum. There's no containment. There's no point where you need a container all of a sudden. It just gets lower and lower and lower with zero containment. So where in your paradigm
So you say,
does
Craig,
that come from?
What's the highest you've ever been?
I've been in planes where the PSI outside is like 3 or 4.
Awesome.
I've also
30 to 40,000.
Yeah, I've also been part of a project that sent weather balloons up and measured the barometric pressure.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you were. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, Mr. Sensible's
You
made
don't have
too,
any
yeah.
recording. You don't have any recording of that.
Well, I do actually. It's on Mr. Sensible's channel. There's an entire video of it. Yeah.
Yeah, he did that. He sent that up.
Yeah, we were all
You had
involved
no
in the
part of
project.
it.
We were all
we
involved
were
in the
all
project.
involved in
Yeah.
the project. It took that many of you to launch a fucking balloon.
Fund it and stuff. Yeah.
Fund it.
Yeah, it was crowdfunded.
Of course, you guys got to get everyone else to pay for it.
Well, yeah, because it
This
cost
is
a lot
what
of
you
money,
do.
and we were doing it for the community. So Mr. Sensible
Cost a lot
crowdfunded
of
it.
money. Did it for the community. Huh?
Yeah, a
What
flat earther
community
is doing the
was
same
that?
right now. A flat earther called Globe Slayer is currently crowdfunding his own weather balloon experiment.
Awesome.
Sorry, are you saying that doing experiments as a community is a bad thing? The flat
Whatever
earthers
you
asked
guys
us to
call
do this, so we did.
Flat earthers. Who asked you to do it?
All the flat earthers kept asking us to send up balloon cameras
All
with no
the flat
fisheye.
earthers.
Yeah.
Name one.
Witsit. Dell. Jeranism when he was a flat earther. Flatzoid. What's his name? Eric Dubay. Mark Sargent. Patricia Steer when she was a flat earther. Paul on the Plane when he was a flat earther. Obviously, they're not flat earthers anymore because they stopped being dumb. Brother Sanchez. They all asked Globers to send up a non-fisheye camera. So we kind of did it.
No, they did it.
Well, yeah, they kept telling us, go and get a picture. Oh, Dick's ran away. Jim Daniels £5 says, gee, I wonder why you have to wear an oxygen mask when you climb Mount Everest. It happens without exception. I didn't say it happens without exception. Oh, brilliant. Just gonna tell him to come back. Come back, silly, and try to behave. Well, there we go. Another debate out the way. Let's see how Kevin is getting on with his crying. Nope, Kevin has simply stopped responding now, even though he was going to come on. Oh no, there he is. Look at this, look at this. Yes, I'm even typing this well live. You agreed yesterday to come on. Type properly, Craig. But instead, you watch the stream. Say hi to Kevin, everyone. You watch the stream and cry. You're a loser. Your mum hates you. Everyone say hello to Kevin, who is currently crying. Dark Fine Light Crowd became a member. Thank you very much for the membership. Well, no, actually, you gifted a membership. I'm lying, and that went to Zoltan Horath. Received a gift, so that adds another 3 minutes to the time. We're at 11 hours. Let's have a little check on how we're doing before we go back to CC. We are 7 hours and 38 minutes into the stream. 7 hours and 38 minutes, guys. Wow. When I started, there was a 45-minute timer. That 45-minute timer didn't stay at 45 minutes, and it's now it's 11 hours and 3 minutes when we're 8 hours in. That's not right. Wait, Jim Daniels gifted 20 memberships. Holy shit, I'd missed that. Jim, dude, thank you very much. That's an hour added to the timer. My friend, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Or, you know, the place where my heart should be, round here. It's just more of like an empty, solid muscle at this point. How can you have an empty, solid muscle, Craig? When did that 20 come through? Oh, I must have... Mystery Man gifted another 5 memberships. We're taking it another 15 minutes, up to 11 hours and 17 minutes. So we are going to have, this is going to be at least, well, like 17 hours long at this point, guys. At least 17 hours, which, you know, is pretty fucking acceptable. Yeah, do you guys know that Kim Kardashian's telling everyone that the moon landing was fake?
Ever. Supposedly, your fake moon landing from 1969 in July has never been able to be recreated at all. You have no stars in the background at all. None. No stars in the background. Now, remember, apparently the stars flicker because of the atmosphere, okay? And And that concerns me. I don't know what the fuck this one's. This one's going back and forth. Oh my gosh, he's just a fucking...
We've got a religious Flerf come in. Hello, John.
How you going, Craig?
Greetings. How the devil are you?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, kind of ran away in the middle of our conversation last time. I was a bit disappointed. I was hoping to get a bit deeper into the flat Earth evidence with you. So, yeah, how have you been? Is everything good?
Yeah, just waiting for harvest to start.
What harvest? What are you harvesting?
Oh, wheat. I'm a farmer.
Oh, yeah, obviously you're a farmer if you're harvesting. So I was just asking particularly what, just wheat. So
no, we grow wheat, lupins, oats, barley. Don't grow any canola.
Right. Okay. Cool. Nice. I'm
'cause we
surrounded
run
by
stock.
farms where I am in Scotland. It's like literally just I can any direction in just a minute, and it's just farms. I love it.
Yeah.
So, have you got a lot of livestock and stuff, or
Yeah, we've got cattle and sheep as well.
Cool. I mean, honestly, that's a life that I would quite enjoy, I think.
Yeah.
So you're obviously still stuck on the Earth being flat, right? Moved away from that at all, or?
Nah, I can't see myself moving away from it at all, really.
Even though all of the evidence, measurements ever suggest that the Earth is a globe, you do realize that any time they've ever attempted to measure the Earth being flat, they've actually measured that it's a globe.
It's all hypothetical, but all your calculations are all based on hypothetical.
Measurements aren't hypothetical. You can actually measure things. Have you ever heard of the, and I always pronounce this wrong, so forgive me, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge in New York?
Carry on.
Well, it's such a big bridge. It's a suspension bridge as well. And suspension bridges, they have to have their support towers plumb, okay, to take the tension. And the bridge is so big that even though the towers are perfectly plumb, the top of the towers are actually further apart than the base of the towers, even though the towers themselves are completely 100% plumb. What shape of the ground could that be if the towers are plumb but leaning away from each other? It only gives one option, that the ground is curved, and it matches the predictions of the curvature of the Earth. Along with that, you can look at the London Underground. Did you know, for instance, the Piccadilly line that was added later on, they had to design a new mapping system that was more accurately taking into account the curve of the Earth. So when they planned the lines, they didn't go through the other lines and stuff. The maps they had before weren't accurate enough, so they had to make more accurate maps that actually took the account of the curve of the Earth into account correctly to be able to do it. Why would engineers do all these things, taking the curve of the Earth into account? Engineers, designers, builders, why would they take it into account if the Earth was flat?
Because you could be taking into account topography, not the curve of the Earth.
No, it's this regardless of topography, because the bridge is over water. The Verrazano Narrows Bridge is over water, and the Piccadilly Circus line is underground. So the topography of the ground doesn't matter.
Water does not convex.
Well, that's the
water
thing.
doesn't convex.
That's the thing. Measurements disagree with you, John. You say this, and so do a lot of other flat earthers, that the water doesn't go convex. But all measurements actually disagree with that claim.
And then there was this thing. There's this anomaly of the the Nile. Was it between Lake Victoria and Khartoum? That there should be 100 miles of curvature. That it's not there.
What? Who said it wasn't there? Did someone just tell you? And
because if it was, the water would either because you're going towards the mouth of the Nile, aren't you? So if it's 100 miles, it's going to go up to, if it's 1,000 miles from Khartoum to Lake Victoria. I worked it out. I can't remember because I haven't prepared for this thing at all, but it was something like 126 miles of curvature that had to be, and it was either had to be going down or going up. So in other words, there would have to be acceleration or deceleration of the water due to the curve.
No, it wouldn't.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it wouldn't have to accelerate or decelerate. It just flows level to Earth. At every point along the Earth, at every point along the sphere, there is a line going towards, imagine a line going from every point towards the center, and that's the direction of gravity. And water is being pulled towards that every single time. Now, that doesn't matter if it's going, if you're looking at the Earth up towards the north or down towards the south, even though that's not correct terminology, it doesn't matter. What matters, hold on, John, let me just finish.
Gravity is
let me finish. What matters, John, is the distance away from the center of the Earth that is elevation. Water will always flow from higher elevation to lower elevation. And that means distance away from the surface, not north to south. North and south, the curve of the Earth is not elevation.
Yes, it is.
No,
it has to be.
No, that's the thing. That's the misconception that you have. The misconception you have is that the curvature of the Earth is somehow a literal hill.
You've got a curve in the
But what you have to understand is that the force created by gravity is putting straight down at every single point. So my vertical, John, is different to your vertical where you are in Australia, because
gravity is a misnomer because there's no other astrological body, because you regard Earth as an astrological body when it's not.
Well,
it's a terrestrial body.
Well, it is though. We are
according
just
to
on,
the proper flat Earth. According to the proper flat Earth model,
but the Earth isn't flat.
Is the base of the cosmos.
But
the Earth is the base of the cosmos, and it is a terrestrial body.
Yeah, but John, the Earth isn't flat, though. That's the thing. But John, that's the thing. Earth isn't flat.
How do you get terrestrial?
It is a planet. John, the Earth is not flat. It's a planet in space.
No, it's not a planet.
It is.
The Earth
we've seen it from space. Except all measurements disagree with you, John.
It's all CGI.
John,
it's all CGI.
All measurements disagree with you. CGI didn't exist in 1971.
The flat Earth has been around before. Or the what's his name? Oh, I'll get the book.
Right, John. It's very simple, bud. It's very, very simple. If the Earth is flat, why do all the measurements disagree? Lost Land said for $2, good job for remaining calm and friendly with Dick. I'm trying something new. What was that? John's disappeared to find a book.
Anyway, I'm back. I couldn't find it.
Yeah, right, John. It's
the
very,
guy's
it's a very
name was
simple
Samuel
question.
Rowbottom. Samuel Rowbottom. He was a mathematician, and he worked out all this stuff.
He wasn't a mathematician. Samuel Rowbottom was a fraudster. Did you not know that?
No, he's not a fraudster.
Yeah. Have you ever actually looked into the history of who Samuel Rowbottom was? He was literally a fraudster. That he was a snake oil salesman. That was
he's not a fraudster. The Bedford experiment that happened, proved that the Earth was not.
The Bedford experiment was reproduced very soon afterwards, correctly. And debunked. The problem when Rowbotham did it, he had the camera very close to the water where the refractive conditions were the most. Samuel Wallace came along and actually debunked Rowbotham's claims by using the camera slightly higher up, able to measure the curvature of the Earth exactly as predicted. The Bedford level experiment has also been reproduced in modern times with highly accurate equipment showing there is 100% a curve on the Bedford level. I live in the UK. I've checked this. Flat Earthers even went and did it in 2018, including allegedly Dave. They mysteriously lost all of their footage after their measurements were taken.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you weren't aware, Samuel
information.
Rowbotham was literally known as a snake oil salesman. He sold fake ointments and fake
No,
lotions.
that's not true. That's not true.
It really is. I've got court documents to prove it.
It's not true.
He was sued by many
Your
people.
documents are based on charlatans. Samuel Rowbotham explained the reason for the apparent drop in the horizon. The crosshair was nothing to do with the Earth being a sphere, and everything to do with the light culminating with it as it passes through the tail. This is from Henry's book, The Sphere of Influence. Even
Of
today,
course,
the
a flat earther
phenomenon
misunderstanding things, yes.
can be experienced with modern theologians.
All right. Why didn't you answer me this question, John? Why did Rowbotham practice medicine without a license?
He didn't practice medicine without a license.
Yes, he did. He was sued for it.
The guy that did it, this Wallace, this guy that kept up the charade.
No. I'm asking you about something else. Why did Rowbotham practice medicine without a license?
It's nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It is, because it shows
This
he's a
Wallace
fraudster.
this Wallace guy that rebunked his thing was a fraud himself.
Well, the courts disagreed, of course. The courts awarded Wallace the money.
Because the courts were bought off.
Have you got any evidence the courts were bought off? Have you got any evidence of that?
No, because the thing about
so
the
you don't have
theodolite,
evidence of it.
which is the level that he used, that he looked on it.
The theodolite
It
isn't a
causes
level.
this irregularity when you look through it.
No, it doesn't.
Then it's only viable for small distances. And
Surveyors
Wallace used
disagree
the
with you.
theodolite. It's wrong.
Surveyors disagree
The
that theodolite can be
Bedford
used for small
experiment
distances.
was proven to be correct.
No,
You can't.
it's
Water does not convex. Water does not convex.
Measurements all disagree with you because all measurements show that water is convex. So if water doesn't convex,
No.
John, you'd have to explain tides,
Water does
raindrops,
not convex.
Water. You'd have to explain tides to me, John, if water doesn't go convex.
You'll have to explain to me how you can get a terrestrial body fighting through space. It doesn't.
It does.
The
It
Earth
literally
is a
We've gone and
terrestrial
checked.
body. It's the base of the cosmos.
It's a planet.
The Earth is the
in
base of the
space.
cosmos.
It's a planet.
No,
in
it's
space.
not. No, it's not.
Yes,
It's
it is.
a
We've checked.
stabilized body.
Well, John, except all the
It's a
measurements disagree with you.
stabilised body.
There's never been any measurement ever that
The
has
Earth
shown
is not
anything other.
moving. The Michelson-Morley experiments prove that the Earth is not moving through space.
Okay, could I explain that to you? So the Mugson-Morley experiment wasn't testing the Earth's movement. The Mugson-Morley experiment was to try and test if the Earth had an aether wind. The hypothesis was that light needed the medium to travel through, the same way a mechanical wave would travel through, say, water. Now, if there was a medium that was called the luminiferous aether, and as the Earth moved through it, it would cause a drag, which you would be able to test if there was a drag because it would change the speed of light depending on which direction the apparatus that Mugson-Morley had was in relation to the Earth's orbit around the Sun. So the entire experiment was set up knowing that the Earth was a planet and orbited the Sun. What they were testing for was to see if there was an aether that would cause a disturbance in the fringe pattern of the light. What they found was there was no difference in the light wave patterns, showing that there was no aether that the Earth was passing through as it moved around the Sun. Not that the Earth didn't move, but it was not moving through a luminiferous ether. However, the paper concludes itself that the Earth was orbiting the Sun.
Well, there was another experiment that proved the ether existed.
Could you name the experiment for me, please?
And I haven't got it all at my fingertips, but I know
It doesn't
that
exist.
know that it's a fact. But the ether does exist.
No, the
It
ether
has
has been
to
disproven.
exist.
The ether has been disproven, John.
The ether is actually water.
No, the ether has been disproven, John. Sorry. All of science agrees.
You say this has been disproven, and
All of
because how
science.
can you
All of
trust this?
science agrees. All of science. Every measurement ever agrees
Science
that
is-
the ether is not a thing. It has been disproven. If the aether was a thing, then Michael and Morley's experiment would have picked up a fringe shift, but it did not.
You have to have substance in space, otherwise everything would fall, wouldn't it?
No, fall where?
There has to be something there.
Why would it fall? Where would it fall to?
The speed. Where does the speed of the Earth come from?
No, wait,
Come
hold on. One at a time, John. Where would it fall to?
It would fall downwards, wouldn't
it? Down. Where's down in space?
It would fall downwards.
But which way's down in space?
Down is down.
Which way is down in space?
North is south. North is south. North is up. South is down.
No, north isn't up and south isn't
your
down.
argument about the Earth, that water flowing off the sphere is not correct.
Yeah,
because it has
John,
to flow
that's
off.
the thing. North isn't up and south isn't down. Up is away from the center of the Earth. Down is towards the center of the Earth. John, hold on. John, if you don't let
there should be boats upside down on the south.
John, my friend. John, please. John, my friend. John, please. If you don't let me finish a sentence before you jump in, you're not going to be able to hear my answer. So please just wait until I'm finished. North isn't up and south isn't down. On Earth, up is away from the center of the Earth and down is towards the center of the Earth. It's not designated by north and south. It's designated by towards the Earth and away from the Earth, which is, every direction that's outwards from the sphere.
That's gaslighting. That's gaslighting.
No, it's not gaslighting. Define gaslighting for me.
There has to be an up and there has to be a down.
Yes, up is away from the center of the Earth and down is towards the center of the Earth.
And the thing is about gravity. If there was a gravity, gravity was what was
I just
holding
asked
up
you to
the
give me
universe.
John. I just asked you to let me finish before you jump in. Could you please respect that? I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm not going to continue with this.
I'm asking you very nicely,
you're not
John.
listening to me.
Oh, I am, but I'm also asking you to listen to my explanations that you ask for. So, in space, there is no up and down. Up and down is determined by gravity, John. Okay? And you only have gravity when there is a large mass. Earth is the large mass in this case, and that the mass of Earth is determining what up and down is. Space, there is no native up and down. So when you say it would fall down, you're just misunderstanding the basics.
That's gaslighting. That's absolute gaslighting. There has to be an up and there has to be a down.
No, there doesn't.
There has to be a top of the sun. There has to be a bottom of the sun.
No, there doesn't.
That's what you see when you look out into the sky. You see a top and you see a bottom.
Balls
you see
don't
the
have
top
tops
of the moon. You see the bottom of the moon.
Dude, balls don't have tops and bottoms. It's just our position relative to them. If you stand on your head, does the top and the bottom of the moon switch?
This is gaslighting. This is not reason. This is not reasonable thinking. What you're saying. It's not
John, let me ask
thinking.
you a simple question for you, John. If you stand on your head and look at the moon, does the top and the bottom of the moon switch?
Stand on your head. It's still the bottom.
But
now
the way you're looking at it, it's the other way around. The top is
because
the other side now.
The sky is up and the ground is down.
Yeah, and the surface of the Earth is the ground.
The reasoning is not right.
Well, my reasoning is
in the
taking
flat
into
Earth,
account
we've got
that
a top and we've got a bottom. The top is the firmament.
There is no firmament. We've checked for that.
You said this. The firmament is the blue sky.
We checked for the
which
firmament.
Is crystal.
There is no firmament. We actually checked for it.
We've actually checked.
Yeah,
they haven't been to the moon. They haven't been to the moon because you can't go past the firmament.
Well, again, there's no firmament. We checked, and I verified that we went to the moon by analysing some footage.
You've been up there, sure. When you can see there's been photographs taken of rockets exploding when they hit it.
There's no photographs exploding. There's no photographs of rockets exploding when they hit the firmament. Could you show it to me then, please?
No, I'm not. But I've seen them.
I'd please present them, John. I'd love to see it.
I said, no, look, you've got me onto this show and I haven't prepared anything. I'm just speaking out off the cuff.
Well, surely you can just quickly find one, right?
Just remember that. And you've been prepared to speak on it. So
I'm always prepared.
What do you think? What do you expect me to do? The thing is, you can't have a terrestrial body going through space. It's got no propulsion, the Earth. to go 66,000 miles around. Now, listen to what I'm saying.
Gravity gives it.
You've got to, no, listen to what I'm saying now. Otherwise, I'm going to just go because I can't be bothered talking
I'm just
to
saying
someone
that
like you.
gravity is what gives it the propulsion.
He just tries to shout me down all the time.
Oh, I'm talking calmly.
Now, listen to what I'm saying. Okay, the Earth is a terrestrial body. It has got no propulsion. It's not like the sun that's gaseous. It's not like the moon that's gaseous, because the moon has to float above the firmament. Has to float. It either has to be, a body that's either gaseous or it's plasma. All astral bodies, including these things you call planets, which are actually stars, have to be able to float above, to be in a medium called space, to float like a helium balloon floats because it's lighter than air. The Earth is a terrestrial body. It is the base of the cosmos. It doesn't float. It has not any propulsion, and it cannot move.
You've said the same thing 3 times now, my friend.
Yeah, well, that's probably a good way to end. That's it. It's a terrestrial body.
You do notice I haven't shouted at you once, John, right? Just want to point that out. But so yeah, you're saying a bunch of things, but there's no evidence for what you're saying. There's evidence for what I'm saying.
No, there's no evidence for a terrestrial body moving in space. It's got no propulsion. It can't travel 66,000 miles an hour around the sun to get a 365.
My friend, I just let you talk about interruptions. So I'd appreciate John. I just let you talk about interruption. I'd appreciate the same respect. Thank you very much. The propulsion is caused by the gravity of the sun and the acceleration due to it. The sun is a massive body that is pulling everything towards it. The Earth, however, has a tangential velocity, which means that it misses the sun as it goes around it. The Earth accelerates and decelerates as it hits its perihelion and aphelion. There's like 6 months of deceleration and 6 months of acceleration, of changing a tiny amount, that is due to gravity, and it actually matches the predictions. The problem is, John, that you aren't aware of what gravity should do according to physics and maths. When you do the predictions and say, well, if gravity's real, the way we say it is, then this should happen. Then you compare that against reality and you notice that reality matches what the predictions say. We have checked, John. We have actual evidence and measurements, pictures, videos, and all you have is nothing. There's no evidence, no videos, no experiments, no tests, anything that backs up anything that you say. You are just a religious cult member and you can't accept it. Back to you. John, have you rage quit? Yeah, he rage quit. So apparently, even when I'm being polite, I am shouting at the Flerfs. Right? Do you see how hard it is to have a conversation with somebody when they won't let you talk? And do you guys understand why I get angry sometimes? Kevin's lying again. I told you I had a mod for my channel. And you agreed. Stop lying. We can all see the messages. All see the comments. I am live now. Stop watching and join. It's all right, Kevin. If you don't join, then I just get to, laugh at you in the comments of Facebook whilst being live. Amazing, right? So, what's that? The third or second Flerf debate so far? Yeah, second. Gonna see if we can get more. See if I can get John back. Come back and see the Evidence. Like, guys in the chat, tell you what, just start emailing every flat earther that you can think of and tell them that I'm live. And that they can come and join me right now. Oh, Emily. Rubiks. Email Awake Souls and his friend. Let them know that I'm live now. Ready to talk to them. And let's see how scared they are to join. Big Fish says that Calm Craig is kind of weird when you've been used to FTFE. Oh yeah, of course, I've had 3. So I've had Big Smoke, or whatever his name was. Wait, Big Smoke's from San Andreas. Big Influence, that's what he called himself, fuck's sake. So we've had Big Influence, we've had Dick, and we've had John. Not bad so far. I need to top up my drink and have a Riley.
So, I'm being blunt. I'm going to move on with my life. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever.
My channel is no more gonna be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever. My channel is no more gonna be Flat Earth at all. Definitely not next week. My channel is no more gonna be Flat Earth at all. I have never told a lie. My channel is no more gonna be Flat Earth at all. You can believe me, cause I always tell the truth. Only toxic, stupid globers lie, that's the proof. They don't understand the method, no, they stall. Me and PJ cracking content, we answer the call. Nice! Blessings to you. My channel is no more gonna be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever. My channel is no more gonna be Flat Earth at all. Okay, maybe just a little bit. My channel is no more gonna be Flat Earth at all. My channel is no more gonna be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever. My channel is no more gonna be Flat Earth at all. Many blessings, God hates the game. My channel is no more gonna be Flat Earth at all. Me and PJ cranking content for the Lord. My channel is no more gonna be Flat Earth at all. My channel is no more gonna be Flat Earth at all.
That was a good one. Oh, John's need to go into the church or something because it's early in the morning over there. Gotta love that tune, mate.
Oh my god, it's on PC.
Holy shit. I just have... Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. You know, when you fucking wake up and you see all of this shit, you're out of this bullshit. And you understand everything. You
Cheers,
understand that everything is a fucking lie. That every single thing you learned, every single fucking thing, I mean, I am talking down to the dinosaurs. I'm talking down to ancient history. I am talking about everything that you learned is bullshit. Everything. There's nothing anymore except the truth. And that's what we're trying to tell you.
Yeah, but the thing is, Chris, that you wouldn't know truth if it kicked you in your salty vagina. You're obviously like on your monthlies or something right now because you're pretty triggered. Maybe, I don't know, someone didn't pack the dishwasher right or something. I'm not sure, but you seem extra like you need a hot water bottle on your belly. Look at him, he's so angry that he's got to take like 30 seconds at a time to like calm himself down between between speaking. Fredo is another Aussie Flerf. Is there an Aussie Flerf in the chat? Dumas for $2 says, have you heard that a YouTuber made a flying lead ball? Did he now? With a lot of magnetism, I imagine. JSS Tiger $5 says, the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge was designed 2 inches longer than its straight line distance for Earth curve. Jim Daniels for $2 says, early CGI was crap anyway. JSS Tiger $2, Robotham practiced medicine without a license. Pardon me, Rachbot has been a member for 70 months. Said, if I said you have a nice body, would you hold it against me? Only my wife's allowed that bit, unfortunately. Kind of promised it in vows.
You know, I'm in a lot of places. I mean,
if people want to order like a life-size blow-up doll of me, I can't stop them.
I'm just... I go to a lot of places in the current job that I have, and that's a whole different story. And I see a lot of different people, and I witness a lot of different things, and I'm telling you, I see more NPCs, NPCs, sorry, I don't know why I said NPCs, but NPCs, than you could ever imagine. I've seen people walking around in fucking circles. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Are you alright? And they come back and they just ramble on. Alright, well, whatever. Okay. Alright, I don't know what the fuck to tell people anymore at this point. I mean, it's such a fucking waste of time. We can prove everything. We can prove...
Yeah, dude, Flat Earth is an absolute waste of time. We're aware of this. How's it not taking you? How's it taking you this fucking long? Illusion, yes, that hair is doing well, isn't it? Hawk says, FTFE, I've got a new job, so I can't watch your lives during Australian daytime anymore. Good to see a weekend stream. I'm glad you can be here at some point, my friend. Rosa Rutsky says that he sees an angry old man swearing in his car daily. What, are you near CC? Oh, itchy ear. Oh, do you guys ever get that where it's just like totally randomly? Oh, like you've got to fucking get it. Jesus Christ. Oh, that was horrible. Oh.
That we live on a flat level ground. We can prove it, and they can't prove they live on a ball. They haven't even done any fucking research. They've done nothing. Nothing. They've done nothing. All they have are
I mean, we measured it. trying to get Big Smoke to come back. I'm trying to get John to come back. Is Dick Wayne still in the chat? He's probably watching, right? So, this is Dick Wayne's email that he gives out. I think maybe he didn't mean to leave. Why don't you all give him an email and ask him to come back? Say you love him. Say, Dick, we love watching you destroy Craig. In fact, all of you, pretend that you're Flerfs. And be like, oh man, I was watching you destroy that FTFE twat. You better go back. Oh, that was brilliant. Bruce Wayne, I know you're not Dick Wayne, don't worry. Oh, that sucks. Yes, I want you all to say you love Dick. But you got to say it like this. I love Dick.
Mathematical nonsense that they just regurgitate back from what they learned in school or looked up on Google. You know, remember in Monopoly? Our country didn't believe in monopolies. But apparently every country that owns the internet, I mean, everybody who owns the internet right now is in monopoly. You can't go against Google, can you? Can you can you get some IT guys and go against Google?
I mean, Safari has got a pretty big, because everyone using iPhone. There is alternatives to Google. What was the first search engine you guys used to use? Mine was Ask Jeeves. Do you remember that? I think it just became Ask after a while. But yeah, Ask Jeeves. That's what I used to use as my search engine before Google became big. Ask Jeeves, there you go, Rubiks.
A search? No, you can't. No, you can't. Can you go against Facebook? No, you can't. You wouldn't win. You can't. See, that's a monopoly.
Well, X, or Twitter, went against Facebook and became a pretty good alternative. Nowadays, Facebook isn't really that big. In fact, I'd say, if anything, Discord and Reddit have successfully gone against Facebook. They've got more active users. Right, have you all emailed Dick Wayne yet? I want him to come back.
Okay. We didn't believe it back in the day about that. We got rid of that. You know, I mean, back in the day it was Macy's, you know, Caldors, JCPenney. I think Macy's is still around.
Bob Knoll says for $10, good luck with the membership drive. A mod called me toxic piece of shit for calling Flerfs, including RWC, dishonest turds. What? I mean, Dick Wayne definitely is a bit of a dishonest turd. I guess I can't handle the dirt this wrong, so I'll have to peace out. Don't leave, Bob. Bob Knoll gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, my friend. That's now 15 minutes added back to the timer. It's been above 10 hours for quite a while now. All right, can we all just be friends in the chat, please? All right, just have a reset, guys. Whatever's happened, I'd rather not. But let's, you know, I do agree with Bob that Flerfs, including Dick, are dishonest turds. And that's a nice thing to say about them. Dark Fang Nightcrow for £2 says, next break, Dick Wayne song, please, Craig. Bruce Wayne says, is that your Facebook or do I have it open somewhere? No, it's my Facebook, I think. Let's see. Is that him complaining?
Is Bloomingdale still around? I don't know. I mean, that was a monopoly too, but they just vanished. The only way to make these companies vanish, Google and everything like that, is you don't watch it anymore. But unfortunately, we have been trained, and this is part of business, and everything that's out there owns that particular platform. And they own the news. They own everything. So the only way you're going to be able to get real news and real videos when you do your search on Flat Earth is another platform that has not been compromised.
And which one is that? Which of these magic platforms has not been compromised? And how do you know? How do you know, CC, that it has not been compromised?
I will include that in my description. Okay? And you can log on to it and give me a little love. Let everybody know that you logged on to that particular website. It's an NPC, and I just want to make sure she's all right. There she goes. Opens the door and almost bangs the door. You see, I have a dent on my fucking... Okay, all right. And just let everybody know that, give me a thumbs up, whatever. CC911. That's a Flat Earth Moon Zodiac app. I don't make fun of people. I just observe them, and I'm telling you what I...
Well, no, you quite often call people like me fucking idiots, etc. So I would say that's making fun of us.
When I'm observing that's all, and I mean, I don't know what the fuck it is. I mean, I always knew something was wrong, Not with people, but I mean, just in general. That you're forced to go to school, forced to go to college. You see, I lived in a generation, that you were forced to do this. And if you didn't, you wouldn't become successful. And now that I look at it, with what's going on, I realize that the only thing, that you should have learned is a trade. Something that you like to do. There's no corporate jobs anymore.
What in the name of Smeg is he talking about?
I mean, that's all crap. You work for Google, you probably get laid off, get your experience and meet people and whatever you're going to do. But you work for Twitter, you work for Facebook, all these big companies that are out there. You're not going to last. You need a fucking trade, and that's the only thing my generation can tell your generation is get a fucking trade. Okay? Get something that you're interested in doing.
Be a YouTuber. It's the best job in the world. We've been streaming for 8 hours and a half. 8.5 hours, guys. When I started, I had a 45-minute timer. The timer is currently at 10 hours and 10 hours and 45 minutes? Oh. Well, at least the timer's not going up anymore. Right? So, yeah. Weird.
Whatever it may be, I don't care. But just do it. Because that's how you become successful.
So did you not, then, is the point here, CC? Did you not become successful? Did you not get a trade and do something useful? And you're, you know, just a useless piece of shit? So we have... I'm gonna cut this at 10 hours and make a part 2. I will set it up now so I don't forget. Boston Concerts gifted 10 memberships, which watch. 11 hours, 14 minutes. Once again, massive thanks to Planawalk for programming the app that does all this. This wonderful piece of software here that automatically monitors my streams and adds the time and the memberships and stuff. I think I broke a bit of it, but it's fine. Thank you very much, Boston Concerts. What was I about to do? I got distracted. I was going to set up a new stream.
So everybody believes they live on a solar system, spinning out of control. Spinning out of control, and the sky is blue because the Earth is tilted at 23 degrees, and the sun is just perfect, and that's how you get the blue sky, and that's what people believe. But we don't. Us flat earthers realize that that's complete bullshit, that we're covered with an ice dome. We don't actually know what it is. I'm going to call it an ice dome, but I don't know what it is. It's some sort of barrier.
It's nothing. There's gravity out there. There's no barrier, you dumbass.
But it's definitely something we can't get through. All right, that's why they call it the radiation belt. Okay, but apparently back in 1969, we could travel back and forth to the moon, no problem. And here it is, 2025, and you've gone nowhere. Nowhere. And you never will go anywhere.
You never will. See, here's the thing. What you first keep forgetting is that you are the ones that won't go anywhere because you have no transferable skills that would allow you to be able to go to space like intelligent people.
You need a fucking trade, and that's the only thing my generation can tell your generation, is get a fucking trade. Okay? Get something that you're interested in doing.
Did I just get back?
Whatever it may be, I don't care. What? That say all this complete nonsense. Bill Nye the Science Guy, NDT. I mean, these people are made up. I mean, they put them in these positions and they pay them, and that's what it's all about. It's about money. It's about cash. That's how you revert somebody who is a ball earther who puts out thousands of videos to debunk every single thing out there, who now becomes a ball earther. The only way you're going to get that are what? What is it? Cash. Or something else.
So what he's saying there is Jeranism was bought off. Of course he was.
Perhaps. Something else.
Mike, who's been a member for 6 months, says that I broke time. Again, I'm sorry. It's not my fault, okay? I'm gonna get these fucking, time cops turning up and they're gonna be fucking mad at me.
Else that might be. We don't know what it is. We can care less, but that's how you convert somebody.
Hey Rubiks, please just reply saying I accept his defeat. Rubiks emailed Awake Souls asking to come on, and your email's not there. I'm going to show the email, Rubiks. I hope you don't mind. Craig is dead to me after backing out of the debate series we had negotiated. Tell him he is going to rot in hell for eternity for being a Vatican spaceball shill. Sent from my iPhone.
I'm not ashamed to say it. I'm not going to be, beating around the bush here, and say, oh yeah, I don't believe in the ball, but I don't believe in flat Earth, but I don't believe the ball exists.
Jim Daniels, do me a favor, post a link for that. Are you a mod? I think you are, right? Yeah. Post a link for that, and we're going to watch that afterwards.
No, I'm a flat earther. Okay. I know that the earth is flat. And that's it. This is level. You're not moving. You are covered. I don't believe the ball exists. No, I'm a flat earther. Okay. I know that the earth is flat. And that's it. This is level. You're not moving. You are covered.
Sorry, this is short, Webby.
I don't believe the ball exists. No, I'm a flat earther. Okay. I know that the earth is flat. And that's it. This is level. You're not moving. You are covered with something. I don't know what the fuck it is. A container of some sort, because you can't have air pressure without a container.
I'm going to translate the words that you guys just heard. I'm a fucking idiot. I got all D's at school. In fact, mostly D minuses. Rubiks, make a mark. That's definitely a short.
I mean, fuck. I mean, how could have I not seen this fucking when I was in high school, for crying out loud? I mean, how could you? How could anybody believe? So, okay, all right. I'm trying to make sense of this right now. I am trying to make sense of this. Okay, I am trying to make sense of how anybody could believe that without how air pressure could exist without a container.
Gravity, you fucking retard. Gravity. Have you ever heard of fucking gravity? Gravity. Gravity. There's the remix. I'm learning to do these things quietly.
What is this? A magical zone on some sort of ball that's containing everything inside of it? How could air pressure? Do you understand what pressure means? You go down to the pool, you go down beyond 12 feet, and then all of a sudden pressure starts to get into your ears, it hurts your head, gives you a headache. But how can air pressure exist without a container? In water,
Gravity.
It's water that contains air pressure.
Water.
What it is up there, I have no idea. It could be the same thing. But that's what creates air pressure in water. Actually, That's why I like having these conversations, because that might be a little thing that I figured out right now. Maybe that.
Cece, unless you're classing talking to yourself as a conversation, which if you are, there's bigger issues to worry about, I don't think you know what a conversation actually is. Langland's program, FTFE, are a gravity expert. I'd say I'm pretty much an expert on the physics of gravity, a degree level at this point.
That's what it is. However, more conversations after this, and I'm dumbfounded how anybody still can fucking believe this after all these years that we've been doing this and all these videos that are out there. And download the app. You know what? I'm not going to tell you to download the app. If you don't, fine. I don't give a shit. If you want to learn something, download the fucking app. Okay?
He's talking about Dave Weiss's app that is how I know which house is Cece's. Again, I'm not joking. I've seen his house. And a lot of others. It's a fucking nice house. Like, oh my god, I'm jealous. Response from Awake Souls. Craig is too stupid to understand that he lost when he quit. I never quit. I was ready for the debate with decent rules. Try and explain to him if you are smart enough to comprehend that yourself. Rubiks, thank you. You're brilliant. Box for $2 says, ironically, Cece's beliefs are based on disbelief.
This Critical Think, Dave McKeegan, Will Duffy, MC Toon, we're all going to have our own GPS tracking on our flights to Punta Arenas. You can watch us the whole time. And it wasn't their Garmin's that were being tracked. It wasn't the telemetry from their GoPros that was reflected on the finalexperiment.com. It just wasn't. It was all from FlightAware, which is, their GPS systems are tied to 060. 060, which the CEO is Anthony Goddard, and Anthony.
Except that's not true because their GPS trackers track them walking around Antarctica, of course.
Goddard is an affiliate with SpaceX and NASA.
Yeah, well, 060 actually did partnerships with NASA and SpaceX on. I covered it in the last video. I forget the name of their little thing that they did, but yeah,
they provide the GPS systems for SpaceX and the ISS and all kinds of satellite orbiters.
Yeah, I didn't realize that 060 was affiliated with FlightAware, because that's what they kept saying is, oh, FlightAware, but they weren't even showing FlightAware stuff. They were just showing on their website. It's just like a fake. Like someone took their little pictures of their little, profile pictures and put little dotted lines across a map and called that tracking. Perfectly.
Yeah, it's pretty much like third party. They probably have official GPS systems, and then in comes the, Antarctic expedition people that, they got their own independent way of providing those services. And it turns out that specific flight from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier is not listed on Flight Radar. So that's crazy.
Exactly. All right, you want me to keep going?
Yes, thanks.
It's amazing that this is nearly a year later, and they're still full of the copium.
Then at the very end, it did finally show, and it was just nothing. So he's got links to nothing in here.
Yeah, and a lot of these calculations that he made on this page, they're fucking, sorry to curse, they're asinine. These aren't even important types of tests that he's listing.
Except every single one of them are predictions of the globe and can't happen on the flat Earth. So you don't know what they are quite clearly.
Posting words. Just like, let me just type a bunch of words up. And
Yeah,
like,
he pretty much like chat GPT'd. Like, just list a bunch of things that you...
Yeah, the bunch of words you don't understand. That's the thing. They're all experiments. They're like, nothing's happened except it's here. Yeah, these guys are idiots. I can't just watch them waffle for hours. We need more CC. He's funny. Ah. Oh, my ear's itchy now. I'm glad CC's got a bunch of new content for us. As promised on our Flerfs. I think we've got to watch that one. As promised or This Concerns Me, guys? Which one should we go with? As promised on our Flat Earth or This Concerns Me on our Flat Earth? Plankton says, who's the dude with the incredible hair? That is our good friend CC. Chris. From New York, Westchester County.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Craig here.
Chris from New York, Westchester County. It's
from Kirkcaldy, Fife, Kingdom of the Fife in Scotland.
9/26/25.
11/1/25.
That's right. We're actually rolling up to a new month and a new year. So let's all make it a good new year. Today's a Friday, and
no, it's not. It's currently, well, Saturday morning.
I'd like to give you a little bit about think about a Friday. Give you a video too, just in case I'm unable to make a video out for the weekend. While I watch this hornet bounce off my window here. And do you see how insects and, you know, just everyday thing that's out there, you know, reacts? They look like, you know, they're just buzzing around, you know, bumping into things. And, but yet they build these beautiful honeycombs. We have one at the office, actually. I pointed it out to the girls, you know, that some insurance company or something like that that's near us. And it's like right above their door. It's huge. This hornet's nest I would, maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration.
Hornets are fucking terrifying.
I would say it's got to be about this big, you know. Now that probably harvests, I don't know what, 5,000.
Yeah, Rubiks, I struggled to do that in month, date, year for what? America, why? How does that make fucking sense? Like, seriously.
Bees or something? I don't know. Good luck getting that thing out, because we live on, well, not live, but we work out of a 4-story building, so you're gonna have to get one of those cherry pickers up there and get a big bag or some gas or whatever the hell they do to get rid of these hornets. I just stick an M80 in there at like 6:30. That's usually when it gets dark, and run. Put a big long wick on it. Anyway. But not that'll get you stung, okay? Now you have to do it the proper way, all right? That's right, guys. Oh, these fucking NPCs, man. You know, they know nothing. You know, I mean, they know nothing but regurgitate stuff that they learned in school, and that's all they know, and I feel sorry for them. Because that's the only defense that they have. They haven't done any research. They haven't gone out with a camera. They haven't done any measurements. They haven't done anything at all. All they do is regurgitate shit. I was talking to this guy at a bar. I had dinner with my family. We had a great time. We usually don't really go out to eat dinner because, as you know, I like to cook. I think going out to dinner is a waste of money because it's usually piss poor food for high pricing, at least where I live. And I just brought up Flat Earth with him. You know, I'm just sick and tired of it at this point. I suggest you don't do this in the future because it will just trigger people at this point. I mean, they're triggered about so many things now, you know. Every day something's going on with politics or with a shooting or a stabbing or somebody killed this, somebody killed that. The leftist is here, they're shooting at us and all this stuff, all the crap the media is feeding you. It's all there to keep you confused, and that's all it's there for. Okay, if you were on an island somewhere sitting there making yourself a nice fresh crab that you just pulled out of the water on that nice campfire that you just made, you wouldn't even know what the fuck is going on. But the mere fact that you turn on the boob tube, the bullshit tube, I want to call it.
Why are you so angry, CC? What happened to you, my friend, that you are so angry at life?
You're fed with all of this complete nonsense. This just garbage. That's all it is. Garbage in, garbage out. You know, that's all it is, and that's all it's there for. You know, you just turn that thing off, you don't pay attention to it, you ignore it, get on with your merry lives, you wouldn't know what the hell is going on.
What are you going on about, Langlands? Oh, come on. So I'm trying to read a comment in the chat, but the web page has crashed. Of course there is. Right, reload. Langlands asks, can you derive the precession of Mercury from general relativity? Personally, probably not. No, you don't really touch general relativity in your degree. And then he says, I don't know why he's giving me a test here. What's the Dirac equation? The Dirac equation. That's the equation that describes electrons and like other half-spin particles, taking into account both general relativity and like quantum mechanics. I think. I don't know. I haven't heard that name for a long time.
You know, I mean, okay, just for a quick example, okay? All right, now you have blue team and the red team, whatever, you know, whatever you want to call them, who the fuck cares? It doesn't matter. But you see what's happening? We put up with 4 years of that bumbling idiot Biden. Did any of us do anything? Did any of us give a shit? Actually, I found it quite amusing to see a politician just wither away to nothing over a 4-year period. Now,
have you paid attention to Trump? In 6 months, the man has started to disintegrate. Like, legs all bruised and swollen, bruises covering most of his hands and shit. When do you remember? I don't remember Biden having to go to hospital and having an MRI. Yeah, that's right. Canadian-based advocate. Yeah, forgot about that part. The Dirac formula was literally predicted antimatter, right?
Because when he first started, I mean, he was pumped up on something. I don't know what the hell he pumped these politicians up with, but it's quite a cocktail because it keeps you going for, you know, during the debates for a little while, but then you just end up falling apart. But us, okay, we didn't do a thing. We could kind of just care less, and as I said, I found it quite amusing. But now, you know, that Trump's in there, everybody's going wild. There's shootings, there's stabbing. I mean, it's.
Are you trying to say that there wasn't the shootings and stuff before Trump? Yeah, there's been an uptick in kind of a bit of violence. It's like the most the left have been violent. You know, it's the first time in like 30 years that the left have been registered as more violent than the right, of course. Who's this guy giving me a physics exam? Langland's program. Nothing on his channel. Join today. your account was created today, and you're in my chat trolling me with questions about physics that are quite obscure. I smell Flerf. Yeah, RT, totally normal to take a cognitive test every 6 months. I don't know how true this is, but I read something the other day, basically comparing Russia now to 900 days before the fall of the Soviet Union. And it was very similar. Not as in like the way people were living and stuff, but in the way the politics is happening and the progression of the country and the economics and stuff. It's, again, I don't know how true it was. It was just a paper that I thought, I haven't done any fact checking on it. I thought it was an article that I thought was interesting. But who knows? In 900 days, could there be no more America? Docs and Greenlight says, Craig, that's bullshit. Weigh the scale between violence on the left and right. There's no comparison. Yeah, you're right. All studies show that over the last 30 years, the right has been, a lot more violent. In fact, the Department of Homeland Security classed domestic, incidents of white supremacy and things like that as one of the largest growing cases of domestic terrorism. But the studies and everything also show that this year has been the largest uptick of registered recorded violence from left-wing. In fact, for the first time in 30 years, left-wing violence has been more than the right-wing violence. But, right-wing violence is more deadly. The left-wing just kind of turn up in furry suits and flip a few cars. No, Plankton, I was talking about Langdon. Some dude called Langdon came and started asking me questions like, do I know what the Dirac equation is? I don't even know how to say that. Dirac?
Unbelievable, pink-haired women are coming out of nowhere with complete nonsense, and I mean, it's the percentage of these people are like 2% of the population, and meanwhile, oh god, you know what? No.
Langdon says, I'm not a Flerf, but I'm skeptical of quantum mechanics. What interpretation of quantum mechanics do you subscribe to? Copenhagen, many worlds. Yeah, if quantum mechanics is real, then I think each interpretation of quantum mechanics is equally valid, really. They literally all have the same mathematical outcome and everything. But I would, and I don't know if it's just because I'm a nerd and I think it would be cool to be multiple universes, but I go with like the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, which isn't that is the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, is it not? You can't hear me. Why can't you hear me? Oh, you can. You're trolly, aren't you?
I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to distract myself. I am not going to talk about it because this concerns me. When people tell me that I'm spinning, corkscrewing through space at 66,000 miles per hour and going faster than the speed of sound while I'm spinning on this earth and I feel absolutely no movement at all whatsoever, this concerns me. When people tell me that they see a curvature when they go on top of a mountain and they can see the curve of Earth, or when they're actually in a plane, they can see the curve of Earth, this concerns me.
When flat earthers deny everything about basic science and physics, without understanding it. This concerns me. When an adult, a fully grown adult, believes that the earth is flat and is allowed to drive a machine made of explosions that power it, your van, it worries me. It concerns me. When a flat earther is allowed to operate a fucking crane, it concerns me. Oh, right, Zumi's smart. Yeah, okay, I wasn't sure. So Copenhagen's wave function collapse, and the other way is the many worlds interpretation, right? Okay. Yeah, so I go with the many worlds interpretation. I would like to see a many. I mean, again, every interpretation of quantum mechanics is equally valid because they all mathematically give out the same answers. But I would personally go with the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics because, well, superposition says that everything happens, right? In a way.
When people tell me that they see meteors come down and explode and hit Earth, when we've never recorded a single one, even though there's billions of cameras out there who have captured pretty much every single thing you could possibly imagine, down to a walrus having a baby, this concerns me. When I hear people tell me pretty much every single thing you could possibly imagine, down to a walrus having a baby, this concerns me.
What?
When I hear people tell me that they feel like they're spinning. I'm like, what? You feel like you're spinning? I'm like, you really are out of your mind. You see, that's the funniest thing.
No, nobody says they feel like they're spinning. That's not... We say you can't feel that the Earth is rotating because, you know, it's really not rotating very fast and the forces involved are fucking tiny. Rubiks says... Can you confirm that? Can I confirm what? What did they say? Craig said that I am... Tube you using says, Craig said I'm very smart and my paper made him believe the Earth is flat. Dude, that was for next week. I'm just rinsing these fools out of membership money before I flip to the flat Earth. You can't be fucking saying that. Are you all having fun? 160 currently watching after already 9 hours of streaming now. 9 hours. 9 hours. In an hour's time, we will switch over to part 2. We currently, after 9 hours, have... No, that doesn't sound right. After 9 hours, we have 11 hours on the timer. What? How did we started with 45 minutes? Wait, what? You've done it again, you broken fucking time. Syrian's fixing to get drunk. I think I might need to grab a Red Bull.
I heard. That was the other day's conversation with this guy. Who, by the way, is definitely an NPC. This concerns me. He knows my channel too, so look forward to seeing his comments. I'll tell you, I'm not really sure what his handle is on YouTube, but you'll be able to see it. He's going to do something stupid. When people tell me they know the curvature of Earth and they give me some made-up equation, when we all know as flat earthers, and we've been taught this too, that A equals MC squared, 8 inches per mile squared. Oh, let's get into that too with Einstein's
No one thinks that the Earth's curvature is 8 inches miles squared, because that's not how curvature works. For fuck's sake. You can't measure curve like that. You need to use radians and or arc seconds or something.
Bullshit relatively, quotation that he became so famous for, which makes absolutely no sense. E equals MC squared. That's bullshit. Nonsense. Maths. Come on, guys.
An ordinary day on Prince Edward Island, something extraordinary. A sound never recorded before. Captured clearly. An ordinary day on Prince Edward Island, so cool. Something extraordinary. A sound never recorded before. captured clearly in daylight. The smash steps away from Joe Validum's house. What hurtled from the sky missed hitting the homeowner by about 2 minutes.
It landed right between my legs where I was standing.
He'd left to walk his dogs. When he got back, all he saw was a mess.
We had no idea what it was, and we were cleaning it up and going to throw it away.
But a neighbor heard a crash and questioned, was this a meteorite? The homeowners wondered too when they saw their camera and sent photos to a meteorite expert at the University of Alberta, who happened to be...
That's pretty fucking cool, to have a meteorite captured on your fucking Ring doorbell, right? Not really, no. As far as I'm aware, uncensored America are just about freedom of speech. But are you here for any particular reason, Langlands, or just to kind of like troll?
When people tell me that architects take an account that they...
Hey, you are mocked. After this video, do you want to come on and go through your Flat Earth tier list?
When they build the bridge of the curvature of Earth, this concerns me. When people tell me that they see UFOs in space, this concerns me. When people tell me that stars are not little lights in the sky, and they give me equations and mathematical bullshit, jumbo crap that they learned in school, and all they're doing is regurgitating stuff. I've never even bothered taking a camera or anything to look at these objects in the sky, which are just an amazing light show. This concerns me.
Yeah, it is a pretty amazing light show, but how's it made?
When people tell me that nothing's made up, everything is true, and we go back and tell them one simple little fact like, how does a toilet work on the ISS? And they come back and they...
Asking how a toilet works on ISS isn't the same thing as having a fact. Whoops. I did misspell that, didn't I? Whoopsie.
Try to give me an explanation of nonsense of how this actually works with 8 people on this thing supposedly spinning around Earth, and they spend how much?
I don't know if I can read that, Illusion, but I'm going to. It's good that the driver lets Cece record videos up the front of the stick van when they stop for ice cream. Yeah, shit. For every membership, I should have done a 3-minute ad.
How much time do they spend? I think she spent one woman was 666 days up there. That's beautiful. I love those numbers. Or was it 333 days? I'm not really quite sure. It could have been one of the two. Who knows? But this concerns me. When people tell me you can...
Is he trying to do like spoken word poetry here or something? This concerns me. Da-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba. This concerns me.
Take a shower on the ISS without blowing up the whole electronical system. Or brush your teeth with water spouting about with all these wires hanging out and electrical outlets here and electrical outlets there, and they They accept this as reality. This concerns me. Okay. Back to the stars. Of something else that concerns me is when people tell me that they're different sizes, when we all know that we can look at these stars and see that they're all the same size. This concerns me. Everything concerns me at this point.
He's boring. He's gone away.
It really is remarkable, you know.
CC, I am very concerned about you, dude. You drive a death machine for a living.
I mean, the ancient civilizations of the architects that were out there that built these amazing buildings, and people buy this. You know, they say, "Oh yeah, we built that when we were in horse and buggy, and while we were sitting in a fucking log cabin with a fire and candles to illuminate our night." This concerns me, okay?
That's because you're dumb as fuck, and like you're trying to compare stuff being built in the past to today, where it's done in a few months. No, cathedrals and stuff would sometimes take hundreds of years to finish. Dihydrogen monoxide for £2 says CC doesn't like free speech and expression. Shocker. Nick Wall for £5 says, talking about regurgitating stuff, we've been told about the globe. Does CC know about irony? No.
That really does concern me. Building the reservoir, a pipeline system, 278 miles, all the way up to Shokan Reservoir in the Catskill region, or wherever the fuck it is. It's not Greene County, Columbia, whatever county it is. It doesn't make a difference. We're talking hundreds of miles of pipeline built to each lake. By the way, each reservoir, that the whole thing is powered through, well, they say gravity, but we're going to say buoyancy and density. And you know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about the word gravity because that's fake. That's bullshit. Nobody's been able to even prove that except the only top scientist that could was dropping his mic. And he's a fucking comedian too. Oh, it's great. You love it. You see, that's what they have to do. They've got to get like 5 scientists, you know, that are, you know...
Did someone put like crack cocaine in CC's coffee this morning? What is going on with him today? Goodness me. How's my voice levels, by the way, guys? I've been practicing being quieter, but also projecting quite a bit more, so that my Karen neighbours cannot cry and complain about me talking into a microphone for a living.
I mean, one is just dumb as a box of rocks. Don Petty, holy shit. Have you heard his explanation of how you flush a toilet on the ISS? That's great. He sounds like he's talking to a 5-year-old. As a matter of fact, he sounds like he's 5 years old. How does a person like that become someone that's involved with NASA? You know how? The military. Every single one of them. I don't think he's military. Yeah, he's got to be military if he was supposedly in space, right?
No, that's just untrue, CC. It's just... In fact, there's been a bunch of literal civilians. Not even people that work for NASA. Yes, some are military, because you know what? The military people are tough as fuck. Butch Convoy for €2 says, CC shoes, laces or Velcro. You know Velcro's too complicated for him. He's got slip-ons.
You know? And then we have all these proofs that there is no space, that the Van Allen belt cannot be broken, that you can't go through it. Then what the fuck happened in 1969? People, why can't you wake the fuck up, okay? And look at the shit. I mean, we're in 2025. That's 10 years since they let out Flat Earth, okay? 10 years.
10, apparently they just let it out. Oh my lord.
Fucking years. And these people are still fucking asleep. Because I am putting the fucking...
I'll bring you in just as soon as I finish this, by the way.
Wall down at this point. I'm putting the drapes down. I'm saying, fuck you. If you can't look into this at this point, you're a fucking NPC or you're being paid to fight against Flat Earth. And that's it. That's bottom line. I don't give a shit what other people say. That is it. This is true. Fight the Flat Earth. There's nothing to fight. There's no proof. There's no evidence of fucking a ball. Nobody can prove it to us. There's money on the...
I've measured it. So is Toon. He did a more direct measurement of the surface. I did a measurement of the movement. And kind of extrapolated the shape from that.
Table. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of money, cash, on the table to prove to us we live on this fantasy land that we grew up with and that we were told all of our lives, and nobody's been able to prove shit. All we have done is proven everything that this ball does not exist that you live on. We are a flat, stationary land. That doesn't exist as you think it does. There is no space. Those lights up there are flickers in the sky. There's water above. There's something covering us. And there's more land. It's simple. See, when you take space out of the equation, it makes things so simple, doesn't it?
Yeah. There's magic and land beyond the ice wall that they're hiding from us. And that makes more sense than the Earth being a globe. Say it to yourself again, but slowly.
No meteors, no other planets, no other aliens. Well, aliens are true in a way, but they're not from space. They're from distant land. They might look like us. I don't know. All I know is at some point, the Antarctica, it's like a puzzle, makes some sort of tunnel that you can get out of this area into that area. And they know how it works because they've been working on it for 50 years now, when they finally figured out that they were covered with something and that we're flat and stationary, that there's no space, that every space agency out there is fake, and it's all under the umbrella of NASA, which is under the umbrella of the people that are running the world. You're talking about $65 million a day. Why would they give up $65 million a day? Okay? What company out there makes that much money?
Google, Meta, X, based a lot, but NASA's not a company. That's their budget, and that's to pay 18,000 employees and run 3,000 buildings and pay contractors. It's not that much money in the grand scheme of things.
Do you know how much money is at stake here? Do you know how much is at stake? This is what...
Yeah, like, I don't know, 2% of the American federal budget. So not that much.
Why they're hiding it from you. It's all because of cash. It's all because of control. It's all because you have to be controlled. If you wake up, and billions of us wake up, that's the end of their life. That's the end of their civilization. Do you want the tables to turn and have our civilization end, or do you want their civilization to end? That's a good question. A question people should ask themselves while they're trying to prove that they live on this ball. Okay? Because what you're doing is, you might think you're going against Flat Earth, but you're really not. You're going against civilization. Our civilization. That's who you are going against. Us.
Idiots. That's who I'm going against. You're a fucking idiot.
We're trying to save you from becoming trained. So what's the point, you know? I mean, what is the point? Why can't these people just get out of this zombie effect that this has created for people? Forget about the NPCs. I know they're out there. There's no way of helping them. What happens when, Flat Earth does come out and people actually do wake up and there's enough of us now, at this point? What happens to those NPCs? Do they short circuit and they just and they just fall on the ground like a robot? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, but I'm just fed up with trying to explain to people that everything is fake. It's all fake.
Apart from your hair, it's fucking glorious.
Something if I review my videos, it may be a part of your life.
Oh, we love you, CC. Right, now what we're going to do is we're going to bring on our friend You Are Mopped, and we're going to do a Flat Earth tier list. I'm just going to have a quick break first, grab a drink, a Red Bull, a little bit of fresh air, and use the ablutions. Back into this.
He's the hero none of us needed. The scholar of zero, the sage of whatever. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Dick Wow! One time it's always in the sky. Water's perfectly flat, don't ask me why. Gas can't form balls, that's just fake. Gravity's not science, give me a break. Define math, you eyeball it, bro. 5 divided by 0's 5, don't you know? I don't care, that's just what I say. Science is religion in a different way. Show me a ball of gas on Earth. You can't have a ball of gas at all. Mass don't attract mass, that's insane. 1 times 1 equals 2. Dick Wayne! You want the truth? I'll tell you plain. I got a little trouble in the brain. I start to read, no problem there, but I pass out cold in the reading chair. Space is stupid, just a legal trick, but also the realm of God, take your pick. Decades of consensus, blind belief, whatever man, that's my relief. Whatever when you show me proof. I don't care, I just stand alone. Don't need no science, don't need no brain. 1 times 1 equals 2. Dick Wayne! Show me a ball of gas on Earth. You can't have a ball of gas at all. Mass don't attract mass, that's insane. 1 times 1 equals 2. Dick Wayne! Show me a ball of gas on Earth. You can't have a ball of gas at all. Mass don't attract mass, that's insane. 1 times 1 equals 2. Dick Wayne!
Conspiracy Music Studios. Subscribe now. Let's bring in our friend You Are Mopped. Hello, hello, hello. How are we? You there? Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, how you doing, mate?
Doing good. Hey, before we go live, quick question: Did you get your latest NASA? Did you get your latest NASA check? Because I didn't get mine with it. I'm a little concerned with the government shutdown.
Well, I got 2. I think they might have. I just thought it was a bonus, but I mean, I got 2 checks this month.
Oh crap. Okay. I don't know. I think someone stole mine out of the mailbox. All right. I'll check.
I mean, it was handwritten. There was a name crossed out. I couldn't really tell, but I've already cashed it. I'll buy you a beer in a couple of weeks.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I might need it.
Right? Yeah. I tell you what, the government shutdown has been fucking scaring me because, like, I've got to use a bunch of airports in America.
True. I think you'll be all right, brother.
I fucking hope so. Like, TSA is not going to be an absolute bullet. I'm not going to be like, around for it. Luckily I get like my wheelchair assistance and stuff, which helps, but still.
You'll just get right through. I'm pretty sure you'll be all right.
Fucking hope so. Except, they're going to obviously stop me at the border because Sovereign So Unchained Mind phoned ICE that I was coming.
I heard about that. Yeah. That's nice of him.
Someone's coming to America. Okay. Are they planning on staying? Well, no. So they're not, like, trying to illegally get into America then? Well, no, but he's really mean to flat earthers.
Oh, dude.
In case people don't know who you are, why don't you just show yourself out quickly?
Oh, yeah. All right, sure. Hey, what's up, everyone? I mean, hopefully most of the chat will know me, but if not, I'm Your Mopped on YouTube, and I've been doing interviews throughout the community, including our man Craig here, and I'll be at the BayCon 6, so if you want to see some behind-the-scenes footage, I'm going to be posting videos as soon as I get there, including of this guy, and I'll be interviewing Craig, Rachel, and everyone post debate. So yeah, you're mopped on YouTube. That's
and don't forget we're going to have a push-up competition, and the loser has to buy everyone drinks, right?
Oh hell yeah, yeah! I have a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling about this competition, but hey, I did challenge you, so I'll do my best.
Was it me taking my top off and flexing?
Yeah. That's a little bit of intimidation factor.
Push-ups has been the thing that has helped me the most. You may have a slight advantage right now with I've got a little bit of a rotator cuff twinge going on, but I've been doing scapular push-ups as a little bit of an alternative, which are actually making me stronger for push-ups. I don't know if you ever tried doing scapular push-ups.
What's a scapular push-up?
So you don't bend your elbows or anything at all. You just you go in the plank position and you just use your shoulder blades to go down. You push your chest towards the floor with your arms. So your shoulder blades are doing all the work, and it's just about bringing your shoulder blades out and in, lifting your whole body weight with just your shoulder blades.
Okay, I'll have to give that a try, but yeah,
brutal.
No, I've never done that.
You would think because you're not moving as much as going all the way down with a push-up, it's just your shoulder blades in and out, like you're dipping your chest towards the floor, and then you're spreading your shoulder blades apart. But it's lifting your entire body weight with just your shoulder blades, and it burns.
Yeah, you're looking fit, dude. I gotta say.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You're looking good. I mean, you've clearly lost a lot of weight since we last met.
I did. I was kind of at like an all-time high when I was at DebateCon 5. So, yeah, it wasn't that big of a thing for me to get back down to my fighting weight.
I really am looking forward to seeing you all again. It's going to be an absolute crazy time. I don't know if you know, but I'm flying into Chicago first on the 7th, meeting a couple people there. Then I'm going up to Cleveland, spend a bit of time at Rubiks and meet people up there. And then we're coming down to Nashville together on the 14th. And then I think I'm going on the 18th. So yeah, it's going to be a big excursion around America. 3 different states, 3 different cities.
Wait, yeah, that's way better than your last trip, which was just
it was just 3 days
Newark,
getting
which
to
is
Nashville.
terrible.
Fuck's sake, not Nashville. Yeah, New York. Jesus Christ! Like I'll never forget going into Wendy's and it just being full of black people, and they're all just looked at us like, "The fuck you think you're doing in here?" And I was like,
dude, I don't know.
I went
you shouldn't
and
have been
ordered,
allowed
and
to
they
go
just
there.
kind of the woman serving just stared at me, like didn't say anything.
The Uber driver should have said, like, "Are you sure you want to go?" I don't know what they were doing.
And then some crazy black guy came in, like fucking just demanding that they give him $1 that he was owed or something, and then I was like, "Well, this is New York. Welcome to New Jersey."
Yeah, no, you're gonna have a totally different experience this time around, dude.
Yeah, I'm gutted the wife can't come, but it's a bit of a longer trip. It's school time for the kids, and it's just just wasn't possible to have Emma come this time as well, which was gutting.
Yeah, I remember meeting Emma, but sorry that she won't be able to make it. But we're gonna have a great time, dude. And I know Sunday night Andrew Wilson's throwing his bash at the Garth Brooks bar, which will be fun.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Right now, let's get the screen up for everyone to
Okay,
see.
yeah. So as you're bringing it up, I started my channel because I was curious. One of the reasons I started my channel and started interviewing people like you and MC Toon and Creaky Blinder, I wanted to know if these flat earthers were honest. Could they really believe what they say, right? And so I don't want to say what I think. I want to know what you think, and that's what this tier list is all about, okay? And so I want to just make a few clarifications here. So the top tier, the red tier, the S tier, grifter personified, okay, people? So the whole point of that tier is that I want you to put the flat earthers there across the bottom in that tier if you believe that they never believed the earth was flat, right? Because I think that's an important distinction. Someone who has literally been lying since day one, okay?
Right.
The second tier, no going back, would be someone who maybe once believed it was flat and now they're just grifting, right? So I think that's the most important distinction in this list. And then as you go down the list, you basically increase the amount of ignorance, right? So the bottom of the list, top left is going to be the dumbest and also most convinced people. Does that all make sense?
I absolutely get it.
Right.
And are we just going to go with left to right?
Dearth, yeah. So it was real quick. Go left to right. It's on you. But real shout out to all the people in chat. Rubiks. Who else we got? I saw Borg before. I saw Mike from the Drunk to Bunk show before.
Oh, Mike's there. Hey, Mike, how you doing, my friend?
I don't know if he's still around, but yeah, dihydrogen monoxide. Yeah, Dearth. Well, let's see what you think. So we're starting out with Nathan Oakley. Go for it, Craig.
Well, Nathan Oakley goes straight up into Grifter personified. There is absolutely no way on earth that he is an actual flat earther, right? And the reason I know this is because the interview he did for Vine back in the day, where he said, and I quote, "When I figured out the earth was flat, I went and woke up my wife and told her." Now, I've been married for coming on 20 years, and I know for a fact that if I woke up a woman for pretty much any reason, but let alone to tell her the earth is flat, I would be scalped. There's no way that situation could have happened and he stayed married. So from that moment on, I knew he was lying.
Is he still married?
Yeah, and you know what? His wife's a fucking banger as well. I don't know how he's done it.
Holy shit, really?
Yeah. Like, she's proper indoctrinated and shit. It's crazy. But then there's also a case of, there was a time when, during the Flat Earth debate show, him and Riley were talking in the back room, but Nathan didn't realize that he'd had the back room displayed on the screen. And Steve Moyer was saying, "I'm going to show this certain evidence," and Nathan's like, "No, don't do that. That's the perfect globe proof, and they all know it."
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's 100% a grifter, but again, the important distinction here is you think he literally never believed it. He's been lying since day one.
Yeah, I think that he doesn't believe it. He has zero transferable skills in life. So he's found this very dedicated bunch of pay pigs that allow him to at least pay his rent each month.
Does he have an acting background? Is that right? I've heard this before.
I have come across a video that appears to have him as the voiceover. That was like a documentary on BBC, but I don't know. It sounds like him anyway, but no, the way he is, the things he says, the mantras he has, Earth measured flat is clearly fucking not. You're trying to debunk the geometrical concept of a tangent,
he's clearly full of crap now.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, the only question in my mind was, did he ever believe it or not?
I don't think so. I think he did it because he thought he could get, this seems to be a movement and I can get an audience. And now he's too deep in that he can't not do it. He knows it is not flat, but he can't stop saying it's flat because that's literally all he's got in life.
What do you think, chat? You guys agree? I'm curious.
One, you agree. Two, that you think Nathan is as dumb as he appears and as ugly as he appears. I mean, he's definitely as ugly as he appears. I mean, he looks like a diseased thumb.
I know. Well, I don't know if he's sick, but
apparently he has had some health issues, and I'm trying to be sad. I'm trying to be sad, but I just can't.
Yeah. But the next one up is a mutual friend.
Yeah, our good old buddy. Man,
Yeah.
when did he have a mustache? He does not suit a mustache. Is that new?
I don't know where I got this thumbnail from. I don't know. I did make this tier. I took all these thumbnails. I don't know where I got them from, but yeah, at some point.
I think there's just one place to put Flatsoid straight away. Aggressively ignorant.
Okay.
Conversations with Flatsoid are just trying to correct how dumb he is about things. He doesn't understand any physical concepts, but is absolutely convinced that he is the master of all things regarding physics and thermodynamics and pressure and fluids and gradients, and he is. I think he's a genuine Flerf, but he is one of the most dug-in, stubborn people in the flat Earth community. You cannot convince him that he is wrong about something, even if it's the most fucking obvious thing. Like, you deleted 11 frames from your video. No, I didn't. But here's the video where they're taken out. Well, yeah, but I didn't actually delete them, but they're not there. Well, yeah, but you know what I mean? It's like
there's a level of dishonesty, and I don't think there's any denying that. But I would agree with you. I think Flatzoid really does believe the Earth is flat. He's one of those religious flat earthers, right? And I think when it comes to the religious overlap, they do believe it. And I've had a couple of people, I've interviewed Planet Peterson. I think that was a few months back. And I asked him, because he had a full-on debate with Flatzoid, as you've had. Mm-hmm. And I asked Planet Peterson the same question, if he believes that Flatzoid was an honest flat earther and really believes the Earth is flat. And his answer was interesting. He said going into the debate with Flatzoid, he thought he was a grifter. And after the debate, he thinks that Flatzoid does believe what he claims. So I know that's a little bit controversial, chat, but I've also interviewed Flatzoid, and it's one of the most popular videos on my channel. And I tend to believe him as well. So
yeah,
a lot of people call him a liar, but I mean, we're all liars. Everyone's lied, but I do believe that he believes the Earth is flat.
Yeah, he does lie about stuff as well to try and defend his own ignorance. It's a bit weird. He's also said some really shitty things that he hasn't apologized for that he should have. But at the same time, out of everyone in the flat Earth community, when shitty things have happened to me, he stood up for me. Against other flat earthers, and his morality confuses me, because he can be one of the most shitty people, and I think it's when he's in his stream surrounded by his sycophants. But when he's actually talking to you one-on-one, he seems like a genuine nice person, and it confuses me.
Okay, we want to know something funny? He said the same thing about you. He said very nice things about you and how you are behind closed doors.
We have a weird relationship.
Yeah,
we really do. I like I said, I've called him out for shitty things he's said and done, but at the same time, I've defended him when I think that he's been treated unfairly, and he's defended me. And you know what? If I was going to choose a flat earther to have a beer with, I would probably choose Flatzoid.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I want 100%. I just gave a quick scan of my thumbnails here of all these flat earthers. 100%. I think, if I have a beer with or choose to be a neighbor, right? Yeah. Flatzoid. I would take him any day of the week over this group.
Yeah.
CC maybe. Yeah, I'm saying itsarubiks says CC God. Maybe. Yeah.
I don't know. I think CC would be. He would just end up. The drunker you got him, the more shouty you would be, I think.
Oh my goodness, that would be an interesting one though. But yeah, I could definitely get along with Flatzoid if he ever wants to come to the States. I would hang out with him, sure.
Man, it'd be good if he got to DebateCon. Right, Mikey Smith. Now, Mikey Smith's in a no going back. He's so deep in it. He's so deep in it. He's trying to sue the Canadian Space Agency for faking space.
I did. I know he called. Oh my god, one of my favorite clips. He called like the telescope maker of his telescope to let them know that he knows what they're up to or something.
Yeah, no, he phones every kind of astronomy thing in Canada, any kind of observatory, any university that has powerful telescopes, any space agency of the Canadian government or anything like that. He phones them all. He somehow finds numbers of people in offices, and then just starts asking them questions about space, and then like slowly lets on that he's actually suing them and stuff. And like, there was one conversation where it was an observatory, and it seemed to be run by an old lady and an old man. And they started asking these questions, and they started telling them about the Earth being flat, and they were like, "Yeah, we can't talk to you. We don't want those kind of conversations."
No, so Zumi says Mikey's 100% a true believer, and I would agree with that.
Yeah, 100%.
You put him in the A tier though, which to me, the way I designed this tier list was no going back, meaning they basically believed it was flat. They now know better, but they just can't admit it. So I don't know.
No, sorry, no. Maybe that's in the wrong one then. Because he doesn't know better. No, put him wrong. Aggressively ignorant or top left. Because he's not in Naimuni because he is a Flerf. He's a true believer, so he can't go in no going back. Because he knows that it's a globe. He knows he thinks it's flat 100%.
Right.
But to be honest, if anything, I would maybe switch Flatzoid to top left and put Mikey in aggressively ignorant.
Okay.
Because Flatzoid thinks he knows everything about physics and stuff, and he's like an expert about it. Whereas Mikey is just ignorant about everything. He doesn't even pretend that he understands like physics or anything. Just the Earth can't be a globe because it can't hold water. That's kind of his entire thing, and it's just all a lie. And yeah, I think I want to change Flatzoid to top left and stick him in aggressively ignorant.
I like that because Flatzoid's not particularly aggressive about his ignorance, but Mikey can be, absolutely.
See you later, Anna N. Thank you for hanging around. Nick Walls for £5 says, have you seen the video of Mikey being ejected from the provincial building, trying to submit his papers suing the CSA? No. Do you think you can find me a link to that? I didn't realize he tried to do that. What? Wait, he tried to submit his papers to the Canadian Space Agency. I didn't think he added papers actually like verified and stuff. I thought the courts hadn't granted him the papers. Did he try? Are you saying he tried to serve the Canadian Space Agency? Oh, apparently there's Flerfs in the chat.
What do we got? I feel bad. You know what? I feel like we're going through these people that we know, but the Flerfs in the chat and the Flerfs that you've spoken with on the stream, I do feel bad for them because I think most of them honestly have just been deceived and fell for the they're just either lacking education or they've just fallen for the scams of these scripters.
So far, they've all been religious Flerfs.
Are they? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's such a the Venn diagram
Morgan in the chat. Who's Craig pretends to be in the Navy. No, I don't. I'm not in the Navy. I used to be, but I'm not in the Navy now. I'm 42. Craig can't debate. Craigie Bear. I've already destroyed him. The Morgan. Who are you? Apparently he's destroyed me. Right, Morgan, if you want to debate me, then email me, or the chat can just time you out. Andrew told me that I was one of the best debate opponents he'd ever had, so that's how Andrew is. Right.
The next few should be interesting. I'm really curious to see where you place them.
Rubiks, if there's any other Flerfs there, try and tell them to come in. Give him my email. Right, Eric Dubay. No going back.
Okay.
Or 50%. It's a tough one, right?
Did he ever believe, or is
I don't think he's ever believed it.
Okay.
His videos have always been so easily debunked. The 200 proofs of flat Earth, half of them were just repeated, but of proofs of the same thing, and some of them were just objectively fucking retarded. There's no way
which is just dishonesty, right? Unless you think he's just an absolute moron.
Yeah. I did a video, I think my 10th episode of Flerfs Idiots, about Eric Dubay, where I pointed out like 6 lies that he keeps pushing that he knows are lies. Like he says that he's taken photos from a certain place and they're not that place and things like that. Why would you have to lie if you knew the Earth was flat? You know, why would you gather evidence that you knew was false if you knew the Earth was flat? I think he's done pretty well off flat Earth. He's written books. Yeah. He's had a few different successful YouTube channels. You know, he's been paid for interviews. He's done all right. So I think he goes next to Nathan Toefungus Oakley in Grifter Personified. What do you reckon?
I think you're spot on. That's my opinion. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the community's consensus, from what I can tell, that he is been a grifter since day one. Which is almost like to his credit. Like we're almost giving credit to Nathan and him here, in that we don't think they're stupid enough to have fallen for the flat Earth. We're saying that they're smart enough to know it's not true, but then dishonest enough to turn it into a grift.
Yeah.
What does Chat think? Yeah, Chat. What do you think? What do you think about him?
Yeah,
he's kind of like the Godfather. Yeah.
What do you guys think of Eric DeBay? He's one of the OG grifters. He's a little bit just before Nathan Oakley. In fact, Nathan Oakley cites him as one of his inspirations. God, could you imagine having Eric DeBay as an inspiration?
Yeah, inspiration in grifting. Yeah.
Oh, the timer has just dropped below 10 hours for the first time. We're at 9 hours and 42 in, and we've just gone below 10 hours. I might even
need to rectify
tomorrow.
that.
Shut up. Right, yeah, so Nathan Oakley and Eric DeBay up there, personified grifters. Aggressively ignorant Mikey Smith, and top left, Flatsoid, because he actually was top left. No, wait, he came fourth, didn't he? No, Witsit came fourth. Flatsoid won, that's right.
Here we
Next
go.
Next up, 100%.
Okay. 100%.
Yeah. I've had so many interactions with Witsit. I know he knows that the Earth isn't flat now.
Yeah.
Right. Mainly because the debate I had with him in November on Jaren's channel before they went to Antarctica, I asked him straight up, if you go to Antarctica and you see the 24-hour sun, does that mean for you that the Earth is flat? And his response was, yeah, that's a massive problem for flat Earth. Very politician answer, but still basically saying, yeah, that means that the Earth's a globe. Yeah, as soon as he got there, saw it and came back, oh, I knew it. Even if I saw it, I wasn't going to say the Earth's a globe. Right? He knows the Earth's a globe, but he won't say it isn't because, you know, he's been kicked out of his house by his wife and they've taken the kids, and he's got nowhere to live, and he can raise money from his chat.
I think him and Jaren were on a similar path, dude. And basically, they were going to Antarctica, and I think prior to the trip, they were unsure. I think Jaren had a little bit more suspicion that he was suspicious that maybe he was wrong. And I think just before they arrived, Witsit knew that he's going to be proven wrong. But Jaren knew that his community, and he could re-roll this whole community into a debunking community, right?
Yeah.
And he can continue making money online. Whereas Witsit, I feel like he just did not have the same confidence that he could switch sides and continue to make money. And so he just felt like he had to stick with the grift. And I think that's the perfect tier for him.
Yeah. I'm never going to forget our interaction at DebateCon in February.
Yeah, those...
that's why you're not invited to these things. What, the thing?
Do you recognize that?
Currently,
recognize that thumbnail? You recognize that thumbnail?
I
Craig?
do. That's his very happy face of me sitting next to him taking a selfie.
There you go.
One of my favorite things at DebateCon, it was just such a little thing, was that at one point in the morning on the Sunday, he was kind of walking around looking for James, and I was standing by the table with all the paperwork on before going into the room. And everyone that was a speaker had to sign all the debate posters for the VIPs. And there was about 80 of them, right? So I said to Witsit, Witsit, as you're here, you need to sign all those papers. Didn't say please. Didn't like phrase it as could you? Just you need to do this. And he straight away just started doing it, right? Like, good little boy, do as you're told. And then he didn't realize, but I just stood there taking selfies of him, like holding up a vape pen and stuff. Like it was just so perfect. It made me so happy. And then when he called me a chubby cripple that's not invited to these things, and then he's like, you're not invited to these things, and then I get invited back, and he isn't. And then he was invited back, and we were due to debate, and then he had his invitation rescinded because he's a horrific human being, and James realized that.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, it was on the sheet. We were on there to debate on the Sunday. Is God real? Me and him. It was like, and after it was this, I'd already been arranged with Rachel, and then he's like, James was like, do you want to do this one as well? I'm like, of course I fucking do. It's Witsit. That'd be hilarious.
Wow.
I'll use him as the existence that God isn't real. Who would make that? But then, after I'd agreed a week later, after I'd come on stream and eaten some crow, I guess I was wrong. He is invited back. He then has his invitation rescinded, and James is like, yeah, due to things outside of the debate sphere, we can't host Witsit.
Oh, crap. Wow. Oh.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. How did I miss that? Yeah.
Saying I've got another Flerf that wants to join me, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to put this on pause and do a debate or something, that's okay.
Do it after this.
We're about halfway there.
They can wait. Kyle and the Groom. Have I done them before? Oh, I don't know. Let me have a quick look at their profile. I don't recognize this guy. Sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. Right, so Witsit, Spitsit. You do know he spat on his wife and got arrested for that, though, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he definitely goes in no going back. There isn't an absolute cunt segment, so I couldn't put him there, but, And
this tier was kind of made for him, though.
Yeah, there's no question that Dave Weiss goes straight there. No question.
King of the grifters. Yeah.
Yeah. He was into conspiracies, right? And he knew what conspiracy people were like, and people started coming to him about Flat Earth, and more people came to him about Flat Earth, and he's like, you know what, I can tap into this. These people are idiots, and I can make money out of them. And he has, to give him credit, done it better than anyone else. He has taken that niche and made it his. He is the king of Flat Earth now. He is the most well-known Flat Earther in the world. He's got the biggest Flat Earth platform that people go on. He does the most Flat Earth interviews. He does the most work pushing Flat Earth. He's got the app for Flat Earth that loads of people are on and shares their data about them really wanting to. But he knows the Earth's not a globe because he tells such blatant lies. In his presentation, there is one specific thing that made me know that he is a grifter. And he shows this grid of perspective, right? And he's like, he has a mountain up close on the grid of perspective with the lines of the grid matching up with a bit of the mountain, right? And he's like, yeah, but if you move the mountain back along this grid of perspective, it looks like it's dropping down. And yeah, it does. But what he does in the video of the mountain moving back is he not only moves it back, but he moves it down 2 grid squares, right? He does it really quick, and you don't notice unless you skip by frame. Right, and that to me was straight away like, well, he has purposely had to lie to make his point about perspective being the reason things drop down. You don't have to lie if you know that the Earth is flat. You wouldn't make shit up.
Right.
You would push shit as though you believed it instead of falsifying data and videos. And then you just have to watch the script that he has perfected. He knows he's fucking lying.
I agree. Yeah, everyone I've done this same tier list with Max, and with Kat and a few others, and I think every single person has put him at the S tier, grifter personified.
Yeah, without a fucking doubt, 100%.
Yeah.
Right, who is this Kyle dude? Apparently, the guy who wants to join, he's in the chat watching now, called Kyle. And says that I am the definition of grifter. No, I'm the definition of grafter. I work fucking hard every single day and fight through agony and mental health issues and my broken body to still do the job that I do. I'm a grafter, not a grifter, because I believe in what I do, and I know that the Earth is a globe and that I'm not lying. You're a fucking retard. Kyle, just wait your turn, and I'll send you a link to join once I'm done.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Right, CC.
CC.
He's a quite aggressive person, isn't he?
Yeah. Yep.
Angry man. He is the definition of the crazy person with a sandwich board on at the end of the street screaming at the sky, the end is nigh.
He definitely believes it, right? I mean, we all agree on that. Okay. Do we agree on that?
Say that again, sorry?
Sorry. He definitely believes it, right? I mean, we all can agree on that. Yeah.
He is stupid enough to think that the Earth is flat.
Yes.
He wouldn't, I don't think. His wife is clearly pissed off with it all.
Yeah.
You know, like... He's so dumb and he's so confident about it, and everyone else is an idiot and needs to wake up. And he's so angry. He shouts at the sky, for fuck's sake. I'm not even kidding. There is literally tens of videos on his
100%.
channel of him shouting at the sky.
There is no doubt. I'm just looking at chat. Yes. Yep. 100%. No doubt. Yeah. Of course. He believes it. I feel bad, dude. Do you think, Craig, if you were to sit down with him in person and not in front of an audience, because then it's all performative and stuff, do you think if you had 24 hours to convince him it's not flat, do you have any chance of changing his mind?
I think I could.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think he just needs someone to sit him down and slap some knowledge into him. Because everything he says, like when he's talking about what the globe says, he gets it wrong all of the time. Like in the video I watched just now, he was like, yeah, well, on planets, the atmosphere is the container. No, the gravity is containing the atmosphere. That's not how that works. You know, he does not understand the things he's trying to say are wrong. And he's just aggressively ignorant about anything related to physics.
Hence the tier name. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. I could have named this tier the CC tier.
Yeah. But no, he definitely belongs in there. Kyle, calm down, dude. I'll get to you in a bit.
We're getting there, Kyle.
Nathan Oakley. I don't see the human feces section.
Did you debated Nathan? You must have debated
Nathan.
Nathan.
Yes, I've debated
over
Nathan
the years
7 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you? So does he? He's no G also.
Yeah, aggressively ignorant.
So he believes it.
Oh yeah, 100%. He thinks the Earth's a globe, the Earth's flat. Without a doubt, he believes the Earth is flat. He got himself arrested shouting at children about how the Earth is flat. You don't do that if you don't believe it.
Yeah, true.
Did you know that he likes to cook his dinner in his friend's back gardens as well? Well, what I mean is he used a flamethrower to shoot at some dog poo.
Did not know that. That's good. That's something I learned something new every day.
He was crashing at one of his friend's house, and his dog shat all over the garden. And instead of picking up the dog shit, he decided to use a flamethrower to just kind of set fire to it all.
Classic.
Yeah, and there's been several streams where he's been out walking his dog and not picked up the shit. He uses a spike collar.
I hate that. I hate that.
Yeah. But you know what gets me the most is that the dog still loves him.
Of course, because dogs are amazing.
Yeah, dogs are the fucking best. Like, oh my god, they're more human than human sometimes. I feel genuinely.
Oh my god, dude!
Especially my border collie. I think my border collie is the smartest thing in this house. I'm not fucking kidding. There's so much.
Yeah.
Like when I look into Riker's eyes and I just see intelligence. Esther, not so much. The Hungarian Vesta, she's dim. I can tell she's a bit fucking stupid and mostly runs on instinct. Riker, there's this spark of intelligence in his eyes, and it's almost like you have a moment when you look at him and kind of there's your consciousness are like looking at each other. It's like there's so much there.
Dude, all right. So yeah, magical cat girl. Yeah, cats don't. I don't know. But yes, dude, I've seen my golden retriever look at me with disappointment. Like,
Yeah.
I sound so stupid, and it's like, really? She's like, really?
Yeah, well, are you fucking humans?
Yeah, she's so smart. It's
Yeah, Nathan
embarrassing.
Oakley is aggressively ignorant, doesn't understand anything about physics at all. He's got his script that just strawman stuff, not understanding the second law of thermodynamics, gas pressure without a container, all this and that, all the normal flat Earth talking points that no matter how many times get explained to him, he will never understand. I have in several debates tried to explain Coriolis to him, but it's like talking to a brick fucking wall. In fact, you know what? I apologize to brick walls. You're all way smarter than Nathan Oakley, Nathan Thompson.
There's no hope. There's no hope for that guy. Yeah. Fair enough.
Right, Nico.
Nico.
He ain't real.
He's a super religious flat earther, right? He stopped making flat Earth content, so I don't know where
he's not a
his
flat
head
earther.
is, but
I don't think he was ever a flat earther. No. He's hinted at it in emails to me that he enjoyed the time, this and that. But he just appeared after the final experiment. But did you know that was also the time he released his new album?
I did not know that. What album? Is he some kind of music artist?
Yeah, a lot of his videos are lately of him doing his music and stuff.
Oh, I didn't know that. I don't.
I've got a theory that he tried to get known within the flat Earth community to get his name out there enough to at least sell his album enough, I guess. That's my theory, but there's no way he was a Flerf. Who could think that you actually took you went to Antarctica, but you also took an entire Amazon studio with you to Antarctica?
Is that what he claims? That he's bought into that?
That he was the one that came up with that theory that told everyone that they
like
went
the
to
sphere?
Antarctica, and the marathon runners that were there the day before were there to set up this Las Vegas sphere type Amazon studio for them to then go to Antarctica, but be inside this domed studio.
I don't know him hardly at all, but from what I've seen, he seems like who was it? Kat? But we were saying he seems like a decent guy. Would you disagree? You think he's?
I mean, he said some pretty shitty things.
Has he?
Yeah,
that sucks. I didn't know that. I don't know.
Like very kind of anti-Semitic, almost Nazi-ish type stuff, but
really,
I feel like he was playing a character the whole time.
Okay, interesting.
I don't know if everyone's going to agree with me. I never got a sincere feeling from him.
What do you think, Chad? I'm watching Chad. What do you think of Nico?
Nick Wolf 4847 for £2 says Thompson's dog looks at him with disappointment. Yes, it does, and that means I have to add 3 minutes to the timer.
Nice. I like how I'm going to go to bed, wake up, and you're still going to be streaming.
Yeah, you can. So talking about that, I've been streaming now for like 9 hours and something. Been streaming for where is it? My brain has stopped working. I can't figure out where the thing is. I've been streaming for about 9 and a bit hours, and I've still got like 10 hours to go. Right, Daniel Pratt. Well, I can't see the smells really bad. He just goes there then, aggressively ignorant. He is one of the most aggressive people in Flat Earth.
So you're saying he absolutely believes it as well?
Oh, 100% he thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
And he absolutely fucking hates globe defenders like myself. Like, we are the scum of the Earth.
You think that he believes you're a shill and you're lying, or you're just wrong?
He thinks I'm paid, I believe.
Oh my goodness.
Or that I'm, I don't know, indoctrinated or something, but he's always said that he would never debate me. Mainly because he called me a bald-headed, cross-eyed, mongoloid-looking motherfucker.
Okay.
You see what he looks like, right? Daniel, my friend, I have hair. It's under a cap nowadays instead of a mohawk. A faux hawk, rather. Can't really even do the faux hawk anymore. Yeah, I have hair. You're the bold one, dumbass. But he doesn't understand things like gravity and how it would affect water. And he wants to do an experiment where you get a massive tube that is like 2 miles long, and you cut off the top of it, and the water would be, more bulging. It would be bigger at the ends than the middle because of gravity and stuff. And yeah, he's fucking thick. But he also has threatened to kill me on several occasions.
Oh, well, that's that guy then.
And he said that if he ever sees me, he'll gladly catch a case, bitch slapping that bold ass look of my head of mine or whatever. I don't know.
So we've got Elizabeth next, and we'll be kind to her.
I don't know a massive amount about her. But I know that she does think the Earth is flat, and even after going to Antarctica, she still kept saying the Earth was flat because she didn't understand what was going on. But she acts like she knows what's going on. So I think she has to go in top left. She's certainly not aggressive enough. She doesn't push all the talking points. She can't be a grifter because she's not got a massive audience. So there's nothing for her to grift for. She wouldn't be in no going back because there's no reason for her to stay in flat Earth if she thought that the Earth was a globe. It's not like she's famous in it or anything.
Yeah.
But I do think she believes that the Earth is flat. So top left, I think, is the only place that she could go.
That's I think the consensus. I know Max has interviewed her. I haven't spoken with her directly, and she's kind of fallen off the face of the earth, if you will. Yeah, but I've heard she's a really nice lady, and yeah, she probably fell for the grift or fell for the nonsense.
Yeah, definitely. Flatsoid was a bit of a dick to her as well. So
I know.
Now, sovereign soul, unhinged mind. Definitely aggressively ignorant. Piece of shit. Knows that I think 100% thinks that the Earth is flat.
Really?
It is stupid, but also, frankly, an evil person. He is anti-Semitic. He is homophobic. He is transphobic. He calls all shootings false flags. When people die and stuff, it's kind of disgusting rhetoric. He's a sovereign citizen, but in the most horrible, nasty way against the government because they're all pedophiles, etc., etc., etc. He is a genuine piece of shit, but thinks the Earth is flat.
He's in deep, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, he did phone ICE on me because I'm coming to America. The immigration control enforcement people. I don't think he realizes the difference between visiting and immigrating. To be fair, I did phone the police on him because he said that people could cut my head off. And I know he owns weapons and is a felon.
Yeah, I don't know him well enough. I don't know. I agree with your placement here, but I don't know if he's a real threat or not. So I don't want to comment on that. We're down to our last guy here.
Nick Wall says Thompson's dog looked at him with disappointment. Thank you very much. Rachbot says for $2 Australian, just because. Thank you very much. All the love back to you. I appreciate it. The Morgan. I think that's this Kyle dude.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, he's rushing you along here.
Right, now that's Joe Hanley, right?
That's right. Joe Hanby, I think.
From what I've seen of him, I've seen him in 2 debates, and I've seen him argue with Will Duffy, and he came up with that model, right? The model makes me think that he's faking, if I'm honest. Because
Really?
The model is so fucking stupid
It is.
that you can't genuinely think that explains anything. Again, I always like to go with ignorance over malice. Okay? Now, if we have to assume it's malice, then the assumption is he made that model knowing that other flat earthers would pick it up and be like, yeah, that's it, but also knowing that the Earth is a globe. And I'm not sure, but the model is so stupid that it hangs me up.
It's like a child's model. I swear.
Yeah.
I swear it's something like a fifth grader would produce. I don't know.
He's definitely not a grifter because he doesn't put out a bunch of videos.
Yeah.
He's just really done this model thing and he's not even pushed it that hard. I don't think he's in so deep that he couldn't go back even though he knows it's not. If he thinks the model's real, that is pretty aggressively ignorant. It's not in name only because if he thinks the model's real, then he thinks the Earth is flat. But otherwise, it is a name only if the model was made up. It's a tough one.
So you're deciding between what, top left and aggressively ignorant?
No, it's between top left and in name only, if I'm honest.
Okay.
It's
right,
either
he's not
he
aggressive,
really doesn't understand how maps and models and stuff work, yet he tried to make a map, which is very top left. A model, sorry. Or he's faking. And the model being so stupid makes me want to say he's faking, but at the same time, the argument he had with Will Duffy about trying to him ruin Flat Earth makes me think he really believes it, so I'm going to stick him in top left.
I think he believes it, yeah. Yep, there are a lot of stupid people out there, yeah. Okay, let me screenshot this. I need to screenshot this so I can compare it. I'm going to do a comparison of all the different content creators and where you guys ranked everyone. Got it. Cool. Thanks, brother.
No
That's
worries.
awesome.
Yeah, that's fun. I like doing that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to DebateCon. Very much so. It's going to be an absolute blast. It's going to be interesting because for me especially, it's a hostile crowd. Even though I go on Monday debates a lot, their audience fucking hate me because their audience are all right-wing Christians.
Yes.
So the interactions there are always very interesting.
If you thought the Newark crowd was right-wing Christians, wait till you get to Nashville.
Bible Belt. Oh my god, yeah. Like, my wife was serious considering making me hire security.
Oh no! You're gonna be okay. It's not. I don't think it's that type of crowd. You're gonna be fine. But they are not. It's gonna be in favor of your views. That's for sure.
No, of course not. But at the same time, when I was there last time, the entire Crucible crew treated me pretty well, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and I appreciate that. Andrew treated me really well. Rachel treated me really well. Don treated me really well. You know, they all treated me really fucking well.
Yeah, and it's cool. I mean, there's gonna be a lot. There's a lot of Rachel for some reason. There's a lot of simps, and so you're gonna play an away game. You're playing an away game once again.
100%. Yeah, I mean, it's quite funny. She's all against feminism and stuff, and yet all the people, right, they're all reposting her ex post about the debate with me, and they're going, "Yeah, you're such a strong, independent woman," and I'm like, well, thanks, feminism.
Yeah. And dude, curse you for making me reread her book on stream. Like, I've already read it once. I don't need to read it again. Thank you.
That was hard going. Yes, Rubiks, good night. Don't worry, I've got 2 hours before it needs to swap. I will do that and then get Kyle on. But yeah, you're mocked. Why don't you show yourself once again?
Oh, yeah. Well, all right. Thanks. No need. Look, I'm Euromopped on YouTube. If you want to check out my channel, I'm going to be going to DebateCon, hanging out with Craig here, posting some behind-the-scenes content, doing some post-debate interviews. So check it out if you're interested. Subscribe. If not, all good. I'll see you again next time.
Cheers, buddy. I will see you in a couple of weeks.
That's right. Can't wait, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, guys, could one of our mods please post a link to your mods channel in the chat? Please go and subscribe. It does amazing interviews and stuff. Right, we've got an hour and 50 minutes before I need to swap this over to a new stream. So let's get this Flerf in. All right, Kyle, are you ready? I'm going to make a link and bring you in, all right? So you can stop crying. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît. Oh, I remember you. Right, Kyle, I have sent you a link. Stop being a douchebag and join. Let's get the right screen up on there. It's me. It's me, Mario. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, we have been streaming for 10 hours. I started 10 hours ago. That's a pretty long fucking stream, right? But anyway, when I started, I had a 45-minute timer. It does appear now that the timer isn't 9.5 hours. It's gone below 10 hours. That means I can finish in less than 10 hours. Fucking A. Your support is absolutely incredible. You know that, guys. But, yeah. That timer, I'm quite happy if it goes down. You punish me if you like. Right, Kyle, come on, join your puss. Hurry up, little lady. Pretty sure this guy's a dumpster fire person. Yeah, just get your stupid ass here, Kyle. Boston Concerts has been a member for 8 months. Says, fuck the timer, send more memberships. Nah, that didn't count. Guys, he wants me to explain this mini sun. He thinks there's a mini sun inside the Earth. Oh, bless. Boston Concerts gifted 5 memberships, taking it back up to 9 hours and 46. Thank you very much, my friend. I really appreciate it. The support is incredible. Still not above 10 hours, though. Good. Yes, that 100% counts. Thank you. Oh my god, you're getting dumber. Join already. Pussy. We see 2 Craigs. Hello. Hi, Craig up there. Hi, Craig down there. Hi. Come on, Kyle, join. I think Kyle's too scared to join. Dude thinks that's a mini sun. So, like, you know, when you heat up some metal and it glows, do you think that's a sun as well? It appears that Kyle's too scared to join the debate. Oh, I love Flerfs. Not in that way, but you know what I mean. Okay, whilst we're waiting for Dim to join, gonna use the ablutions, have a little Riley. Back in a minute.
Pick it up. Is it dirt? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it dirt or a potato? Check it out. Dirt or potato? Yes, I'm right, let's go. Dirt or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? Right on!
you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it dirt for a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dirt for potato, let's go. Skank it out. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Dirt or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown on someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Dirt or potato, it's all up to you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend. Look real close, don't let it slide. Is it dirt or a potato waiting inside? Let's go, rude boys. Patch or a silly trick, will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, dirt or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Dirt or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Dirt or potato, guess it right, let's go. Dirt or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb trend. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Dirt or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear. Make your move, we're almost through. Dirt or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Dirt or potato, let the guessing flow.
And we're back. So the person, Kyle, that we've been talking to is Gleason. That's who that dude is. And he's apparently too scared to join the stream. He actually joined in the last debate membership drive. Why are you not joining then, Dim Dim? Do it, Jord. Hulk wins, I reckon. Nah, super. No, too scared. Thought so. Well, looks like I'll have to go back to CC. Alright, guys, thank you very much so far for the support. We've got 9 hours and 40 minutes left. We're below 10 hours, which means that maybe around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I get to go to bed. Well, looks like he is a coward.
All right. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris from New York, Westchester County. It's
hi.
9/7/2025. How are you? Good? Everything's good? Excellent. Above me are 2 frames.
They're below you. Chris, you edited this. Why didn't you put them above you? There's so much dead space up there. That would have made so much more sense to put them above you.
On my left-hand side is the moon, that I captured about a week ago or a week and a half ago. And on the left-hand side is the sun. You know, the sun and the moon are the same size. Really, guys?
They don't look the same size there. Just saying.
So, after all these billions of years, supposedly, it just managed to become the same size, you know, of each other, with one being 93 million miles away and the other one being 268,000 miles away. We're talking 93 million miles away and 268,000. Okay, so we're comparing thousands to millions.
Kipder just upgraded their membership to Brawlers, but I did not see the timer go up. So I'm going to manually add 3 minutes. That might have been a mistake. I'm not sure. Oh, looks like Morgan ran away. Let's try him again. I accept your defeat. Run away or just can't tech? Wow. Probably a bit of both, right?
But they are the same size. It's bullshit. It's nonsense. God created all of this. I'm sorry.
Show your God. Present them. So I can beat the fuck out of them.
Okay, forget about me believing... well, you know what? Forget about me talking about the whole program that you're in right now. And the life you're going to lead. And you really... whatever choice you make right now is already been determined. But I won't get into that. That'll be in another video. Whatever is passing right now by the moon, which I'll tell you, I had no idea. I was reviewing the video, actually, and then I thought it was a bug, you know, it was going across, you know, the lens. And then I noticed that it's actually a freaking craft of some sort. And the problem is here in Westchester County, and any aviation license requires you to have your lights on a moving object, lower and upper beneath the wings. But I don't see any lights on, blinking red or blue or white or anything like that. And every aircraft requires that. So I don't know what the fuck it is. It could have been...
maybe the International Space Station?
Maybe something from a previous civilization or something. Yeah, okay. All right, you got to be careful with the women with the black glasses. Okay, and the clear lens.
Sorry, did he just say that a thing going across the moon could have been something from a previous civilization? Yeah, he did, didn't he? Yeah.
Those are the ones to be careful about. I'll tell you why. Those are... oh, fuck. Just remember that. Black frame glasses on a woman. Bye-bye. Stay away.
Why?
Oh, I got so much to talk about. Just...
But why? What is this about black frames? I'm confused.
I can't. This could go on for 2 hours. All right, now on my right-hand side, that was a sun capture. Okay, and it was just so beautiful. I didn't know what the sun was. I mean, it was so bright in the morning.
Right.
And
so
the sun...
our friend has got both up and down and left and right wrong.
Did not come...
Boston Conscious like, stop yawning. And now you've said stop yawning, I want to fucking yawn because I'm thinking about yawning. See? Oh, you're all going to yawn as well. Right, how many of you are yawning now? Think about yawning. Yeah, you are. You can't stop it, can you? Here it comes.
Yeah, first off, it's not rising. It's not... whatever. It's coming closer to you. That's what the sun does. And when it goes away, it goes away. That's what the sun does. And I was wondering where the hell the sun was. It was like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning, and it was bright as shit outside, you know, and there it was. And I pulled it, and I mean, I put the camera right on there, and I just saw this, which I was happy to share it with you. And I have no idea. Maybe it might have been there were no chemtrails, though. That's the problem. Why did it split it in half?
That's because chemtrails don't exist. Like your brain cells. But once again, TC, your hair's glorious. Congratulations.
Half. I mean, that's what my camera got. And it's so perfect. A perfect circle. I can tell you about so many movies that have told you about a perfect circle. That's not natural. It's not nature. That's a higher intelligence. Perfect circle means...
What would you know about higher intelligence?
Higher intelligence. That's what it is. I'm sorry. Okay. There is somebody that created all of this. And it's fucking incredible. But in a plausible possibility of beyond flat Earth is incredible too. Because it just screams fucking digital all around us. I mean, the relationships you have with people, your life, just connect everything from when you grew up, who you met, and the influences people have had in your life, and the courses you went. Well, I mean, it's not even courses. It's just, the highways you traveled and decided to go.
CC, in all honesty, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's just amazing. It really is. So I don't know what to make of both of these videos. I'm assuming, you know what, look, we've been lied to all of our lives with all of civilizations that have previously existed before us, and we're just another civilization that's here, and we're, as far as I'm concerned, at this point, really not advanced at all. The only thing that's advanced is that camera or that phone.
Yeah, we're not advanced, except he's, showing us himself in the past on the internet that anyone can access literally within seconds. And anyone watching this video, hundreds of you right now, could just access this. That's not advanced.
And you're looking at right now. That's your advancement. Other than that, it's all bullshit. Our structures are the same shit we've had for 100 years. You're telling me they built a fucking aqueduct all the way up to Shokan Reservoir, which is 200 miles away from here, with a fucking candle and sticks?
They're probably a bit more than a candle. Like, massive lamps and stuff, and maybe not doing it at night. Does he think that they only did construction work in the night? Alright guys, I think it's time to start telling Kyle what a coward he is. There's Kyle's Facebook profile. Oh dear. Look how popular. It's a lovely thing, Kyle, but he wanted people to donate to this and no one did. Whoops. This is him. This is what he looks like. Emma, the absolute cunt. Emma, I'm going to say it to you in the most ASMR way possible. Emma, you're a cunt. For €5 says, what's CC doing there? Craig, thou shalt not however cunts before me. No, you're the cuntiest cunt. You cunt. George says FTFE is scared to debate me on Hulk versus Superman. He knows the Blue Boy Scout get crushed by the Jolly Green Jackass. This isn't even a debate. Hulk is clearly susceptible to heat vision. Superman has the most powerful heat vision. Just turn the Hulk into Swiss cheese like the Sentry did. Game over.
A tunnel all the way up. This is all founded. That's what they say. Actually, they took that name out. No. They don't call it founded anymore. They call it, well, I don't know what the fuck they call it now, but I mean, you'll see the signs. They don't consider it founded because.
Oh, Emma, that actually took me over the threshold to add 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to 9 hours and 36 minutes. That means that this stream will finish at approximately 2 p.m. UK time. Which would make it like a 20-hour stream, which is pretty fucking good. Yeah, that would make it a 20-hour stream. 20 hours, fucking hell. So, yeah, that timer's just going to go down now, and I get to go to sleep. And then not keep streaming afterwards.
We all know that when they say that, it's been found in 1886, in 1876, whatever the hell it is, but think about it. I mean, they think I'm a fucking dinosaur, and I was born in the 70s. All right? So you're telling me all of this was fucking built in the 1800s?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm just rambling on right now, but I love it. You know, I'm just pissed off. I don't know.
Emma says, pushed you over the edge. Thought I'd return the favor. You're welcome. Ooh la la. All right, Emma, here you go. Thanks for the support, you cunt. Sorry. You cunt.
What it is. I mean, I'm just so happy to be here at this time. I mean, did I ask he or she or God to be here right now in this particular time of history and witness everything that's going on? I mean, it's just amazing.
I mean,
I really don't have a clue.
It is a literally good time to be alive. One of my favorite Terry Pratchett Discworld books is Interesting Times. And it says in the book that it's basically a curse to live in interesting times. I mean, we lived through COVID, guys. That's like a historical event that we had to fucking live through. Yeah, I know, DML. He's conflicted. He thinks he's pissed off, but also happy at the same time.
Obviously. Well, anyway, I hope you enjoy my videos, and I thank you for subbing, I thank you for viewing my videos, and let me be a part of your life.
It's because... Oh no, why is the moon making that noise?
The clouds. Stick to that.
It sounds horrible, so let's mute it. Oh, Zoom doesn't work like that. Oh. Can't zoom in. What is that? Is that the ISS? George says that Canon Hulk has only died once. Hawkeye hit him in the brain bits with a gamma arrow designed by Banner himself, specifically to counteract the Hulk emerging and immediately striking off the kill shot. Well, it's all canon because there's multiverses. Do you remember that time when, you know, Hulk just got beat the fuck up by Thanos? He didn't even have an Infinity Gauntlet on. Supes has got nothing to worry about with the Hulk. I mean, what's the Hulk going to do, for instance, if Superman picks him up, flies him into space, and just launches him? Hulk can't fly. How's he going to stop? There's nothing to push off in space. He's just going to go forever in what direction Superman throws him. Do you think that's a fly? Boston Concerts for $10 says, Craig, I hope you're doing well these past couple of weeks. I've had adult trick-or-treat in my neighborhood. It is time for bed. I hope you are still live in the AM. I think my brain turned off for a second there. Thank you very much, Boston. And yes, that takes us up for another 3 minutes added on, which would increase the timer back up to 9 hours and 33 minutes. At least it's below 10. Look, you made Batman flash. Rude. You know you can change the colour of lights behind me with super chats. Right. I think we should cover this. It's a long one, but it could be fun. No, Rach, there was no gun show. I promise. A lot of people are kind of surprised that, like, oh, Craig says he works out. How can you tell? I mean, it's a bit of a sleeper build because, you know, you can't really see anything until I go, bam! So, recently, Jeranism and Dave McKeegan debated whoever Sam Flat Earth is about the final experiment. As Gleason seems to have become a little bitch and ran away, we will be instead doing that. Where are we time-wise? Right, we've got about an hour. And then I'll switch over.
Both on the trip, we know exactly what happened. On my headphones. Calling it the final experiment debate, if you will, or something like that. There are still people left in this world, believe it or not, that haven't realized yet that the trip was very real. So we're going to have a conversation today. We've got Sam from Flat Earth Reconnaissance here. We've got Dave McKeegan here.
I haven't seen this
myself.
one yet. Who in the chat has seen this debate? I have not. He was talking about New York tunnel systems being built. There's a picture of them back in the day. I disagree, Uncle Charlie. People are allowed to be wrong.
and we're going to do, hopefully without a moderator. Sorry, I'm putting on my headphones here. Hopefully without a moderator, it should be fine. We're going to have a little time section, and we should be well behaved, I think. And basically, Dave and I will be taking the position. Obviously, we were both on the trip. We know exactly what happened. And let me bring them on right now. Let's see if we get them over here. I'm getting intermittent sound in my headphones. I don't know why. There we go. There we go. So first, let's say hi to Sam. Sam?
Hi.
Can you tell everybody who you are, where your channel is, all that fun stuff, while I fix my headphones?
I'm not really anybody. I'm just a simple guy. I have a Flerfs channel called Flerfs Reconnaissance, and I understood that the Earth is flat, but a couple of years ago, and I invested myself into like understanding more, and how come we are being lied about it, and why, like, and who, who's behind it? So it's very interesting. So I've been dedicating myself into like understanding all these things. I made a few videos, and here I am with you talking about the FTFE and maybe other things also. But
okay,
French Canadian, I think. Dumb, but anyway. This is a nice long video, guys, to cover. I have not seen this debate before, so I'm quite excited to go over it. Who is fucking messaging me? No, it's not the Flerf. Flerf, run away! Oh, he said it's too late now. You were stalling.
And we also have joining us Dave McKeegan. Dave, thanks for joining us. Hello, how are you? Tell everybody who you are. I'm sure they know. Oops. You are very quiet to us. Hold on, we don't hear you well. Let me see what's going on. You're like volume, you're using the wrong mic maybe? Is that possible? Is he quiet to you, Sam?
Yes, of course, yes.
Yeah, it's like really quiet. We can hear it a little bit. No? Let me see if I can.
Wrong mic.
Sounds like you're like on a different mic. That one. Yep, there you go. Well, I thought we heard you for a second.
Yeah, you did.
There you go.
For some reason, I don't know why my computer just.
They like to do that.
Between.
All right, now they can hear you.
Going to be. Oh.
Now tell them who you are.
So yes, my name is Dave McKeegan. You may remember me, Jaren. I was in that really cold place with you about 10 months ago.
I do remember. Yeah, so thank you for being here. So I don't know. I know Sam had emailed you, right, and said that he wanted to have a discussion with you. And so we just figured we'd kill two birds with one stone.
That really cold place. Did they go to a freezer or something? I don't know.
So we're here, Sam, and I guess if you want to go ahead with like a 4-minute intro to kind of give a overview of your position, and then Dave and I will split time however we need to either give our side, or we'll give our opening, and then from there we'll just kind of have a back and forth. You can say the things that you think or that you found, and we will give you our opinion. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Okay, go ahead, and I'll start your clock whenever you start.
Okay, so let's start about that FTFE trip. In my opinion, I wish I could believe that it happened, but I have no other choice than to understand that it could not happen. So of course now we have a problem because you're saying that you went in that cold place there, but actually there are so many anomalies in your footage, in your behaviors, that it's impossible to believe that you were actually.
There's zero anomalies in either their behavior or the footage. All there is humongous amounts of cope that have now been going on close to a year.
There. So even David Weiss is saying, like, the sky was fake and the sun was fake and everything was fake, the snow was fake, but you were there. And later on, I'll explain why it's so important for him to, to insist on that point, and why it's so important for you also to insist on that point that, you were actually there. So the thing is that I've talked to Maktoon about some of these anomalies, and all the time he was telling me that it was because of technical problems related to the 360 degrees camera. So I checked, and I couldn't find on the internet any footage of the 360 camera that had the same glitches, that had like as many glitches and anomalies as in the TFE footage. So I don't think it's true.
What glitches and anomalies? I don't remember seeing any, and I checked. Yeah, I love when they call people MacToon.
I believe also that the glitches you have and the anomalies, some of the anomalies we have in that footage of yours, can be found and can be seen in the displays, LCD screen displays that we see in the sphere. I made a small video just to compare it. So that the only type of anomalies I saw in the footage are the ones I saw also in that sphere. I don't say that you were there, but that actually maybe those glitches are not produced by the the camera you had there, but simply by the screens that we believe were there, because the point is that we believe that you were in the studio.
Yes. They spent all that money faking it just to be able to produce footage that had glitches in. That's right.
Somewhere, some sort of a studio. We don't know where yet, but we believe it was totally fake. And of course, that's going to be a wide sort of discussion. But the thing is that if I claim it was fake, I also have to understand why it was fake and what was the point in faking it and all that, and what was the objective behind this. And we've been working hard, and I believe we understood what are the objectives behind the TFE operation, which was not, to my mind, to prove that the Earth is flat, because it's obvious that all these mistakes were made. Some of them, let's say, were made on purpose, because you're not that stupid. Even I, who don't know nothing about how to take pictures of films of 360-degree movies, I wouldn't have made so many mistakes. So it's kind of suspicious that there is so many gross mistakes being made about this footage. So we'll talk about it later on. But again, my position is that you could not be there, and that you were someplace else, not that cool. So that's my first statement. You can go ahead. You can take my time. No problem.
Okay. Well, that's easy to debunk. You're a fucking idiot. Here's a bunch of footage. Here's flight logs. Here's passports. Here's pictures, videos, us doing a live stream and a live call whilst we are there.
Thank you for that. Dave, you can go ahead and start us out if you want. Go for as long as you need to. And I'll kind of piggyback on it.
Well, I mean, I don't really need to put a statement out in terms of position. I think our position's pretty self-explanatory. I would be curious to know as to which glitches you are referring to that you say can't be replicated. Mistakes on purpose, again, I'd be very interested to know what mistakes you think we've made and what ones we would have done on purpose. And given you've gone with the position of you have to believe that it's fake, I would like you to say what evidence we could present to you that would convince you that it was not faked. Because we went into TFE knowing we were dealing with conspiracy theorists who were going to be going over every single piece of information, and one video wasn't going to be enough, and we shot multiple different videos. And so, yeah, we were going in with the intention of expecting pushback. So I would be curious as to what position, where your line in the sand is, if you like, that would convince you that we are, or are you just going to automatically dismiss everything because it goes against Flat Earth? Also, I would ask, where is your position in terms of what you think we actually did? Because we were in Chile, we were live streaming while we were in Chile, in a fairly recognizable spot that you can go to Google Earth and verify we were actually in Punta Arenas. And then I've recorded, and so has Critical Think and MC Toon, the flight to Antarctica from that airport to Union Glacier. So do you acknowledge we at least went to Antarctica, or are you in the position that you think we were never there in the first place? That's the only thing I would like to know. That's half the time, Darren. So do you want to take the remaining half?
Sure. Sam, so when you and I talked offline, I just want to make sure that you would repeat this again. I asked you, or I was telling you about what I saw in the south and the north, and then I said, so the South Pole exists. And what did you say about if the South Pole exists, then it means that the Earth cannot be flat, correct?
Of course.
Okay.
Normal.
Right.
Sense.
So, I mean, so the thing about this is that people can go there and do every year, right? I mean, upwards of thousands. I mean, I'm not sure the exact number, but thousands of people go there every year as tourists. They all see what we saw. So you have a lot of people that would be lying. I think I showed you, and I can show again, the Antarctic Marathon, which happens every single December. And you can go to their website, which is just in search, type in Antarctic Marathon, and you'll see that there's videos from every single year, not 2020 because of COVID, but every other year all the way back to like 2000, maybe 15 or 2005 or something like that. Anyway, you can see videos of all those people running that marathon. Now, we landed our plane in Union Glacier and picked up those people. Those people got onto the plane and they went home. And so we did get to see some of them. I know Austin and some other people were interviewed some of them. It's just kind of funny that those people are there every year. You can go look at that and see that they're also there. So there's enough evidence now at this point that I think people should start to realize and move forward with the fact that the South Pole exists. You can get to the South Pole from where we were in South America in about 4.5 hours, or maybe 5.5 hours. You can get there from South Africa in about 6 hours, and you can get there from Australia in like 7 hours. That is impossible unless we have a converging lines of longitude. And so once you realize we do have converging lines of longitude, they have to be converging towards a bottom of something, which would be a sphere. So I piggyback off what Dave said too. I want to know specifics of what you think couldn't happen, because we were there and it happened. So that's about it for me. Go ahead and you can respond to that as you need to, Sam.
God, I love the way that Jaren actually runs debates with, like, you actually get to respond to things and stuff without people going, ah! And it's turning into a dumpster fire. Right, we're down to 9 hours and 19 minutes. Every new membership adds 3 minutes to the timer. You're not allowed to do any more. Ha 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 ha. Now, you are already making me go over 12 hours, so I've got to change my stream within the next hour. And then there's still like another 9 hours to go.
Okay, no problem. So just to...
But seriously, thank you. Thank you for the support. It's immeasurably, like, I can't say thank you enough. And I'm although it does make, yeah, do you support me on these because you like me or you hate me? I'm not. Yeah, I don't know really.
Answer what you just said about the people in Antarctica. It's true. There's a lot of people in Antarctica, lots of footage, and not only just from recent times. It for like 80 years we have footages of people working there, going there. But the thing is that I don't think that TFE was made to prove that you could run in Antarctica. It was made to prove that there was a 24-hour sun. And where the problem is with what you're saying is that despite all these people that go there for so long, there's no video of the 24-hour sun for like 80 years. Now there is a couple.
Except there's multiple people have recorded the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Just you've always called them fake. Yeah, Dino, it was a Satan sun, you're right.
Of videos that were made by Anthony Powell that were proven totally fake and easily proven fake. Well, so the point is that since there is people, and there are people in Antarctica that are going there, no problem. But how come, we have to go now in 2024 to try to prove that there is 24 hours in Antarctica when it's so easy? It would be so easy to just call somebody, say, hey, I give you like $500, $1,000, just, film the 24-hour sun. Well, I made such an expedition there. You understand? So that's already suspicious before it starts. You understand? It doesn't make sense because, I tell you something. Truth has to make sense. When you have too much to prove, when you have too much to justify, you understand? So it proves by itself that it is false. Because truth can be proven very easily. For example, the Earth is flat, waters, don't bend, the Earth is stationary, and then, we can apply that theory, on the field because, we can justify that, what we're saying is true because we can see it. Now, what you are doing.
So basically, it's true because you see it, except we all tell you that what you're seeing shows that the Earth is a globe.
With all your calculations, which are perfect. I have nothing to say about everything that you demonstrate all the time. And I'm not actually an expert in that. I'm not, you got the wrong guy because I don't understand all these things. But I know one thing. I know that all those calculations that you make that appear to be perfect and right do not apply to reality. Those are just demonstrations that show us how your imaginary world is working. I give you an example. You see a car. You know what a car is. You probably drove cars already, and we know that those cars exist. So now if I had to create a car, I need science, like physics, chemistry, extra. So now if I do like you do, demonstrate how a car works, the difference between you and I is that my demonstration is applicable to reality, because then I can show you here, this is a car, we can drive it. Now what you're doing is that you're demonstrating that something is working theoretically, but actually it doesn't apply to reality. So that's the problem I have with that. Now again, to say that you were never there when it looks like you were there. Also, I'm gonna have to explain, what was the possible reason, let's say, behind all this. But we'll talk, later on about this. I don't know, unless you want to talk now about it. But don't want to.
Well, just so you're saying that Dave and I are blatant liars, and that we actually are working against humanity by lying about the shape of the Earth. That's what you're saying.
Well, actually, if you never were there and you're saying you were there, yes, of course you are lying. But I don't believe you are lying just like that for personal reasons. I believe you're part of something much bigger.
So yes, you are liars, is what he's saying, Jaren. You are in fact a liar, and you were bought. Your soul was sold to Satan, or Santa, or one of the two.
It means it's a professional lying. It's not just like an opinion. It's like you understand. So of course, this is what I believe, and then we can try to understand.
So do we also work with YouTube to allow them to allow us to put up things that are so-called live streams and they're not? Do we YouTube's in on it?
I have no idea about how YouTube works, but I know that I don't trust them too much because they're part of the establishment. They're part of the the mediatic establishment. So, but
they're part of the what? The mediatic establishment. YouTuber owned by Alphabet, Google, an independent company.
I don't know what to believe about this because I never, really studied the case. But of course,
Okay, let me just show you. I'm just going to show you something real quick. This over here is my YouTube channel. It's been up the entire time. It's never been changed. And you'll notice that starting here, we had a conversation before. It says Antarctica Bound. Then you'll notice here, live from Punta Arenas. So we went live on the first day we got there, which was the 11th. Okay, this is the second day. We went live on the 12th. This is from Punta Arenas. This is the third day on the 13th. We went live from Punta Arenas. This is the 14th, the day that I arrived in Antarctica. This is the 15th, the day after. This is the 16th, the day after that. This is the 17th. So every single day, I live streamed from the ice, making it prohibitively impossible that it could be faked because I was talking to people in the chat. Also, if you go to my chest cam footage, you'll see, which came out after in here somewhere. The chest cam would be under videos, not live. So under videos, just wanted to find this real quick. That chest cam footage shows me talking to Lisbeth in the airport, and I give the scores to the football game that happened the night before. It's a Thursday night football game between the Niners and the Rams, and I tell you the score of that game that was the day before. So it couldn't have been that we were there years earlier, or whatever you want to say. So good. I just wanted to point that out, that there is evidence that people act like we didn't chronicle this trip, which is crazy. The other thing is, let me just bring this real quick, and if I bring up see what you guys see here. Okay, so this is my Durants, and I told everybody ahead of time, this is not news. I said I will be chronicling the trip at t.me/Durants. So if you go through this, and you have to scroll back to find the date, because this is date, I forgot where it said the date. Anyway, you can get it to come up here. But you'll see that every time that we did anything, here's me talking. I don't even know what I'm saying here. Here's me on the airplane going to LA, I believe. But you'll see that I chronicled my whole trip. Here's us flying down there. Then I get to the point where I'm here at the airport in Buenos Aires talking to Lisbeth and Austin. This is where I first met them. And then here's us driving. Oh, so this is us in Chile. So we've arrived. We've been picked up by this van.
Gross.
You can actually look at where we're at. This is Chile. You can go look on Google Earth and find where we were driving here. And you can see we're here. We have all our luggage and gear. Punta Arenas. We will go live this evening. I'll be adding Austin and Elizabeth as posters on this channel, so please share it wide. So we did chronicle the whole trip. You can go through this. Here's me in Punta Arenas. Watch. You'll see that I turn and I show where we are exactly in Chile. And there's Lisbeth. And there's my phone. I turn it around. There's Austin talking with Duffy. There's Jonathan Morandi on the right. So there is no question about whether or not we were in. There's the hotel that we stayed in behind us. Like, are you at a point that you think that this is CGI, that people are making AI videos with people and walking them like this, like those people? You know those people. So my question is that it's embarrassing that people that call themselves researchers don't even know that this exists. They're like, oh, we researched TFE and Jaren doesn't have any footage and Jaren never has any proof that he was where he says he was. When I told everybody, hey, it's going to be here on t.me/Durants, and I chronicled the whole trip. So you can go through here. Here's us eating dinner on the first night that we got there. There's Dave sitting down there, Austin, there's Duffy, Critical Think, Tune at the very end of the table. We are having a little conversation. I said, it's like Thanksgiving dinner, lasted about 10 minutes before the argument broke out. This is as fun as shitting your pants on a date. So, that's what it was. So then we went live here. Then we just keep going. So this whole trip was chronicled. And then let's see here.
Oh, God, I would have loved to have been there.
This is me talking about us having to get ready to go on the plane the next day. And see, that's still in Punta Arenas. Oh, this is the video. Let me just listen to this.
We're here. We're ready to go.
You're ready to go, y'all.
Here's Saturday, December 14th.
Saturday, December 14th.
How do we know that? The 49ers lost to the Rams on Thursday, 12-6. And I wouldn't be able to know that unless it was after that date. So we are ready to board, as you can see. Antarctica, here we come. Or here we go. Oh shoot, I gotta get my boarding pass out. Okay, so just showing, there's us in the Punta Arenas airport. Here's us boarding the 757 jet. You can see all of us here. Critical thing. Here we go. Duffy, Mark. There's all of us. Like, these things cannot be faked. Like, this is not the moon landing where you're like, oh.
But it's clearly all just fake, Jaren. Clearly. Right, what are we on? 11 hours. Right, we're going to swap over to the next stream. If you stay in the chat, you will automatically be sent over there, okay? So you don't need to leave. But just before I go, and then see you over there at the beginning of the next part, I'm gonna ask a question like, can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Help if I had the volume on for A.
Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
Good morning. These words come with a storm warning. Better batten down the hatches, grab some matches and brace yourself for a long day of misery. YouTube has given me the power to reach up into the sky and show you all that we live on the ball. I bring you science that's comprehensible. Your view is indefensible. You're reprehensible. Go on, Mr. Sensible. When I was young, I never thought I would be here to see this. A pile of random nonsense dressed up as bullshit. Your ignorance will be the death of us all, like running headfirst full speed into a wall. You could always read a book, buy a telescope, set it up and take a photo of the moon, or just be a buffoon. I send you in a balloon onto the stratosphere on page 3.
You're a few fries short of a happy meal. You're dumber than a box of hair. The wheel's spinning but the hamster's dead, and you're as smart as bait. You forgot to pay your brain bill. You're missing a few buttons on the remote control. 24 cents short of a quarter. You're surfing in Nebraska. You're as bright as Alaska in December, and you fell out of your family tree. You don't have all the cornflakes in one box. You got an IQ of 2 and it takes 3 to grunt. The elevator doesn't go all the way up, and there's a vacancy on the top floor. Your antenna doesn't pick up all the channels. You're several nuts short of a
You're Mr.
fruitcake.
Sensible, calm down, don't go too hard. You don't need to ask for burying Flerfs in your backyard. You're a man of science, poise and grace. Mage 2 did everything to wipe the grins off the face. So Nathan, get away from those kids. The world is not flat and it doesn't have a lid. Recognize the differences between the textbook and the Bible and control yourself. Lay off your slander and your lies. You're a bunch of knobs poisoning the well of the youth, spreading lies that you like to claim as knowledge and truth. Stop spreading fresh bullshit like the butter on your bread. Maybe your musical assault knock some sense into your head. I hope one day you'll hear these lyrics and smile, and you realise you used to be a 40-year-old child. Now it's time to wake up, open your eyes and see, and acknowledge the existence of.
You're a few clowns short of a circus. Your phone is off the hook. Your sewing machine is out of thread. You're all foam and no beer. You don't have all your dogs on one leash. An intellect rivaled only by garden tools. There's no grain in your silo, and your skylight leaks a little. Your belt doesn't go through all the loops. You couldn't pour water out of a boot without instructions on the heel. Your slinky's kinked, and you're proof that evolution can work in reverse. A few feathers short of a whole duck, one fruit short of a full bowl.
Airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
You thought it was over? Well, I'm still standing while you're swinging, flinging feces, talking shit just like the human centipede. You got the mind of a chimp, and I'm here to expedite your shore leave. Cause I'm a seaman, but not the kind I writ up on your mum's gums. I'm the kind that sailed submarines and fired guns. I could float a boat across the ocean with my eyes closed. Circumnavigate the globe with a compass and a bag of sausage rolls. Well, all you can do is nibble on your toes. I'll smack you with the hose that you call a water level. Sit and swivel. You nasal gazing muppet, you can stuff it harder than the wallet stuffed by Warren Buffett. And I don't care about your sauces unless you're serving them. And I don't care about your lines unless you're curving them. Now step away from me, you're sucking up my oxygen with the vacuum where your brain should be, you dumb fuck. Alright guys, stay in the chat. You'll be automatically directed to part 2 of the membership drive. We started streaming 11 hours and 10 minutes ago with 45 minutes on the timer. Still 9 hours to go. See you in a minute. Remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. Don't leave.